After the decipherment of one of the three groups, which ended up being Old Persian, it became possible to decrypt the other two. The script that was also present at the sites of Babylon and Nineveh was revealed to be Akkadian, though in those days, archaeologists called it Babylonian. The third of the trilingual inscriptions ended up being Elamite. Though no one today speaks it, Akkadian, like modern Hebrew and Arabic, is a Semitic language that is well understood by linguists and Near Eastern archaeologists alike. However, in the mid-19th century, a growing number of scholars began to suspect that this written form of Akkadian, which we call cuneiform, was not developed by the Semitic language speakers of Babylon and Assyria, but by another people. Many of the Babylonian inscriptions and texts that were starting to be translated at the time contained the phrase Sumer and Akkad, as in land of Sumer and Akkad, or king of Sumer and Akkad. It's obvious that Sumer was a place, but where was it? And who were the inhabitants of Sumer, who they called Sumerians? Could this unconventional script have come from these, up until now, completely unknown people? Scholars were stuck in a conundrum. They didn't know it at the time, but those early archaeologists had stumbled upon what some call the mother civilization of both the Babylonians and the Assyrians. We know these people today as the Sumerians. By around 7,000 to 6,000 BC, people began to move south along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers to what were by then the fertile floodplains of Mesopotamia, specifically in the land that today makes up most of Iraq and parts of northern Syria. Mesopotamia, which means land between rivers, is the Greek name for the area, and it's here that early farms began to really take root on a much larger scale. The land of Mesopotamia is quite flat and really consists of thousands of years of silt spread across the plain by the constant flooding of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This soil was, and is still today, extremely rich and fertile, making it ideal for growing crops such as wheat and barley. Small-scale farming had already been achieved several thousand years prior in parts of the Near East that we call the Fertile Crescent, which is a region of productive land that stretches north up the coast of the eastern Mediterranean, east through the mountains of Turkey and northern Iraq, before venturing south along the floodplains of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers towards the Persian Gulf. One of these early farming communities that was widespread in central Mesopotamia was the Samara culture, named after the site of Samara where it was first discovered. Estimates vary, but most archaeologists date this culture to between 6,500 to 5,500 BC.
Warm and humid.
Samaran pottery has its own distinctive style,
Hey, Sketch, how you
often
doing?
decorated with geometric images representing natural phenomena. The early farmers of this culture seem to have dug
Having a good day
irrigation
so
canals to bring nearby rivers and streams under their control. Another culture that ended up being more widespread than the Samara is known as
Tried to give
Plaque
the
culture.
land yacht
It
a
was most
tune-up
active
yesterday.
between
They gave me the
years
wrong plugs.
6,500 to 5,500.
So I got to go
Some
back
dated
to
to a
O'Reilly.
later, more narrower span of
I got
time,
the heater to
between
work yesterday.
700
And
to
then
5,000 BC.
today we got the fridge
Similar
fixed.
to the Samara,
Had
they
somebody
also
come out and
created
fix it.
very distinctive and beautiful ceramic pottery
Run a diagnosis
that was
on
widely
it and
traded
everything. It's
throughout the Fertile Crescent.
good. It's ready to go.
In return,
Right.
Falaf
Go.
people generally received goods such as obsidian,
Fucking running on
bitumen,
propane.
and seashells. They also created some of the earliest examples of stamp seals.
So we're road
Not too
ready.
long after 6000
We're
BC in southern
fucking
Mesopotamia, changes began to take place
sustainable.
that ultimately set the stage for civilization as we know it. It more or less started with the people who belonged to what archaeologists call
We went out
the
to
culture. We'll refer to the people of this culture as
Evergreen last night.
They
Hung out.
are of special interest to
Run the
scholars
generator.
because their civilization
Fucking
occupied the region
come
immediately
in this
before
morning
the rise of the Sumerians and
into
the creation
Denver.
of the
You can't
first
camp in
cities.
Denver. They ain't
The
letting you
culture is
park
named after
nowhere.
Tel Al Ubaid, a site not too far from what would become the great Sumerian city of Ur.
But
which also began.
it's
in
nice out in
Ubaidian
Evergreen
settlements.
anyway.
Most scholars date the Ubaid culture to between 5500
So-
and 4000 BC.
I imagine at some
The
point
exact
this
origins of
weekend,
the
maybe
Ubaidians are
Sunday,
unknown, but it's
we'll
believed that
start
they were likely
heading south
migrants
back
from other
to,
parts of the Fertile Crescent, looking for
La
new
Junta.
pastures
We're going to go
for their
through
flocks
the
and virgin
storage
soil
again, grab
to
some
be
more
cultivated
food
for their crops.
for the trip,
Most Ubaidian sites were small villages,
and
but by the late 5th, early 4th
send some
millennium
of Polly's
BC,
stuff off in the
some
mail
of these
to her mom's
settlements were
house so we don't have to pay for the
into
storage
towns
anymore.
of nearly 5,000 residents,
And
where they grew
we're going
wheat,
to head west,
barley, and lentils,
start hitting the
in
tribes.
addition to raising livestock, including cattle, goats, and sheep. The typical Ubaidian village generally consisted of several one-story single-family houses with a few large structures and facilities designed as storage
Now
bins
the
for
RV's
grain
ready to go.
and
I'm ready to
other
go. I'm like,
foodstuffs.
yay.
Most Ubaid sites had a central earthen mound with a small building at its summit, which is believed to have been an early temple and the precursor to the ziggurat that would later on dominate the skylines of many Mesopotamian cities.
Tomorrow's Shamus's 18th.
Like the Halaf, the Ubaid also traded their
So we're going to
unique
hang out here.
hand-painted pottery,
I'm going to
as
work
well as other
half a
crafts
day and
such
then
as
take him.
figurines. Ubaid pottery
the Golden
is
Corral.
something that
We're gonna
must
grub.
have been prized all over the region. It was found at multiple sites throughout the Middle East.
I got him
including
a
Turkey,
birthday
Iran,
thing today.
Syria, and across the southeastern
Hid it in the
regions
RV while he
of the
wasn't
Arabian
looking.
Peninsula. Much of our understanding of Ubaid culture comes from the
Nice.
legends of a city that later on would be
Nice.
famous in
Hiking
Sumerian
in the woods is
mythology
good.
as the home of the god Enki. That city was Eridu. Even in antiquity,
Whatever it takes, getting
Eridu was
closer to
believed
the
to have
earth.
been a very ancient, almost mythical place. For example,
I
at
can't
the
wait
very
to start
beginning
heading
of the text
west. It's
known as
fucking
the
beautiful
Sumerian
out that
King
way.
List, it's written, after the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. Alalgar ruled for 36,000 years. 2 kings, they ruled for a total of 6,800 years. Then Eridu fell, and the kingship was
Going
taken
out to
Bad Tibur.
Evergreen last night is just west of Denver,
Another
climbing some
later
hills. I was like, fuck, man.
Babylonian poem
I can't wait
states,
to actually get going on
a reed
on
had
the
not
trip.
come forth, a tree had not been
Nice
created,
drive.
a house had not been made, a city had not been made. All the lands were sea. Then Eridu made.
Oof.
In spite of both of these texts being more works of mythology than history, the later peoples of Mesopotamia may have been on to archaeologists have determined
Yeah, me
that the
too.
site of
Worked
Eridu
out a little bit
may
easier
have
than I
been
thought it would.
inhabited as far back as 8,000
I got most everything
BC,
going myself.
over 10,000 years ago. During the
Had to have
Ubaid
that
period,
fridge service
Eridu
though. I couldn't
was
figure
a
it
good
out.
place to settle down. It had plenty of land suitable for farming.
I didn't have a
Obtained from the nearby marshes.
multimeter to read
In
my.
those days, the shores
my
of what's today
voltage.
the Persian Gulf were much further inland. than
Turns
they are
out,
today.
one of
Such a
two
place in
things was
those
wrong with
days
it. The
may have seemed
striker,
to
the
have been
fucking
a
panel that
paradise
makes the
for
striker
what was
strike.
Otherwise, a dry,
Yeah, he said he didn't have it in
the
stocks.
local inhabitants may have even thought
Basically, what happens? I took off the fucking guard and fucking
that God would
I
be
hand lit
Enki,
this
the
fucking
God of fresh
refrigerator
waters,
because it's got a
sciences,
striker in there.
technology, and
Like
the
fuck it,
arts.
I'm just gonna
He
fucking
was
light it
also
with
known
a
for his wisdom
lighter,
and
see
had
if that
a
works.
soft spot for mankind.
Oof,
He
we're
would
on
go
it.
on to become one of the most prominent deities.
So in actuality, I paid somebody $150 to come out here and tell
During
me
the
something
Ubaid
that
period,
I was trying to
Eridu was
do
still
anyway.
just a
Then I
small
figured out how to
village
do it while he
community
was
with a
there.
rather
I was like,
humble
well, fuck.
shrine dedicated to Enki. Excavations at
But they
Eridu
came out and helped me out, told me
initially,
what was wrong with
Enki's
it.
sanctuary was little more than a
And I
small
found out
room,
that why I
less than
couldn't
8
light it
square meters, with an
by
altar at
myself.
one
I
end
fucking
and a
hit the
stand at
button,
center.
and by the time I made it from inside the RV to outside the RV, thing had already reset.
Here, which may have been part of some ritual.
So now I just have Shamus stand there and hit the button while I got it lit. And it's like,
The
poof.
people of Eridu
I'm like,
would take part in communal
okay,
feasts that
fucking,
they
we can do
involved
this.
prayers to
Put the
god,
guard back on that
along with
motherfucker
singing
and roll.
and music.
That's
As the town grew, both the temple
that's what
and
we
the
did.
village expanded.
It's keeping
By
everything nice and
4500
cold
BC,
now.
The temple
Fucking
stood on a platform
loving it.
about a meter high. The expansion and height of the temple would continue to increase during the centuries until it turned into a step-like pyramid called a ziggurat.
So,
As villages such as
yeah, I don't even know
grew
what's
into
wrong with it
prosperous
now, but I
towns,
know
they attracted
why I couldn't
travelers
light
and
it before.
merchants. Some
It
may have come
happens
to visit
way
its
too
temples and
fast
sanctuaries,
for me to
like
fucking
those
move that
dedicated to
quick.
Enki, to make their own offerings
So I
to
just
the
got to
god.
kind of stand there with the lighter while Shamus
Many of
hits
them
it.
brought items from their
Boom.
own villages and towns that
Fucking
they
problem
donated to
solved.
such temples
Good
for
morning, Nick.
trade
How you
for
doing?
local goods.
So in other words,
Barley,
everything on the
sheep,
fucking RV's
or some
working
of
great.
Eridu's
The problem with the
distinctive
heater was
pottery.
the thermostat broke.
An interesting example of international trade in Eridu at the time.
I got that motherfucker kicking out hot air yesterday. I was like,
Copper
bah,
is a very
that
useful
shit works.
mineral. It's not native
We're going to be
to
warm
southern
this winter.
Mesopotamia. It had to be imported into the region from places
It
as
is
far
almost
away
one,
as
Nick.
what's today modern Oman or Turkey.
We're up to
It's quite remarkable that even during the
560.
Ubaid period,
waiting on the
artisans were
kiln
forging
today.
basic items out of copper in Eridu. Another item imported into the region, also likely from Turkey, was obsidian.
I'm doing pretty good. Better than yesterday. The only thing
Up
I
until
accomplished,
now,
well, I
the
got a
early
couple
settlements
things
that we've been
accomplished
taking a
yesterday.
look
One, I
at
got the
have
heater
all
to
been
work.
quite small,
And
perhaps a few
two,
hundred people on
I
average.
got oxygen.
The
Brand new
exception
tank sitting
being
out here.
places like Eridu,
2,500
Elzada,
fucking
and
pounds.
Syria.
When we start
Both
working
of these
today.
places during the Ubaid period may have had as many as 3,000
I'm working on
people
catching up with
at
you
any
on the
given
ladder,
time.
sir. Cheers.
Few would have thought, though, that perhaps only a millennium later, there would be a city in ancient Mesopotamia with a population in the tens of thousands. Less than 200 kilometers northwest of Eridu is the site.
We got rousted
It's here that
yesterday
most
from our
archaeologists and
little chill
historians
spot.
believe that the world's first true
I don't think they like the generator running all day. I don't know.
BC. Though it's impossible to know for sure,
So we got to find another
archaeological
chill
surveys
spot.
seem to indicate that by 3500 BC, Europe had at least 25,000 residents. This may not seem like much to us today. In most places, especially in the Western world, 25,000 residents is perhaps at best a medium-sized town. However, in the 4th millennium BC, this would have been a
Hey there,
mega
Tom.
urban
How
center,
are you?
a place that those living in towns like Eridu
Been a
a few
while.
generations
Welcome back to the
earlier
corner.
would not have been able to have even comprehended.
No longer in the
Historians
dungeon.
call
We're
this
just in the
geography of
corner.
cities in southern Mesopotamia between the years
This is Anna's
2000
shop
and
in the back of
3100
the
BC,
back of the
Uruk
shop.
phenomenon, or the Uruk period. It's also
First thing I
believed
have
by
lined up, I got that.
archaeologists and historians that sometime during this
I've got an
period,
opal
a people
heart
whose real
flower
origin is unknown
that
may
needs
have
to be
entered into
repaired.
the region and mixed with the
So we'll be
local
working
Ubaid
on that today.
population, adopting much of their culture and religion as their own.
Other than
What
that,
the Ubaidians called them,
I got 2,500 pounds of oat. I
They,
don't know what I'm
however,
gonna make.
would call themselves Sagiga, meaning
Thanks, Glenn.
black-headed people, and their homeland, Kiengia.
Still smoking on Glenn's weed.
In the past, villages were believed to have been ruled by a small council of elders, presided over by a tribal chief. However, the rise of society into multiple classes that were ruled by religious, military, and political elites. Though the specifics of the aren't known, it's believed that the person at the top was a sort of priest king who held both religious and secular authority. Below him on the social hierarchy were other priests, followed by a few elites or what we classify as noble families, and then specialized laborers, including artisans,
Cheers,
craftsmen, fishermen, farmers, gardeners, and herdsmen, just to name a few. In later centuries, with the advent of writing, a scribal class would also develop. Below all of these,
Actually, I really
cities were also the place
like
where
it.
certain objects were first produced in mass quantity. In the past, everyday items such as pottery and textiles.
I don't care for the
home
Denver
and
area
generally
much
private
as
use.
far as like living in the RV
During
goes.
the Uruk period, specialized artisans and weavers
But
mostly took over this.
Shamus's mom and I did that
Objects and
shit for
clothing that they
years
created
before he
may
come
not have
along,
been decorated as
and
innately
I've
as
always
in the
missed
past,
it.
but that wasn't the point.
I'm actually
They simply
happy
had
as
to be
fuck. No, I got
made
the
and useful.
heater
Example
running,
of
the
this
refrigerator's
are the
doing good on
bowls
propane,
discovered in Uruk.
and
Fancy, they weren't.
Water's
But
all tight on
they
it.
did the job.
We got a generator. I'm ready to blow
The
glass out of
day-to-day
the
functioning
woods.
of such an ancient urban society required some type of authority to help organize tasks and distribute resources.
In the middle
as well
of
as
the
keep
desert,
order.
under our little awning and shit.
As in other urban
I'm
areas
ready.
during this period, this
I
was
decided
made
last
possible
night we don't
by
need a tow behind.
Each city
That
had a
motherfucker
patron
was
deity
climbing the hill
who
into
technically, at least when they were on Earth,
fucking Evergreen
in
doing
the
like
city,
35,
usually
40.
had a
I was
shrine
like,
or temple dedicated to it.
we ain't get.
In
I got to
Rome,
finish doing
the
the
southernmost
tune-up.
deity was the god Enki.
They gave me the wrong spark plugs, so I had to kind of stop doing the tune-up until I get the right shit.
Also had a large temple there. In theory, the god of each city received goods from the people, which were a form of taxes, usually denominated in wheat, barley, pottery, textiles, or whatever useful items could be given. This was then
Why they're having traces of mercury? Well, how about the fact that they have mercury mazes underneath some of those?
In most cases, this redistribution took place in the city's main temple complex, run by
Nice, Tom.
dedicated priests and priestesses, who also conducted.
It does work. It does work. It'll multiply your THC production. That's a trick that pharmacies or pharmaceuticals use when they're harvesting from plants. They'll hit the roots real quick with steam, boil water.
It was important for the temple bureaucrats to keep track of all of this activity. So,
damn straight, Tom. Yeah, I definitely gonna have to blow my ass off because that motherfucking RV takes a lot of gas.
3300 BC and written on small clay tablets, the first forms of writing were pictographs that recorded the transfer of commodities such as grain, beer, and limestone. We call this very early script proto-cuneiform. With over 700 signs, it was quite complete.
The generator, though, goes through very little. Maybe about 3 gallons in 8 or 10 hours.
This very early pictographic script was made up of pictures with relatively simple meaning.
Which, of course, charges up the batteries and everything. And
cattle, while an ear of barley represented
runs the AC during the day.
Sometimes, though,
but we can't do that in the city.
It had to be read by association with another symbol. For example, the sign of a bowl could mean.
Unfortunately for Shamus and Polly today,
coupled with the sign
I bet it's probably hot.
The two together meant.
How you doing, Daniel?
Several centuries later, the form of
there's
the signs was adapted.
Lakes of mercury under a couple of those pyramids.
By making wedged impressions into a soft tablet of clay, which we today call
protecting the buried king or whatever.
Would then be laid out in the sun, where it would dry and harden, making the wedged impressions permanent. Cuneiform was ideal for writing.
Therefore, the artifacts are going to have mercury in them, I'm sure. Especially if they were working mercury when they were working the artifacts. Because mercury is pretty dirty.
Due to the discovery and translation of such cuneiform documents that even after so many thousands of years, we're still able to peer into the lives of the people of ancient Mesopotamia. Though not a form of writing, other objects that were used for communication were cylinder seals. As their name implies, these are cylinders usually made out of stone or clay, but sometimes also from metal.
Well, they're on purpose. They would make them like that. What's up, Lauren? How you doing? And fashion all that mercury.
Goods in jars, or vases, boxes, and even baskets.
And yeah, Daniel, it has quite a few odd magnetic properties.
Authorize important documents coming from someone in a position of power, such as a priest.
Yeah.
The influence of the Uruk wasn't limited to southern Mesopotamia. It spread throughout much of the ancient Near East between the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. Archaeologists have uncovered numerous remains of pottery and architecture in Syria, Iran, and Turkey. It seems that much of this was not just taken from Uruk, but brought to these regions by trading colonies that were set up specifically for the purpose of acquiring raw materials such as copper, obsidian, lead, gold, silver, wood, and steel.
Well, we're going to be doing live casts from the road on the way to wherever we go. Y'all will know where we're at and what we're doing. I mean, y'all bought the RV.
The The first kings
I hope you help pay for some of the gas across the country. You'd be seeing me blow glass a lot out in the desert.
Hands of high-ranking priests, whose job, along with religious duties, included organizing.
Well, she's freaking all dialed in.
And distributing
refrigerator's working. Still right. Yeah, I know left speaker. I got big speakers right here.
Or at least
I left that for you. You plug it into it.
However, no amount of divine intervention.
Heater I got working yesterday. It blows out hot air. We'll be warm this winter. Although I plan on going west and then south, and then maybe east. We'll head see what happens. But yeah, southern route in the wintertime. That's a lesson I've learned. Stay away from the north. But in the spring, we're coming through.
The first kings arose amongst the growing population of ancient Mesopotamia.
Yeah, she's ready for the road.
Been a temporary position needed only during war. Eventually,
yeah, I'm real happy. The heater works, the water works, the refrigerator works, the generator's working, the engine and transmission doing good. We got new tires on that motherfucker. We're ready to go.
Which lasted nearly 100 years.
I want to put another coat of sealant on the roof though before we get too excited.
Ensi, which was a governor or local king, and Lugal, which was generally given to more powerful rulers, were great.
I ain't going that far west, Nick.
For example,
I'm just going out towards Four Corners in Arizona and then heading fucking east.
Which literally means great man. Lugal would have several Ensis ruling other cities on his behalf.
Polly's mama's in Texas.
Most cities were surrounded by
ShamusB mama's in Philly.
Temples, administrative buildings, palaces, houses, and of course, the people who lived and worked within them. Of all of these structures, the large step pyramid-like temple known as the
Ziggurat, I'm not going to California. Ain't happening.
The ziggurat was not just a place of worship.
Not in this timeline.
Patron god on earth.
Moved out of there.
Run directly by the priests, it was also the city's chief landowner and richest institution.
Well, we very well may, Laura. That's between Texas and fucking Philly. I'm not as afraid of the East Coast as I am of fucking West Coast. I see what's going on.
And legends often interfered in the affairs of humans. There were hundreds of such deities in charge of everything from natural phenomena.
I understand magnetic braking.
For example, there was a god of the sky, sun, and moon, but also a god of the plow, bricks, a goddess of writing, and so on. An was the god of
Nick, it holds some crazy properties. Mercury's pretty unique.
Deity. That honor went to the goddess of love and war, Inanna. Though An in earlier times may have been considered the most powerful deity of all, by the early dynastic period, it was clearly Enlil, whose name means Lord Wind, and was the god of the air.
Glenn.
His holy sanctuary was in the city of Nick.
Glenn's a little bit
Another
slow today. I don't know.
Enlil, whose name means Lord Earth. It is also the god of sweet or fresh water. As mentioned earlier, he was the patron god of the city of Eridu, as well as of scientists and magicians. Another popular god was Utu, the god of the sun, who was associated with justice and the patron deity of both Sipar and Larsa. Then, of course, there was Dana, the god of the moon and the patron deity of the city of Ur. One of the more powerful gods was Ningirsu, the patron deity of the city-state of Lagash.
He made me
was in Girsu.
Actually block a porn star over here. Usually Glenn's got his fucking sword out, but I forgot all we got is wrenches over here. What the hell y'all fucking sitting around watching sex porns for?
These have greatly helped piece together
Oh, that's right.
the history of Sumer and the various kingdoms. One of these early inscriptions, along with the depiction of a king, is of Urnanshi, the ruler of the city-state of Lagash. who's believed to have reigned between the years 2494 to 2465.
Yeah, had red mercury. That's what they said.
One of the most famous depictions of Urnanshi is a limestone relief of the king with what appears to be a basket.
You thought it might be me?
Currently,
It wasn't.
The relief depicts the king in one of his most important religious duties, that of consecrating and taking care of his kingdom's many temples, especially those dedicated to Lagash's patron deity, the god Ningirsu. Urnanji's other vital role was as the military leader of Lagash.
Oh, I see what's going on. Glenn's under the spell.
We know that he went to the city-states. During his reign,
spell of the grandchild. I see.
Most early inscriptions, though, were quite simple and often just consisted of a ruler's name and a votive object. For example, one stone vessel dated to 2650 BC and found in the ruins of the temple merely reads, Embegaresi, King of Kish. Other inscriptions, though, go into a bit more detail. A slightly later one from Kish reads, Misalin, King of Kish, Ningirsu's temple builder. Place this for Ningirsu. Ugal Sha'an
Not necessarily.
is the ruler of Lagash. At first glance, the text seems to tell us little except that Misalin, the king of the city of Kish,
Our spin and rotation orbit seem to be dictated by the magnet in the middle.
However,
like my little
other documents that have been uncovered,
toy that I show. It rotates and the planets go around. You move it around. They follow.
Such as those of rivals
Right in midair. Takes two opposing fucking fields to do that. Hence why they put the moon down here to lock us in. Thus, earth was separated from heaven and heaven from earth.
By his firm command, fix the border
We've
between
heard
the
these
kingdom of
words.
Lagash and the kingdom of Huma. Misalin, king of Kish, at the command of the goddess Ishtaran, measured the field and set up a boundary stone there.
It's
The actual text
no
literally
problem.
says,
That's what we do.
fixed a border
We talk a lot
with a fixed god of Lagash.
and read a lot. Watch a lot of documentaries.
In a wider sense, this was as much a contribution
Physics
to
is
deities as it was
key
to kings
to
and the cities.
our success. Now
From the same
we have
text
the real
by
physics.
we learn even more Sumerian political history.
They can't hold humanity back.
Ush, the ruler of Huma,
Creators had enough of this shit.
He ripped
So-
out that boundary stone and marched towards the plain of Lagash.
Share everything.
Ningirsu, warrior of Enlil, at his just command, made war with Huma. At Enlil's command,
And zombie
he
flicks.
threw
Yeah,
his great
zombie
battle
flicks.
net over it and
There
built
has to be
burial
zombie
mounds over
flicks.
it on the plain. Ian, ruler of Huma, uncle of
Everybody
Enmatina,
dies.
ruler of Huma, fixed the border with Enatali, ruler of
I
Huma,
like zombie flicks.
made the boundary extend from the Nun Canal to the River. At the boundary channel, he inscribed new boundary stone.
You can ask
And
Paul.
restored the boundary stone of
We
Masada.
got the
It did
crickets
not cross into the
service. Man, it's cheaper than my goddamn Walmart bullshit. Because we got two lines, and then they gave us a free HBO hoopty. It was HBO Max. And I'm all looking around, and they got all kinds of zombie movies on. I'm like, oh shit.
Is the king of the land. And according to the text, the following occurs. Because he could not read.
I don't even know what I've been looking at lately. People be sending me some weird videos, like from Germany, with posters posted up all over and pictures of what I'm assuming are dead people.
He torched and tore out the boundary stone.
I guess Polly was telling me last night they're talking about how they are definitely rolling over Trump for this whole debacle.
Ruler of Lagash,
And
battled
I
in Mugiga. And Girsu's beloved
maintain they're going to roll over both
Enmatina,
because
beloved
we're
son,
fixing to have civil
Enmatina,
war and nukes.
Huma
Just
fled,
like I described it, they're going to come clean with what they have done
killed him in
through. People are hurting.
Text rambles on
Fauci.
about
They're hanging Fauci.
Lagash.
He knew what was going
One
on,
thing, though, is clear.
etc.,
The
etc.
city-states
And
of
these
Lagash
are
and
words
Homa
I'm not afraid to
seems
say
have
because
been a long conflict over
that's
the fertile land
that's the narrative now.
One very
No matter
famous
how
work
you
of
feel
literary
about it,
art,
I gotta
known
tell
as
you
the
this:
Stele of the Vultures, also depicts
the rest of the
conflict
world
between Lagash
hates
and
you.
Homa in vivid detail.
Fucking
Commissioned by King
hates you
Leonard
right
of
now.
Lagash, Enmatina's predecessor, it
If they
depicts
don't
the
hate you,
fierce
they're
battle
very
over the same
disgruntled.
area, specifically the fertile fields of Guriena, where Lagash is victorious over the forces of Homa. It's from different texts and monuments such as these have been able to slowly
It's not gonna be
together
long.
the political history of Sumer
I
and other
told
parts of the ancient Near East.
told you they're gonna come out and tell you what they did.
It's not
I
an easy
told you they
process.
will
Historians
come out
often have to play a game
and tell you what
of the
they did,
dots. And even then,
and that will
many
start the
questions
war.
are left unanswered.
Oh yeah, and then bombing the
For example,
pipeline too.
one
Yeah,
major
that's
issue
interesting.
is that we don't know Uma's side of the conflict with Lagash. Since its leaders were justified in
I was right
violating a
about
treaty
that.
may have been
100%.
biased
I'm
against
accepting
the
it.
city-state
Boom.
from the
They've
start.
started
According
telling
to
you
all
what they
accounts of the
did.
conflict, Lagash was victorious several
They're gonna
times
blame
against
money.
its long-term rival. But as we'll soon see, Homa would strike back. In addition to Eridu, Uruk,
Everybody
Kish,
made money
Lagash,
on it.
and Homa,
Everybody made
there were
money
several
on it.
other important cities of ancient Sumer.
I want you to
Two of
stop
the
and
most
think about what
prominent
that
were Ur
means.
and Nippur. Ur, though,
What I have
was
said
one of the two,
in accompanying
perhaps the most
with
famous
this
Sumerian city of all,
is fixing to
did
happen
two things.
on a very
Mentioned in
short
the
time.
Bible as the birthplace of the
So
prophet
keep your
Abraham,
fucking heads
and
on a
also
leash,
as the
please,
place where a cache of
and
marvelous
watch
objects
yourself.
was discovered in the 1920s by a team of archaeologists.
It ain't my fault. I can tell you what I was told, and like I said, I can't math my way into those conclusions. That's why I'm better at math at these, because I was told what to look for, and
Some of the most
I'm seeing
impressive
it.
finds came
I'm
from
seeing it.
several extraordinary tombs.
I'm seeing it. They haven't changed shit.
There were
I've been saying the
1,050
exact scenario
burial
since
pits,
2014,
along with 17 extremely elaborate tombs filled with all
and they ain't changed shit. They right down to the detail, bro.
Approximately 2,600
Right down to the
BC,
detail to this
graves and
point.
tombs were relatively intact, and over the centuries avoided grave robbers.
Welcome back,
Many of
man.
the objects uncovered included gold armor, weapons, intricate jewelry, chariots, sculptures, musical instruments, board games, and gold. The 17 extremely elaborate
But I wanted to
tombs
make a
were believed
point
to
of
have
that
belonged to members of
because
Gore's ruling class or the royal family itself.
I know it's hard to believe, but I say sometimes
Scholars believe may have been the king's
you just can't
attendants
imagine
while they were alive.
that
In order to
on
keep
the
their
border
gods
there's an
prisoner
actual
or
massive
not,
people that are being used as
they either
camouflage to
killed
move in
themselves or were killed
NATO
and
troops,
buried along with the king in the tomb.
UN,
Whether or not the attendants and soldiers went to their
the
end
blue
willingly
helmets.
isn't known, nor is why such a thing happened, since to date there haven't been any.
It's
other
hard to
war
understand that
like
your
this one
government's
found
working
in
with
Sumerian. When it comes to
not
Sumerian
only just
religion,
the people who are
no
fixing to
other
bomb
place was
us,
more
but I mean
important than the
180
city
nations
of
under the same yoke.
the Equal,
We
the temple
put
dedicated
them
to the
there.
Sumerian
Hemp was
pantheon.
never made illegal because of tobacco
Due to its status
or
as a holy
cotton.
city, Nippur is said
We had
to
just
never
signed the
have
fucking
changed.
DC Organic Act
Officially,
in
it was
1871
politically
to become a fucking
that though didn't stop kings and
Knights
empires
of Malta for the fucking.
from making pilgrimages there and lavishing the equals.
They knew that if they told mom, "Hey, we need your firstborn to serve so we can establish 180 fucking banks that these countries don't want," it wasn't working. And they had to make us dependable on oil because we was throwing fucking gasoline in the ocean like waste shit because what we were fueling our shit with was hemp. And it burns better in the gas tank than gasoline. More efficient, fucking way less emissions. And the emissions it does let out are way less than what that plant sucks up in carbon from the fucking air. So just the act of burning your fucking tank, cleaning the fucking air. They made us It's patriotic to kill, murder over oil. Period. There's no other way I'm a goddamn veteran, so don't none of you couch warriors tell me if I don't like to go to China. I'm telling you how the fuck it is. I happen to make some of the most important legislature in this fucking on this fucking planet happen. As far as I'm concerned, we used to police the world for him. And CBD. Now we don't. I did that from the small state of North Carolina. It forced federal legislation on hemp production because they couldn't go in and fucking tow it down.
Things got so bad that according to some documents, impoverished parents had to sell their children into slavery to help pay off their debts. After 6 years of corruption and tyranny, Ugalunda was overthrown by Urukagina, whose name is also read Uru Inimgina. Urukagina saw himself as a reformer.
Daniel, you're part of the machine too. Crown Vatican DC Corporation. You're part of the crown.
I say possibly because we've never actually found a copy of Urukagina's law code. However, we know about it.
Your money has a queen's face on it. Funny, all the time I thought that throne was made and fashioned around her ass. But it ain't. It's fashioned around the tablets of destiny.
But when Ningirsu,
same Mesopotamian tablets that we're listening about right now.
Urukagina, and his hand had grasped him out of the multitude.
Brother, they've been playing this goddamn game too long. The creator's like, you know what? Y'all done with this shit. This is over. He needs his souls back. There is no race that should be fucking standing between souls and creation. It's just not.
He banned the head of the shepherds from seizing the donkeys and sheep. He banned the man in charge of the fisheries from seizing the fisheries.
Yeah, the ones that think they live free, and then when they die, they get fucking electrocuted into a fucking EM field that don't belong, sapping their strength.
New king of its great rival, the city-state of Umma. In 2341 BC,
they print you at birth so they know who you are before you do.
Not much is known about his life before he became king.
Apparently, creator don't like this system.
He attacked and ultimately conquered the city-states of Lagash. Perhaps out of vengeance for so many centuries,
creation itself has been robbed. And creation has found it wrong. And creation is fixing to correct it.
And all of its holy places.
Yeah, I'm just here warning motherfuckers. And so are you, if they don't want to listen.
In one text that was uncovered, a scribe from Lagash lamented the destruction of Ningirsu's city.
Somebody else will.
And cursed Lugal-Zaghazi. He, Lugal-Zaghazi, has
freaking down
the field of Ningirsu.
Yeah, well, that's changing.
Because the man of Umma destroyed
Creator says all his soul recycling
committed a sin against Ningirsu. He will cut off his hands which had been lifted against him. It is not the sin of Urukagina, the king of Girsu.
We up to 800.
The personal goddess of Lugal-Zaghazi, the Ensi of Umma, make him bear all his sins.
I could pull some points.
Lugal-Zaghazi, though, did not stop with Lagash, and would go on to claim to control not just all of Sumer, but the lands from the lower sea, that is the Persian Gulf, to the upper sea, meaning the Mediterranean. In a well-known inscription on our vase that he himself had commissioned, Lugal-Zaghazi wants us to know the following. When Enlil, the king of all the lands, had given the kingship of the land to Lugal-Zaghazi, had directed him the eyes of all the people of the land, had prostrated all the people before him, then all the people from the lower sea, along the Tigris and Euphrates to the upper sea, directed their feet toward him. From east to west, Enlil gave him no rival. The people of all the lands lie peacefully in the meadow under his rule. The land rejoiced under his rule. All the sovereigns of Sumer and the ensies of all the foreign lands bowed down before him in Uruk. If this were true, then Lugal-Zaggisi would have created the first real empire in history. Unfortunately for him, he's not remembered as such, nor do modern scholars believe that he actually ruled over all of the lands that he claimed to. Lugal-Zaggisi would be defeated by a man who would arguably become the most celebrated and influential person in all of early antiquity. He was not a Sumerian, but an Akkadian, whose birth name is unknown. He called himself Sharukin, meaning legitimate king. We know him as Sargon of Akkad, or Sargon the Great. The early history of Sargon is obscured in myth and legend. We don't even know his real name, only that he later called himself Sharikinu, also read Sharukin, which in the Akkadian language means true or legitimate king. One story of his early years is that his mother, who was a priestess of the goddess Ishtar, the Akkadian name for Inanna, cast him away in a basket down the Euphrates River, where he was eventually picked up by a gardener who raised him. The legend continues, with Sargon eventually becoming the cupbearer of Ur-Zababa, the king of the city-state of Kish. It was during this time that Lugal-Zaggisi of Umma was gobbling up the city-states of Sumer into one great Mesopotamian power, with Uruk as its new capital. However, his plans for Near Eastern domination came to an end when Sargon and his band of followers marched south from Kish to Uruk and captured Lugal-Zaggisi. The document known as the Sumerian King List tells us the following. In Uruk, Lugal-Zaggisi became king and reigned for 25 years. One king reigned for 25 years. Then Uruk was defeated and the kingship taken to Agade. In Agade, Sargon, whose father was a gardener, reigned for 56 years. Sargon's own words of his Sumerian campaign are a bit more detailed. In an old Babylonian copy of the document attributed to him, he speaks of himself in the following way. Sargon, the king of Akkad, the bailiff of Ishtar, the king of the universe, the anointed one of An, the king of the land, the governor of Enlil. He vanquished Uruk in battle and smote 50 governors and the city by the mace of the god Ilaba. And he destroyed its fortress and captured Lugal-Zaggisi, the king of Uruk, in battle. He led him to the gate of Enlil in a neck-stock. Sargon of Akkad vanquished Ur in battle and smote the city and destroyed its fortress. He smote its territory and Lagash as far as the sea. He vanquished Umma in battle and destroyed its fortress. It's with Sargon's conquest of southern Mesopotamia around 2334 BC that the early dynastic period of Sumer comes to an end. Sargon, though, didn't stop with Sumer. Unlike Lugal-Zaggisi, who may have only boasted about conquering an empire from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea, most scholars believe that Sargon actually did that and more. One could go on about the conquests and exploits of Sargon, his two sons, and his powerful grandson, Naram-Sin, but these are stories for another time. What's more important for our purpose here is the effects of the Akkadian conquest on Sumer and its inhabitants. The people that we know as the Akkadians came from the land just north of Sumer, known as Akkad, what would now make up a good part of central and northern Iraq. For centuries, they had lived side by side with the Sumerians, and may have even constituted sizable populations within Sumer's core cities. At the time, though, they themselves didn't have a written language, so our early knowledge of them is quite limited. The Akkadians spoke an Eastern Semitic language that we also call Akkadian. Unlike Sumerian, which is a language isolate, Akkadian is similar to other well-understood Semitic languages, including Canaanite, Aramaic, and even modern Hebrew and Arabic. When Sargon conquered all of Sumer, he made the Akkadian language the official one and adopted the Sumerian script for its written form. This, though, doesn't mean that Sumerian was no longer spoken or even written, but that it was slowly being replaced in daily life, as all official documents and proclamations were now in Akkadian. Sargon seems to have taken a great deal of pride in the fact that he was not of noble birth, something that he stressed in early autobiographies of himself. Perhaps this made him more relatable to the average person. After all, how else could an Akkadian outsider muster enough power and influence to topple the Sumerian establishment and unify them all under his banner? He broke the power of the priesthood, the local Ensis, and the Sumerian nobility, and replaced them with Akkadian governors who were loyal to him. Sargon and his successors also reorganized and redistributed temple lands and mostly gave them to their hardcore supporters and loyalists. This really crushed the power of the priesthood because up until then, such property had been their main source of revenue. He also put his daughter, Enheduanna, in charge of the wealthy temple complex in the city of Ur. With its millennia-old cities, temple establishments, and other institutions, Sumer had been the center of civilization in Mesopotamia, the Near Eastern region, and possibly even the world up until that time, although the civilizations of China, Egypt, and the Indus Valley were also on the rise. Sargon, though, shifted this center when he established his new capital of Akkad on the Euphrates River, better known as Agade. It was here that he built palaces and temples dedicated to his patron deities, specifically the goddess Ishtar and the warrior god of Kish, Zababa. Not only did Agade become the political center of the Akkadian Empire, but its main economic hub as well. Boats carrying goods from Dilmun and Magan, today modern Bahrain and Oman, respectively, docked at Agade's ports, and caravans from Anatolia, Elam, Arabia, and the Levant all came to Agade. Sargon and his successors also reformed the tax system, with most of the revenue coming directly to Agade before being distributed to other parts of the empire. Such actions were all at the expense of Sumerian cities, such as Uruk, Lagash, and Ur, which before Sargon's conquest of Sumer had been amongst the most prosperous cities of ancient Mesopotamia. As far as we know, Sargon kept a pretty tight grip on power during his reign between 2334 to 2279 BC. When he died, several rebellions broke out, and his sons who succeeded him, first Rimush and then Manishtushu, had a difficult time keeping the empire together. The cities of Sumer were in constant rebellion and only subdued after much violence and brutality. Though Sargon's grandson, Naram-Sin, was able to stabilize and then expand the Akkadian Empire into new territories, by the end of the reign of his successor, Shar-Kali-Shari, in 2193 BC, the Akkadian state may have held little territory outside of Agade. The Sumerian king list seems to describe a chaotic time during which there were several kings with short reigns whose true lineages were unknown. Shar-Kali-Shari, son of Naram-Sin, ruled for 25 years. Then, who was king? Who was not king? Irgigi was king. Nanum was king. Imi was king. Ilulu was king. Those four kings ruled 3 years. Dudu reigned 21 years. Chudural, the son of Dudu, reigned for 15 years. Though the Akkadian Empire was no more, the final nail in the coffin came several years later when a people from the Zagros Mountains, known as the Gutians, swept in, overthrew Chudural, and destroyed Agade. Most scholars believe that it was a bit more complicated than that. Recent findings seem to indicate that severe famine and drought may have been the real culprit, causing instability in both Sumer and Akkad, as well as the collapse of the regional economy. This would have no doubt triggered massive unrest amongst the general population, and ultimately brought the Akkadian state to a point where it could no longer hold on to its many territories. The central authority in Agade broke down, and one by one, like dominoes, provinces of the Akkadian Empire seceded. In such circumstances, people like the Gutians probably saw an opportunity to raid, plunder, and perhaps seize some territory for themselves. What was going on in this new post-Akkadian world is not very clear, but the Sumerian king list seems to indicate that the most stable area in Mesopotamia may have been Uruk. Then Agade was defeated, and the kingship was taken to Uruk. In Uruk, Ur-Nigin became king. He ruled for 7 years. Ur-Jijir, son of Ur-Nigin, ruled for 6 years. Kuda ruled for 6 years. Huzur-Ili ruled for 5 years. Ur-Utu ruled for 6 years. 5 kings ruled for 30 years. After this, we have the dynasty of Gutium and Gutian rule of the region. Uruk was defeated, and the kingship was taken to the army of Gutium. The army of Gutium, a king whose name is unknown. Nibia became king. He ruled for 3 years. Then Ingishu ruled for 6 years. Ikukumlakaba ruled for 6 years. Shulme ruled for 6 years. Silulumesh ruled for 6 years. And the list goes on until it tells us 21 kings who ruled for 91 years and 40 days. Gutian kings are unknown to us from any other evidence or documents, with the exception of one who doesn't actually appear on the Sumerian king list. His name was Eridu Wazir, and the few statues found in Nippur indicate that he was king of Gutium and of the 4 quarters. Other than this, little material evidence of a Gutian presence in Sumer has been discovered. It's quite possible that they had little real control over Sumer, and perhaps only sent troops or kept a garrison in some cities in order to ensure the collection of tribute. In some places, the Gutians may have even appointed the NC from amongst the locals to collect tribute and govern on their behalf.
Be right back.
Some areas actually seem to have flourished during the time when the Sumerian king list claims that the Gutians ruled. One of them was Lagash, under its king, Gudea. Believed to have ruled between the years 2141 to 2122 BC, Gudea was a very pious ruler who claims to have built hundreds of temples for the gods, especially for Lagash's patron deity, Ningirsu. A humble man who only took the title of Ensi, despite the fact that he probably ruled over several cities, Gudea presented himself not as a powerful conqueror to be feared, but more like a shepherd protecting his flock, which in this case were the people that he ruled over. In nearly all of his major inscriptions, he simply praises the god Ningirsu and dedicates his life to the deity. This was a big change from the boasting of cities conquered and enemies slain that was often the hallmark of the royal inscriptions of the kings who had preceded him. At the end of the day, the Gutians were outsiders, and most Sumerians, if later texts are to be believed, considered themselves to be superior to them. It was only a matter of time before a local NC from Uruk named Utuhegal finally organized a force to end the Gutian presence in Sumer. Excerpts from an inscription attributed to Utuhegal state the following. Enlil, the king of all the lands, commissioned Utuhegal, the mighty man, the king of Uruk, the king of the 4 quarters, to destroy the name of Gutium, the snake and the scorpion of the mountain, who carried off the kingship of Sumer to the foreign land. We're then told that Utuhegal made preparations to attack the Gutians and prayed to the gods for their support and blessings. The text continues, In that very night, he went to Utu, and made supplication to him. Utu, Enlil has given me Gutium. Be you my ally in this. At that place, Gutium gathered its forces and sent forth the troops against him. Utu-Hegal, the mighty man, conquered them. Then Tirigan, the king of Gutium, fled all by himself back toward Gutium. In Dubrum, where he had taken refuge, he was treated kindly. But since the men of Dubrum knew that Utu-Hegal was the king to whom Enlil had granted might, they did not set Tirigan free. The envoy of Utu-Hegal took Tirigan and his family prisoner in Dubrum, placed stalks of wood upon his hands, and blindfolded him. He was then brought before Utu-Hegal, threw himself at his feet, and he, Utu-Hegal, set his foot upon his neck. He returned the kingship to Sumer. And so Utu-Hegal defeated the Gutians and came back to Uruk to found its fifth known dynasty. He's the only ruler of that dynasty because unfortunately he died shortly after becoming king, supposedly while inspecting one of Uruk's canals. He was succeeded by his son-in-law, the former governor of Ur, a man who went by the name Ur-Nammu, who himself founded his own dynasty in 2112 BC. Historians call it the Third Dynasty of Ur, also known as Ur-3 for short. The start of Ur-Nammu's reign also ushers in what we refer to as the Neo-Sumerian period. Not much is known about Ur-Nammu's early years, though it's believed that he may have supported Utu-Hegal in his short war against the Gutians. He was also married to Utu-Hegal's daughter. After securing his position as king, Ur-Nammu annexed the cities of Lagash and Eridu. Like Gudea a few decades prior, he seems to have wanted his subjects to view him more as a shepherd or father figure rather than as a conqueror. And, like another past king of Lagash, Urukagina, Ur-Nammu also had a code of laws. Some believe that this may have actually been the first written code of laws in history and not that of Urukagina, whose actual code has not yet been discovered, but only referenced to in other documents. Though the copy that we have is badly damaged, the original code is believed to have been made up of 40 paragraphs and contained both civil and criminal offenses along with their punishments. Here's a sample. If a man committed a kidnapping, he is to be imprisoned and pay 15 shekels of silver. If a man proceeded by force and deflowered the virgin slave woman of another man, that man must pay 5 shekels of silver. If a man appeared as a witness and was shown to be a perjurer, he must pay 15 shekels of silver. If a man knocked out the eye of another man, he shall weigh out half a mina of silver. If a man knocked out the tooth of another man, he shall pay 2 shekels of silver. If a man, in the course of a scuffle, smashed the limb of another man with a club, he shall pay 1 mina of silver. Capital punishment was reserved for more serious crimes, such as murder or adultery. Many of the punishments seem rather lenient, even by our standards today, as it appears that in most cases, those convicted of crimes merely had to pay a fine as punishment. Ur-Nammu is also credited by many historians for starting what's known as the Sumerian Renaissance. Reversing the past policies of Sargon and his successors, all of whom actively promoted the Akkadian language, Ur-Nammu and his descendants instituted policies and programs where Sumerian language and culture would reign supreme. Sumerian was made the official language of the government and heavily promoted in the creation of new art and literature. The heroic epics and hymns of old, such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, were circulated and recited in public, and new ones were composed. The goal was to bring back Sumer's identity as a Sumerian nation after nearly 2 centuries of Akkadian rule and the instability that followed. There were also many new construction projects, as well as restorations of iconic old buildings. For example, it was during Ur-Nammu's reign that the Great Ziggurat of Ur was expanded to the towering height that can still be seen today. Though Ur-Nammu set the Neo-Sumerian era in motion, it was during the 47-year reign of his son and successor, Shulgi, that the Ur-3 Empire reached the height of its prosperity, size, and artistic achievements. Shulgi was quite a character, and by his own accounts, larger than life. If the many hymns dedicated to him are true, then during his reign, between 2094 to 2047 BC, many, including Shulgi himself, considered him to be a god. The words of one hymn dedicated to Shulgi describe him as a prodigy. Written in the first person, it goes like this. I am the king. From the womb I have been a hero. I am Shulgi. From the time I was born, I have been a mighty man. I am the lion with a ferocious look, born by the dragon. I am king of the four corners. I am the keeper, the shepherd of the black-headed ones. I am the noble one, the god of all the lands. Such hymns were sung both in temples and in public, and were meant to inspire Shulgi's flock, as he called them, to have faith in him as their protector, much like sheep are watched over and protected from wolves by a good shepherd. While such hymns may have praised Shulgi's wisdom and prowess in battle, the reality was that the Ur-3 state's prosperity was due not to its god-king's divine intervention or powers, but rather the highly efficient, centralized government that ran the empire. One thing that the kings of the third dynasty of Ur did adopt from the Akkadian regime was their model of a centralized, highly bureaucratic system of government. This became extremely important as the Ur-3 state expanded from a moderately sized kingdom into a full-fledged empire with a vast network of territories and tributary states. We know a tremendous amount with regard to the inner workings of how the state functioned during Shulgi's reign, because there's virtually no other period in ancient Near Eastern history where such a large quantity and variety of documentation has been discovered. Approximately 100,000, that's right, I said 100,000 of these texts have already been translated, with thousands more in museum storerooms waiting to be examined. It's impossible to go over every subject covered in these documents, but the most common topics and themes revolve around economic activity, agriculture, manufacturing, construction, domestic and foreign trade, distribution of resources, food rations, military supplies, troop deployments, taxation and other sources of revenue, the application of various laws, and the like. Though the vast majority of these are government documents, meaning that they give us little information with regard to private citizens and businesses, we still get a window into how the state dealt with the many civil servants, farmers, herdsmen, builders, priests, soldiers, and scribes that it worked with. Taxes were not paid in silver or gold, but in goods such as grain, livestock, textiles, or even pottery. Basically, each province paid taxes to the central government in Ur, but these were not paid throughout the empire on the same day or even in the same month. That would have been too difficult for even the large bureaucracy of the Ur-3 state to manage. Instead, each province, of which there were at least 20 of them, paid their share of taxes during a particular month. The next month, another province, or provinces, would pay their yearly tax. This system was called Bala, which means exchange. Along with being easier to manage, the Bala system helped to ensure that the government would receive at least some income every month. Though things during Ur-Nammu and Shulgi's reigns seem to have been peaceful at home, war and conquest were still very much a part of the Ur-3 empire. Ur-Nammu is said to have been killed in battle against resurgent groups of Gutians, while Shulgi, after claiming to have avenged him, led campaigns into Elam and brought the cities of Susa, Anshan, and even the distant kingdom of Marhashi into his orbit. For the most part, Shulgi's reign of 47 years was one of great stability, progress, and prosperity for both Sumer and Mesopotamia in general. However, upon his death in 2047 BC, the empire that he in large part helped to build began to unravel, and neither of his three successors seemed to have had his charisma and expertise to stop it from falling apart. In the beginning, the decline was rather gradual during the reign of Shulgi's son and successor, Amarsin. But by the reign of the next king, Shusin, rebellions in the provinces were becoming much more common, with several of them breaking away from the empire completely. A lot of the empire's problems seem to have been exacerbated by the consistent migration into both Sumer and Akkad of a people known as the Amorites. In Sumerian, they're called the Martu, and their presence in Mesopotamia was not a welcome one. The mostly settled and urban Sumerians, who at the time believed that they had reached the pinnacle of civilization, viewed the nomadic Amorites as savages. One Neo-Sumerian text disparagingly describes them in the following way. The Amorites who know no grain, the Amorites who know no house nor town, the boors of the mountains, the Amorite who digs up truffles, who does not bend his knees to cultivate the land, who eats raw meat, who has no house during his lifetime, who is not buried after his death. Like the Akkadians, the Amorites were also a Semitic-speaking people, but from further west, specifically the Levant. They had been migrating into central and southern Mesopotamia since at least the reign of Shulgi, who ordered what's believed to have been history's first border wall to be constructed as a means of keeping them out of Sumerian territory. It didn't work, and by the reign of the third dynasty of Ur's last king, Ibisin, the Amorites had not only entered parts of Sumer and Akkad in droves, but some Amorite tribes had even managed to...
Well, that idea goes right up in smoke.
What's that?
Well, I thought this was empty or storage.
Oh, yeah.
And what I was going to do is like, oh, okay, this will be the top part of the consumption lounge, but I know that ain't happening. I didn't know this was your workshop.
Yeah.
I had no clue.
Live, how you doing? This guy's fixing to set up shop downstairs.
Declared his independence.
I see you're fixing to set up shop downstairs.
Well, I'm going to have up here too because, like, I have a bad back. I can't get down those
By
stairs.
2004 BC, Ibisin ruled an empire in name only.
Oh,
In reality, his authority was limited to Ur and perhaps a few of its surrounding cities.
So you just sit
Virtually
back.
every
This is
other
where you make
place
your.
had either succumbed to the will
Right
of
here?
Amorite chieftains,
Yeah.
or their NCs had declared independence from Ur to form their own
How
little
long does it
state.
take you to make them?
This was when Yibarat's son,
Depends on which one you're
Kidatu,
talking
made
about.
his move.
Oh,
Leading an
so
army from Susa,
it depends on the size and all that.
sacked the
That and
city,
the
and took
intricacy
Ibisin
of
back
it
to
and
Elam
stuff like
as a
that.
prisoner.
Like the,
How do you
In the
get
end,
this stuff in
we don't
there?
know what happened to
well,
Ibisin,
it's
but it's likely that he was executed. With his capture in 2004 BC, the once glorious Neo-Sumerian Empire, ruled by the third dynasty of Ur, officially came to an
How
end.
about your other? I think you made these other ones that are in there without them. I love this.
The
bubble.
end of the
I have
last
the one with
true
the flower.
Sumerian state
Yeah.
also
Nice.
resulted in the
Yeah, I
phasing
got
out
one of these
of
with
many
flowers. They are
but not
very.
all
They get very,
aspects of
very.
Sumerian culture and
Slow
identity in
out
Mesopotamia.
of it though.
Without
I don't-
state
I-
support, the use of Sumerian as both the
Probably
official
today.
and common language
Oh, you're making a
And
began to
triple
I think
one?
it's a
decline
little too
rapidly.
much
This was in great part due to the influx
Okay.
of new
for flowers.
non-Sumerian peoples
To
into
the point where you're
Mesopotamia,
not getting a hit
which
anymore.
altered the
Oh, you're
ethnic and
getting a
linguistic
hit.
makeup
It's
of
just, it's
Sumer.
really deceptively
A new
smooth.
civilization, which
Where
we
that's
call
really deceptively
Babylonian, was
smooth.
developing that essentially
But
combined
I mean,
the
it's like
Sumerian
you're
and
almost
Akkadian
breathing in
worlds
air, and then all of a
those of the
sudden
newcomers
it's
to the
like,
region,
you cough
such
and
as the
shit.
How much is that one?
In the first 2 centuries after the fall of the third dynasty of
How
Ur,
long- however long it
Mesopotamia
takes
was
to
divided
make it,
up
however
into smaller kingdoms
Well,
and
how long-
states,
I haven't
many of which
decided.
were
That triple
ruled
bubble
by
you're
various
making?
Amorite clans.
I'll buy one.
Since their language was a close
Cool.
cousin
Well,
of
If it's reasonably
Akkadian,
priced.
the
Yeah,
latter
yeah,
became
I'm
even
sure.
more widespread throughout
I-
Mesopotamia. And by
I'm not
1800
one of
BC,
these
Sumerian ceased to exist as a spoken
Yeah, I
language,
get the art
though
to
it
take
was
your
still
time,
used by
but
scribes
some of
as a
these pieces
scholarly
people are
and
fucking
religious
selling for like $3,600
For this reason,
dollars. I'm
it
like,
was taught in
wow.
tribal
Wow.
schools, perhaps
I mean,
until the second
dude, you're
or
not
first century
exactly console.
BC.
I
And of
used
course,
to
remember
make stuff
Sumerian
like that,
influence
but
on
it
later
didn't
Babylonian
sculpt it
and
like
ancient Assyrian religion and culture
when I first came
pervaded
here,
both societies
so I ended
throughout
up selling
their
it to
existence.
people for like $1,200.
And not just these two civilizations, we ourselves are indebted to the Sumerians, who were the first to develop more sophisticated farming techniques,
that I
Tools like
got
the
off
plow,
of Google
large-scale
Oh,
urban
this
farming,
isn't something
mass
that you would
production of everyday items
use.
such
This is
as
something you
pottery
would.
and textiles,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
mathematics and
No,
economics.
I
it
get
was
that.
big. It was
Of course,
big and
probably the
sculpted
most
and
famous
big
contribution,
legs and stuff.
the art
And the
of
tail
writing.
of it was like the dab stick.
So I hope that this
Then I
program
had
has
the
given
spider
you a
with
broad
it.
knowledge of
There was
Sumerian
evil
history,
ugly spider
culture,
on the
religion,
Google
as well as
search.
highlighted some
Boy, it
of
was
their
evil and
achievements.
ugly. It had spikes all over his legs.
As always,
And on
thanks
his
so much
back,
for
I had a
stopping by.
Radicello glow in the
I
dark
really
tray.
appreciate it.
It was like the dab tray.
I'd also really like to thank Grandcake69,
Big
Graf
apple,
de Graf,
That's
Mr. Frola,
interesting.
Michael Lewis,
Tuesday.
Tobias Winder, Shara Cam,
Big
Farhad
apple
Kama, and all of the channel's patrons
like
on
bacon.
Patreon for helping to
Style.
support this and all
This gave
future
up
content.
nice.
Yeah, they
Check out the
do.
benefits to being a Patreon member.
That's a
If
bubble.
you'd like to join, feel free to click the
No,
link in the
No.
video
I could
description.
make them like that.
You can also follow History with
Just
Sai
the way I
on Instagram,
Ah,
Facebook,
okay.
and Twitter.
So
as well
not
as
everything's
listening
gonna
to
have
special audio
water in it.
programs
Uh,
on the History
Oh,
with
okay.
Sai podcast. Thanks again.
These are
Stay safe.
regular things.
Yeah.
I always put the diffusers in.
Yeah, I noticed you've got diffusers in yours because people don't like doing that. But
I
I love it.
always tell people bombs and bells.
That really induces spontaneous joy. The Icon Pass lets you do you with 50 destinations worldwide for $269 a month. Buy yours now at iconpass.com.
Some of them will have like that, drop it in there and punch it.
Yeah.
It's like, blow a little
Welcome to the
hole.
series
I seal
Mesopotamia
it
in Minutes.
Right.
These videos are for those of you who want to learn more about ancient history, but just don't have the time for longer programs. In this video, we'll take a very quick look at the Sumerians. If you'd like to test your knowledge of this material at the end, check out the short quiz via the link in the video description.
Everything I do.
We know your time's precious, so let's begin.
No, I like your work.
The Sumerians were a people of ancient Mesopotamia whose civilization flourished in what's today southern Iraq in the
I
3rd
guess you got that
millennium
new
BC.
strong thing you're working on.
We today call the land that they occupied Sumer, which is derived from the
put this place
word
back on the
Shumera,
map.
the Akkadian
Well,
language
we'll
name
try.
for their homeland.
That's my goal.
However, the
But,
Sumerians
yeah, I
called
plan
their
on having
country
a whole.
Yengir,
It's a members only consumption
Sahida,
lounge, so
meaning
I'm not even
the
playing
Black
all that
Hand.
bullshit game what they're doing with that.
The origins of the
Stupid
Sumerians,
license.
specifically where they
It's
came
a private
from,
club,
is one of those
Right.
perplexing questions that
and so
archaeologists
yeah,
and
you bring your own
historians
stuff.
just can't seem to definitively answer. Showing up in the archaeological
One of the
record in the
membership
4th
tiers I'm
millennium
doing
BC,
is
were they
there's going
newcomers
to
to
be
the
a
region,
platinum tier for
or did they
people
just
like
simply
me,
evolve
Anna.
out of the
you know,
existing indigenous
That
peoples
you know,
who were
yeah, you're
already
permanent.
there?
You don't
It's
have
hard
to
to know
pay.
based
You just
simply
show
on
up.
archaeological
Like
evidence.
everyone else, there's a yearly
Analysis of
membership,
the Sumerian language
a monthly,
also
and a
reveals that
weekly,
it's
and then each
unlike
time you come
any
in,
other known to have
Okay.
you
existed.
pay like $10 or so.
What we do
10 or
know
20
is that by
bucks.
the early Bronze
And with
Age,
that, you'll
the
get
Sumerian
a
language had become the
an
dominant
atomizer
form of communication
for
throughout
a
much of the region.
uh,
Though there were
I don't
several
know,
other
it's
earlier
called
settlements in various parts of the
but
world,
everything
the
is
Sumerians are
everything
credited
down there
with
is gonna be
constructing
for
the first real cities,
so if
Two
somebody
of
likes
these
that
cities,
rig and
which
setup,
may
it's
have
like
been
you can walk
established
home with it
around
if you want.
4500 BC,
Yeah.
if not
Just go
earlier,
upstairs, pay for it.
were Eridu
Nice, yeah.
and
So yeah, that part already
within a few
got down. There's going
centuries,
to be advanced
Sumer
people
became
with
dotted
the
with
people with the
several
real
other
class.
urban centers,
But most people are going to
including
be either at the
Nippur,
electric
Adab,
nails
Lagash, and
or
Umma.
they're going to have
These cities
they're going to have
eventually
a
took
little
up the
email
characteristics of
dabbles
small
that I don't have to
countries.
worry
And
about.
for this reason,
I like
we
those
call them
electric nails.
city
Those are pretty
states.
tight.
Yeah,
Eventually,
if you get the good ones,
these
yeah.
city-states transitioned into what
Dabbles, the
scholars
best one
and
I found so
historians
far
call
for the price.
the early dynastic period of
I've
Sumer,
never really
which spanned
dabbed
from
until I
approximately
come around
2900 to 2334
And I
BC.
still don't really.
For the most part,
every now
these
and again,
Sumerian
you get salt, I was
city-states
like,
had
nah,
several
yeah.
things.
Is that how it
in
all
common.
starts?
For one,
It all
they were
starts.
generally along the Tigris
there.
and Euphrates rivers.
So I just
Well,
cut
they're
it down
many
into
branches.
small pieces and
They
a
also
little
had
bit
high
ago.
walls to protect the
Stuff that
temples,
got lovely
palaces,
killed.
administrative buildings, streets, houses, and of course, the people that lived within them. At the center of nearly all of them was a large religious sanctuary known as a ziggurat, which was a step-like pyramid structure and the tallest building in each city. In addition, each city-state controlled acres of farmland that were lined with
So
canals
are you
and dotted with
broadcasting
supporting
right now?
buildings.
Yeah.
Another
Oh,
important aspect
yeah,
of
we are.
Sumerian city-states is
Oh.
that each had a specific
So, I'm
patron
trying to find
deity
your camera.
or a god or goddess that in
So I'm gonna
theory
roll,
protected or presided
Chromebook.
over the
I
city,
usually do it on the
Sumerian
laptop,
religion
but I
was
fucked it up the other
polytheistic.
day.
meaning that
What
its
happened to
adherents believed in more than one god
It had a
or goddess.
loose screw,
For example,
and
The
I
god of
knew
the
to
moon,
close it
Nana,
softly, but
was
I
the patron
didn't.
deity of the city of
I
Gore,
think I ripped
whereas
the
Inanna,
power
the
button
goddess
right
of
off
love,
of it.
fertility, and also war, was the patron deity of Uruk,
From the backside.
while occupying the spiritual and generally separated from the affairs of humans. The respective city-state of each deity was considered to be its terrestrial
Say
home.
hi.
On a practical
Everybody's in there
level,
friendly.
running the day-to-day affairs of the city-state and
Hey,
surrounding areas
Hey,
was
y'all.
ultimately the responsibility of mere
they
mortals.
all heard our whole
At the
conversation.
top of the Sumerian hierarchy. was
So
a ruler
hopefully
called
that's
an
advertisement when we open up the
Gore.
consumption
Or in
now.
some cases, especially if we ruled over more than one city, a lugal, meaning great man.
Expansion.
Basically, they were like kings. Initially, their power and importance were relatively limited,
That's how
since
you
most
draw.
authority in the city-state
It's actually glass with different minerals in it.
As
It's like
time went
making a
on,
crystal.
there became a greater separation
melt it
between
in whatever
religious
pattern
and
I
secular
want.
authority, with a number of rulers becoming so powerful
Just using
that they were able to
short
extend their
ends right
influence
now.
over neighboring city-states.
Now, they
One of
don't
the
need
most
to see my
famous
fat belly.
examples of this is King Enmatina of the city-state of Lagash, who in the 25th or 24th century BC not only expelled Elamite invaders from Sumer, but also ended up conquering the rival city-states of Ur, Uruk, Lagash, Kish, and a few others. One of the best-known sources of information on Sumerian political history is what's known as the Sumerian king
That's
list,
the silver oxide.
compiled by scribes over
Silver
the course of several centuries.
oxidated.
Okay, so that's how you
Sumerian king
color
lists the
that.
names of many of the rulers
That's
and
how you put your
dynasties
designs in.
of the various city-states and
Okay.
kingdoms of Sumer. In addition, the list also alludes to which city-states were the most powerful during a particular time period. The earliest rulers on the list, most of whom were mythical kings and heroes, were said to have ruled
We got a big old
tens of
coin
thousands
amount
of years,
pieces of
which obviously is
silver
true.
off of
The
something.
document's value to scholars really comes from analyzing the latter centuries of the list.
Wedge right
The
there.
kings here
What
were
smokes
actual
the
historical
silver
figures
into
whose existence
Why
has been
change the
corroborated
color?
by archaeological evidence.
So how often are you back
Several
here blowing
versions of the
glass?
Sumerian king list have been found.
How often
The
are you
oldest
back here
one
blowing
dating to the
glass?
second
Well,
millennium
I don't
BC.
know. I've been here all week.
But many details of
We're
their
fixing to
civilization
go
are still murky.
probably
No doubt
Sunday
the Sumerians were an
on
extremely
south to
innovative
La
people.
Junta again.
From what archaeologists have
Sort
uncovered
through
so far, it's clear that Sumerian city-states were able to organize their
Storage
societies in a way that fostered a high degree of
And then
cooperation,
we're heading out
ultimately leading
towards
to many
Butte
large-scale
territory
projects such as the building and maintenance
and
of
go down
walls,
through
temples,
Arizona and shit.
and complex
And then
irrigation systems.
after that, I'm
One
not
of the most
sure.
famous, as well as practical inventions,
That'll
was the
probably take about a
development of the
couple
world's
weeks.
first
I'll
written script.
probably be up
We
here.
called this writing system.
Well, I guess my question is,
Initially,
if,
such
once we
writing
get
was
the
produced
lounge
by pressing
started,
the ends of a wedge-shaped
if you're going to be
wave
here
with
blowing
soft,
glass, would you mind
lightweight
if people would be able to
Then
watch?
Oh yeah, I would hope they
In
would.
fact, I would
Seemingly cumbersome,
think about putting a
Sumerian
camera up at the end, like in the
for
corner,
centuries.
so
Have
you know
the
people
TV
can watch
down
you
there,
doing it down there.
downstairs.
Tens of
Yeah, at the
thousands
same
of
time, it could
different
transmit
tablets
for you.
have been uncovered by archaeologists
Yeah,
from
I could
all
do
over
that.
the
That would
The
definitely
vast
be an
majority of
attention
these
grabber.
are administrative records,
So how long ago these
business
things set
contracts,
up down there?
ledgers, and
Well,
accounts
I'm
of
writing it
various
up right now, and right,
However, a
I
number of
just
these
finished my
tablets also
investigation on
contain
how I'm going to do it,
layers,
you know, without getting us in
descriptions of
trouble,
kings, early
and
law
how I want
codes,
to
and even
do the
the
SOPs and all that.
most famous
So now I
one
got to
being
write it up.
epic
So I'm
Gilgamesh.
hoping by January
Around
at the
2330
latest.
BC, Sumer
Is
was
my,
conquered in its
intent.
entirety by an Akkadian king named Sargon.
I just wondered because I mean
Despite
we'll be
the
here
Akkadian
for
language
like a
becoming the
week at a
official
time,
one,
sometimes
especially
and
for
gone for a couple
administrative
weeks.
purposes.
Oh, that,
Sumerian was
oh
still
no, I'm
not
just
spoken
saying,
by
if you
the
happen to be
majority
here
of
doing
people.
this,
Yeah,
Shortly after the
absolutely.
demise of Sargon's Akkadian
and
dynasty,
people are like, where's that at? Well, it's right up here.
Sumerian once again became the official
This is how
language
your
of
pipe
the
is
region
made.
under what are known as the Neo-Sumerian
This would be a good
kings,
place to work
Gore Dynasty.
during a cold month too.
These kings did much
Oh,
to
I
provide
bet.
the culture, language, and traditions of Sumer's early dynastic period, a time that they deemed to be the glory years of Sumerian
That was
civilization.
awesome.
Like that of the Akkadian kings,
How it glows like
the rule
that.
of the Neo-Sumerian dynasty
Put
declined
those glasses
eventually
with one
collapsed
lens
in
on.
2004 BC. By then, newcomers, each with their own culture and traditions, had already entered the region, effectively
Oh,
changing the ethnic
Yeah,
and linguistic makeup of Sumer. By 1800 BC, Sumerian had ceased to exist as a spoken language. A new society was being
Almost
formed
makes it
that
3D.
mixed Sumerian culture with those of the Akkadian and
it does. You can
Amorite-speaking
see the
people
depth of the
to
glass.
create what we today
Yeah.
know as
Everything.
Babylonian
All the
civilization.
details.
Despite this, Sumerian maintained its prestige as a literary and liturgical language that was still taught in scribal schools perhaps up until the 2nd or 1st century BC. And of course, the Sumerians' influence on Babylonian and ancient Assyrian culture and religion pervaded both societies throughout their existence. So I hope that this short video gave you a glimpse into the world of ancient Sumer and the Sumerians. If you'd like to test your knowledge of this topic, check out the link with some questions in the video description. As always, thanks for stopping by.
So that glass is actually melting.
If you learned something or simply just enjoyed the video, please don't hesitate to hit that like button because it helps the channel out.
It flows like honey.
Also, check out the History with Sci podcast.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing. It's like, wait a minute, is that really liquid?
Yeah. I learned how to do it in the
You can also
Philadelphia
follow
School
History
of
with
Art,
Sci
where
on Instagram,
you
Facebook,
start
and
with
Twitter. Thanks again. And
with
I'll
a
catch you in the
6 foot
next
funny.
episode. Take
I
care.
just taught
and
myself
stay
how to
safe.
do this. The hardest part is getting it liquid for me. Most glass blowers don't like it when it gets liquid because they never started out soft glass stuff. You know, old world glass blowers. So that's why my style is a little bit different. That gave that a little twist.
Why does it look like there's fluid in there? Oh, there is.
No fluid.
That's what it looks like.
That's just the optical because I gave it a twist in there. And it
Oh.
makes it a whirlwind inside there, much like the mouthpiece on that double there.
Okay.
Except the fusion wasn't in that piece. I just did it so it slowly smoke.
That is nice.
You know Jack Harris?
Huh?
You know Jack Harris, right?
Uh-huh.
And his father wrote the Hipper Wears No Clothes. He was my mentor anyway. He had the double Venturi wooden pipe with the lungs and the double shotgun coming out of them. I used to make those for him. And the big deal was to get the smoke swirling. It travels at 4 times as far, so it cools down nicer.
So try it out.
The funny thing is, I've never really been in the community. I'm a medical guy.
So those of us
Me
who are
too.
somewhat
I work directly with patients and doctors.
Okay.
Mesopotamia have
Well, I
covered
fought
the cities of Uruk,
Them in California, I mean, when we started, there
These
was no
cities
one
were
legal
all extremely
ever.
but there's one, at least according
And
to Sumerian
I've always
legend,
fought for
that's the
medical rights.
oldest of them
Well,
all.
I remember back in the day when I grew up in Southern Cal, you can't even use the word bomb in a head shop, otherwise you get shut down.
Yeah.
I remember those days.
Yeah.
It took me a while when I come out here. When I first came out here, I went to a dispensary. I walk out of the dispensary and there's a cop on the fucking corner. And the first thing I did was stare at the cop, and the cop just waved at me. And that's where it dawned on me, wait a minute, I'm in Colorado, as opposed to Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Then Eridu fell.
Well, the last fight I made was in Texas for children anti-seizure bill. I won.
Well, I'm hoping
I retired
These are
here.
the words from the
I'm
document.
hoping, this year Abbott and Paxton and all those little butt buddies over there in Texas will be gone, and then I'll go back there.
But also the respective cities
I think
that they
Beto is going to win this time if he does, and cannabis will be illegal, and then I'll go back there.
You know, when
For the Sumerians, the king
Abbott
was outlined
signed
part of their history.
the bill into law,
The first king,
he literally said,
Eridu.
I'll never sign a medical marijuana bill
The
on my
Sumerian
watch.
and later Babylonian tradition also states that along with being the first
As he
kingdom,
put a signature on
Eridu
one.
is the first
Oh, no, the
city
funniest part about it is, just the last time where there was a big legalization push, and it was like unanimous, he goes, I will sign any marijuana bill that hits my desk, knowing that Paxton wasn't going to let any come up on the floor.
But likely have been the first to have obtained
You know why?
city status.
You know how I got it legal for
The
little
site of
kids?
Eridu
Oh.
may have contained a modest
Oh, because
settlement
they're kids.
before that authority. Archaeologists have determined that Eridu may have been inhabited as far back as 8,000 BC. That's 10,000 years
I had
ago.
also authored the
Site
Davis
Eridu
hemp bill,
consists of
the
7
one that
mounds
forced federal
that
legalization on
contain
CBD
southern
out of North Carolina.
Excavations first began
And I had gone
in
from there
1854.
to Texas,
Periodically,
and the legislators were telling me, all CBDs are illegal. It'll help your. I'm like, no. You need THC for the catalyst to make the CBD work.
Yeah, you gotta have a little. You gotta fight the receptor to accept exocannabinoids. Otherwise, it's snake oil.
So they didn't like that. So they came at me with the whole. Are you even my constituent? Because I had been there for about.
I love that one. Why? Does it matter? You don't listen to them either.
That's not my answer. One, yeah, I am their constituent, no matter where you are in Texas, because they're the Texas legislators.
Correct.
Two, to keep life-saving and altering medications from a human being is a human right violation already decided on in fucking Amber. And that will remove you, sir, from office and put you in front of the fucking court of your peers as a human being. And you're going to have to come up with a lot better shit than your fucking police budget and your pride on that stand. Because, I had taken and formed a normal chapter in Galveston. They had no idea what I was doing, but I put it all on their letterhead.
Now we won't talk about Texas normal. They're not just Texas normal, all normal. They're goddamn defense lawyers. Well, the one in Texas I wasn't impressed with.
They fought me and Jack harder than the goddamn legislature in California. That's what I think of normal. They're the enemy. But I used their letterhead. Who won't pay attention to me?
But once the region became rapidly urbanized,
there were 13 bills that year. One passed. And
I'm surprised that passed.
It had to. I came here to retire.
But there were probably also practical reasons. Specifically,
you don't give a choice. You don't ask. You tell them how it's going to be.
Yeah.
And after 20 years of legalization in California with medical, it has proven beyond a doubt useful.
Oh,
and not only
you're preaching to a choir.
In several situations, the only viable situation.
I'm a disabled vet.
Okay, you and me both.
And I can't do those fucking opiates anymore. I can't. I almost went to rehab 3 times because of that. And no more.
It killed my liver. It killed my liver. Jack Harris saved my life. And that's why I went on the rampage. Because I knew it would heal me.
Oh, I've done it. When I started actually studying the hardcore medical of it, I mean, right down to the terpene profiles, and I started helping other people with it. Hey, look, I'm a foreman. And I came out here to use my education in the cannabis industry, and you know what I found out?
Feel free to click the link
Yeah.
in the video description.
The cannabis industry is a fucking joke.
Yep.
They don't want to pay anybody,
and Twitter.
but they want you to be a fucking slave. And if you saw how much they ozone their shit, they probably make it feel live well. I don't buy any of their crap. They got enough PM in there that you could snort it like cocaine. That's what I learned.
Yeah, I'm pretty picky with my weed.
Oh, I'm very You gotta be picky. You gotta be.
I got a big old bag I got from my buddy Glenn.
See, I'm mainly do concentrates though. I'm not a big flower guy. When I do flower, I do moon rocks.
Well,
and my favorite is cross genetics.
I got a little bit of sugar on top of that. That's usually how I do it.
My problem is I vape, so I don't do too much. It's just too harsh. I'll do it sometimes, mainly when I'm hanging around friends or whatever, but it's mainly dab rig for me. Love my concentrates.
Those things, doing dabs with Anna over here kill you. Yeah.
I'm still alive. It's done me good.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
Now I notice I do
gets
use
me
a lot.
coffee and snotty and shit for about 20 minutes, and I'm like, fuck, I'm useless.
Oh, if you're all coffee and snotty, you know what your problem is? You're hitting it too fucking hot.
Yeah.
You should not be hitting it. Put my dab timer or try the dab timer in there.
I did it with Anna. I just take her reclaim. I'm just a lightweight. I get fucking sideways on one little, like, finishing her reclaim and shit. Dude.
Oh, you know what I do with the reclaim?
This thing will last me all day.
Let me show you what I use my reclaim for.
It's good to be a lightweight. Cooking.
It's reclaiming MCT oil. Goes in anything.
Nice.
Doesn't even taste weedy. I keep forgetting to bring down the bottle to share.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
I'm getting ready to make another batch.
Nice.
But yeah, each 1 milliliter is 122 milligrams in that batch. That whole bottle is 3,666 milligrams. Trust me. You take that, take one half an ml, put it in your coffee, hot chocolate.
Yeah.
I put it in ceviche.
Anything
I
with
mean,
a little bit of oil in it.
Yeah, it's MCT oil, so it's good for you anyway. And it's worth when it hits, it hits. Because I only do the live stuff. I don't get the cheap $5 crap wax.
Yeah.
The crumble. I don't know how anybody.
Yeah, I don't like crumble too much.
That's because crumble's lower than distillate when it comes to quality.
Yeah. I don't like distillate too much either.
Eh,
It's all right. It has its place.
I got distillate carts because they were on sale for $10. And Kraft is a decent company.
Yeah.
Other than that, you're right, I don't. What I do is I usually put live rosin in my containers.
Yeah, you ain't got the distilleries. It's
Anyway.
healthier for you.
I am going to take off. Dude, that was a nice piece of work. I never realized that's how they were made.
Yeah.
I had no idea this was a whole shop back there. I thought this was stored.
They do store funny people like myself back here.
Yeah, I'm having high hopes because it's exactly what I've been wanting to do.
Nice.
I've been wanting to open my own practice.
Yeah.
This is close.
I've been wanting to be able to come up and work on and my kid wanted to travel around blood glass. He's got a torch too. I'm thinking we could set up here next time we come around. And because I got a table about that big for travel.
Well, I mean, if there's like a special event or something that they want to hold here where they want to display you working on your stuff, definitely hold special event.
Yeah.
Definitely broadcast.
Yep. Oh yeah. I'll let
So we will definitely be
talking.
talking there, dude.
Awesome.
I am retarded. VA put me in a tax for me.
Okay.
So I'm 100% P&T.
This is what I do. And we just got the RV tightened up. The fridge is working. The heater's working, and we got a new generator. I got a little kiln that runs on 15 watts, basically 1,500 amps.
Cool.
That shit fucking a generator running that shit all day long, out in the middle of nowhere, blowing glass under my little awning.
Anyway, I gotta head home.
Awesome.
We will be seeing each other.
Cool. Good seeing you again.
Yeah, same here.
You have a good day.
You too. If there's anything to help you with, you let me know.
Cool. Thank you. Did I mention I love my job? How we doing over here? I made a pipe. Hi, Cat. Hi, Virginia. How are we doing today? Yeah, no drinking, just water. Nice. I think the rain clouds are going away. Blame the cat. Getting organized for tomorrow. I'm ready for tomorrow. Oh no. Well, we got rain and clouds. I don't know exactly what it looks like right here. Looks like about a 50-50 chance we might see some moisture here. The cool breeze feels great, though. Let me tell you, it's been hot over here in the corner today already. Pulled a whole bunch of points, got a pipe made, about ready to make another one. I got a new tank yesterday, fixed the heater, we got the refrigerator working today. 100% rain all day, shit, that sucks. How you doing, Sparkles? Yeah, I'm excited about tomorrow. Little boy gonna be 18. I'm still feeding his ass. Good to hear. And some sweet ass marijuana. All right, let's cut this thing off. Let's make another. Utilize this heat while we got it.
The most famous and well-documented of these conflicts was the seemingly never-ending one between the city-states of Lagash and Umar. Despite the wars between them, all of these city-states remained steadfastly Sumerian in their language, culture, and again, religion. Thus, when other city-states conquered one of their rivals, the kings did not necessarily fight for the day-to-day life of the common person, only of the ruling family and perhaps the war. Given the constant warfare and division amongst the city-states of Umar, it was only a matter of time before a ruler strong enough to first section stability would arrive. This leader was Sargon of the past, also known as Sargon the Great, who conquered Sumer and created the first known empire in the world. Sargon's conquest of Sumer brought an end to the era of the early dynastic period and the ancient city-states. While not totally replaced, the Sumerian language has technically changed language outward. Still, Sumerian culture, technology, and especially religion continue to play a huge role in the lives of everyone in the kingdom and the surrounding areas for the next 2,000 years. So if you didn't before, most likely now have a general idea of who the Sumerians were and why they were so important. I'll be talking more about Sumerian history as well as that of ancient Mesopotamia in general in future programs. So, I'm sure you can grab this channel. Thanks so much for stopping by and really appreciate it. If you have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the comments below. Thanks again. Hey everyone, welcome to this edition of History with Sci. In this episode, I want to talk about some of the cities that we've mentioned in the past programs, just to give you a little bit more of a historical background to some of the events that we've already covered. For now, we'll take a look at some of the earliest cities of ancient Sumer. In future programs, we'll cover other cities of Old Babylonia and Assyria. So, let's begin. We'll start first with Eridu. According to the Sumerian king list, Eridu was the first city and home of the first king of the world, Alule. The patron deity of Eridu was Enki, the god of fresh waters and wisdom, who was known to help out mankind, much like Prometheus in Greek mythology. Archaeologists have determined that Enki's shrine at Eridu was built and rebuilt many times over the centuries, with the earliest level dating to around 5,500 BCE. This not only predates the arrival of the Sumerians, but also makes it the oldest temple that we know about. So the first temple was likely less than 20 square meters and had little more than a small altar. By 2100 BCE, the large ziggurat, which is a type of step pyramid temple, was built over the original structure. Probably due to the shifting course of the Euphrates River over the centuries, sometime around the mid-2nd millennium BCE, Eridu was mostly abandoned. Still, it's held its place in Sumerian and Babylonian lore as one of the oldest and most sacred places in the world.
Eridu was destroyed in a nuclear catastrophe brought on by the Enmatina.
One of the most well-known and remarkable cities of the ancient world, Uruk may have been the first really large urban center in history. In fact, it's from this city that the modern country of Iraq gets its name. According to Sumerian tradition, Uruk was established by a king named Meskiagasher, perhaps as early as 5000 BCE. However, Uruk's period of greatest growth and prosperity came in the 4th millennium BCE, when it grew into something resembling a metropolis. It had palaces, gardens, workshops for artisans, housing blocks for its growing population, and of course, many temples, the most famous of which was Iana, the temple dedicated to the goddess of love, Inanna. In the Akkadian language, her name is Ishtar. Uruk's other claims to fame? Well, it's where writing was first developed, or at least where examples of it have been uncovered. The city was also home to the hero Gilgamesh, star of the most famous piece of ancient Sumerian and later Babylonian literature, the Epic of Gilgamesh. Though going through ups and downs, the city surprisingly had a great deal of longevity. Though by the 1st millennium BCE, its glory days were behind it, Uruk was still inhabited and even prosperous during the Neo-Babylonian, Persian, Seleucid, Parthian, and even Sasanian periods. Its decline occurred around 500, and by 630, it's believed to have been pretty much abandoned. Though today in ruins, Uruk's contribution to the world cannot be understated. Next, we come to the great city of Ur. Like Uruk, this city is steeped with history and was one of the most important cities of ancient Sumer and Babylonia for a few thousand years. It's also the terrestrial home of the moon god, Nana, who in Akkadian is called Sin. At one time, when the ancient Persian Gulf was much more inland, it was a thriving seaport, and this made it a major trade hub. Inhabited since at least 4500 BCE, the city's rise to prominence began around 2750 BCE with two of its early kings, Sanipada and his son, Eanipada. It was during this time that Ur's rule expanded to conquer many of its neighbors, including the wealthy and powerful cities of Kish and Lagash. Ur's initial period of power and prosperity ended around 2300 BCE with its conquest by the Akkadian warlord and king, Sargon of Akkad, who later on was known as Sargon the Great. However, after the fall of the Akkadian Empire, Ur once again became the center and capital of the great Neo-Sumerian Empire, ruled by what historians call the Third Dynasty of Ur. Beginning with Ur-Nammu and continuing with his successors, Shulgi, Amarsin, Shusin, and the last Neo-Sumerian king, Ibisin, the empire revived Sumerian culture and controlled large areas of the ancient Middle East, from the Mediterranean to the borders of what is now eastern Iran. The most famous monument from this time was Ur's Great Ziggurat, the ruins of which are still visible and honestly quite impressive even to this day. Despite the empire's eventual demise due to a series of factors, Gore maintained its position as an important center of pilgrimage for worshippers of the moon god, Nami. However, with the course of the Euphrates River slowly changing, the city's agricultural production declined, and by around 450 BCE, the city's residents had largely abandoned it for greener pastures elsewhere. In terms of holiness, there were few, if any, cities that compared with Nippur. Like Eridu and Uruk, its foundations also seem to go back to the 6th millennium BCE. Being a religious center, Nippur is not known to have ever had a ruling dynasty of its own, and so officially it was politically neutral. However, no king of ancient Sumer and later Babylonia could be considered legitimate unless he supported the city with funds and temple renovations, or at least made a pilgrimage to Nippur. Nippur's patron deity was Enlil, whose Iker, or mountain house, was possibly the most holy temple in all of Sumer. Along with the Iker, there were several other major temples, especially to the goddess Inanna. Kish was another old and once powerful city of ancient Sumer, whose patron deity was the warrior god, Zababa. According to the Sumerian king list, it's the place where the first royal dynasty arose following the event known as the Great Flood. While the king list gives the names of many early kings of Kish, only two, Enmebarezi and his son, Aga, have been somewhat confirmed by archaeological evidence. One fascinating fact is that according to the Sumerian king list, the establishment of King's third dynasty was a woman named Kubaba. It's actually quite an anomaly, because all of the other ancient Sumerian rulers that we know of were men. Speaking of rulers, arguably the most famous king or emperor of ancient Mesopotamia, that is Sargon the Great, was born in the city of Kish. The city was also known for its scholarly tradition and as a center of learning throughout the ancient world for centuries until its eventual decline and abandonment in the 5th or 6th century. Next, we come to the city-state or kingdom of Lagash, which was actually made up of a trio of cities: Lagash, Girsu, and Nina-Surara. There are few cities of the ancient Sumerian world that are historically as significant as Lagash. Located not far from ancient Sumer's Elam border with Iran, Lagash was a conduit for trade between ancient Mesopotamia and the East. This, of course, made it extremely wealthy and allowed it to expand and dominate many of the other cities of ancient Sumer. Lagash's patron deity was Ningirsu, the god of farming, who was also a warrior god. His main temple was in neighboring Girsu, which we'll get to shortly. One of Lagash's most famous early rulers was Urnanshi, who is believed to have ruled around 2500 BCE. He's credited with numerous accomplishments, including the construction of many of the city's temples, public squares, and its great defensive walls. His grandson, Eannatum, was also really famous, perhaps even more so. Though, like his grandfather, he built many temples and expanded Lagash's network of canals, he's best known for being a great warrior and bringing the city-state's great rival, Umma, into submission. This once perennial conflict between the two is depicted on the famous Stele of the Vulture, currently in the Louvre. Eannatum even claimed to have conquered many cities of Elam to the east, technically making Lagash the international superpower of its day. The good times, though, didn't last, and around 2340 BCE, Lagash was eventually defeated and more or less destroyed by the king of Umma, Ugal-Zaghazi. Better days, though, would come for the city under the enlightened king Gudea. Ruling between 2141 to 2122 BCE, Gudea enriched Lagash and the neighboring city of Girsu after the fall of the Akkadian Empire, making it a great center of Sumerian culture and art. A few decades later, though, Lagash was incorporated into the Neo-Sumerian Empire based in Ur, after which it ceased to play a significant role in the affairs of the region. About 15 kilometers from Lagash was Girsu, another great center of Sumerian culture. At one time believed to have been part of Lagash, Girsu was in fact distinct, and eventually the city's role was primarily a religious one. This is because it was the home of the great temple to the god Ningirsu, the god who aided farmers and overall watched over the land. It's here that the famous Stele of the Vultures was found, along with over 40,000 cuneiform tablets from the city's old archives. In addition, there have been several beautifully carved statues out of diorite of the famous king Gudea that have been found amongst its ruins. The third great urban center in the city-state of Lagash was Nina Sarara. Though Ningirsu was a popular god here, Nina Sarara's patron was the goddess of humanity. The city's prime was during the early dynastic period under Enmatina, though it also became prosperous during Gudea's reign as king of Lagash. Other than that, not much else is known about the city. Finally, we come to Lagash's great rival, the city of Uma. This was the city of the warrior god, Shara. That god is probably a good fit for the city because we often hear of Uma in Sumerian documents in the context of its perennial conflict with Lagash. This is the city that was defeated by Enmatina Comb, only to vanquish Lagash years to Nina Sarara several centuries later in the Lugalzagese. However, after Lugalzagese's defeat and the city's conquest by Sargon the Great, Uma more or less falls off the stage of history, and we don't really hear about it after that. So there you have some of the major cities of ancient Sumer during the early dynastic period. These are by no means the only cities. There were other notable ones that occupied the Sumerian world, including Adab, Shurupuk, and several others. However, the ones we went over were arguably the most important and are mentioned the most often in Sumerian and later texts. So this concludes our current list. In future, we'll talk about the other cities, specifically of Old Babylonia and Assyria. Thanks again for tuning in. I hope you learned something, and if you did, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Hope to see you next time. Take care. Hey everyone, welcome to History with Sai. In this episode, we're going to take a look at one of the earliest wars in recorded history, and the rivalry for resources that lasted for hundreds of years between the two Sumerian states of Lagash and Uma. So in the past, I've talked a bit about how the various city-states of ancient Mesopotamia came to be. They initially started out as settlements along the banks of rivers, and over time, and with improved irrigation and farming techniques, these settlements grew from villages into towns, and then into what we'd recognize as cities. Though it's pretty clear from archaeological evidence that armed conflicts between city-states occurred, we generally don't have the details as to why or how a certain conflict resulted in a war. One exception of this comes from inscriptions and cuneiform tablets found in the ancient Sumerian city of Lagash. This city was actually part of a kingdom that consisted of three major cities: Girsu, which was the capital, Lagash, and Nina Sarara. The patron deity of Lagash was Ningirsu, a god associated with farming, hunting, law, healing, and war. In the Akkadian language, this god's name is Ninurta. Other powerful Sumerian city-states of the early dynastic period included Ur, Uruk, and Uma. These three states, especially Uma, were often at odds with Lagash. In fact, they often allied with each other solely to isolate and battle against Lagash. In many cases, these conflicts had to do with farming land and access to reliable sources of water, two things that were always in short supply in the deserts of Mesopotamia. This doesn't mean that Sumerian city-states were always fighting. Cooperation with each other was just as important for their survival. The most common form of cooperation between city-states was through trade. For example, a Sumerian king named Urnanshi, believed to have been the founder of the first great dynasty of Lagash, claims repeatedly that he had ships from Dilmun, which is today in modern Bahrain, transport timber to his kingdom from various foreign lands. Other documents from Lagash mention commerce with the cities of Adab, Der, Nippur, Uruk, and also Uma. But let's get back to the conflict between Lagash and Uma. These two city-states were quite close to each other in terms of distance. In fact, Lagash's capital of Girsu was only 30 kilometers from Umma. We don't know exactly when the conflict between the two started, but the reason for it was due to a fertile stretch of land between them called Gudiana. According to a treaty from around 2550 BCE, Lagash and Umma had agreed to a set border between their two territories. At this border was a large stele, which is generally a large slab of stone with writing or images carved onto it. This stele has actually never been found, and it seems to have either been lost to the sands of time, or, if you believe the Lagashian explanation for it, was actually destroyed by the king of Umma. We know from other documents that the original treaty was arbitrated by a king named Mesilim, who was the ruler of Kish, a city-state to the north of both Lagash and Umma. The treaty was pretty advanced for its day. It contained a crop-sharing arrangement for a portion of land that was on Lagash's territory, but that could be cultivated by Umma under a lease with annual payments in bushels of barley to cover the maintenance of costs to Gudiana's canals. However, Umma repeatedly refused to honor this agreement, which led to frequent armed clashes between the two. Around the year 2470 BCE, Umma was decisively defeated by King Eannatum of Lagash. Now, before we move any further, let's talk a little bit about Eannatum. I mentioned earlier a certain Urnanshi, the founder of Lagash's first dynasty. During his reign, Lagash was very prosperous. In several of his inscriptions, Urnanshi tells of all of the buildings that he commissioned, as well as the extensive trade networks that Lagash was part of. His son, Akurgal, has been pretty much forgotten, but his grandson, Eannatum, is quite famous. Though he was a shrewd statesman, he's best remembered, and actually was known during his time, as a great warrior, and his defeat of Umma only increased his stature. Due to Lagash's great tradition of record-keeping, though it may be a bit biased, we have a pretty good idea of what its conflict with Umma was about, and how it ended. One of these is a graphic monument that was commissioned by Eannatum that we call the Stele of the Vultures. Carved out of a single slab of limestone, the stele was erected to commemorate Eannatum's victory over Umma. Unfortunately, only fragments of this stele have survived, but through the painstaking work of archaeologists, it's been estimated that it was probably around 180 centimeters tall, 130 centimeters wide, and 11 centimeters thick. The stele contains several panels with different scenes. These pictures carved into the stone give us a glimpse at what warfare in ancient Sumer may have looked like. There's another object which gives more detail about the Lagash-Umma conflict. It's known as the Enmatina Comb, and it was commissioned by Eannatum's nephew, whose name was Enmatina. I want to actually read to you some of the translated text from the Enmatina Comb so that you can listen to Lagash's justification for the conflict. And I quote, "By the immutable word of Enlil, king of the lands, father of the gods, Ningirsu and Shara set a boundary to their lands. Mesilim, king of Kish, at the command of his deity Kadi, set up a stele in the plantation of that field." So here, the Enmatina Comb sets up a historical backdrop to the situation, saying that the great god Enlil, also with Ningirsu, the patron deity of Lagash, and Shara, the god representing Umma, have already set up an unalterable boundary between the two states. And they had chosen Mesilim, the king of Kish, to be the one to carry out their will and physically demarcate this border. Now, further on in the text, we learn the cause of the war, and not surprisingly, it's all Umma's fault. The text reads, and I quote, "Ush, ruler of Umma, formed a plan to seize it. The stele of Mesilim he broke in pieces. Into the plain of Lagash he advanced." Later in the text, we learn of how Eannatum resolved the conflict. Like in the past, the conflict is resolved yet again with a treaty. However, this time, in addition to the border being re-established where the Mesilim monument or stele had been, Eannatum placed a heavy barley tax on Umma. To further enforce the new treaty, he made the king of Umma swear an oath to the gods to once again not violate the sacred border and cross into territories belonging to Lagash. Things in the century following Eannatum's death in 2425 BCE were anything but stagnant. While his nephew Enmatina did fight yet again with Umma, he also seems to have concluded an alliance with Lugal-Kingshidudu of Uruk. Lugal-Kingshidudu had just united Uruk and Ur into a single kingdom, and he seems to have not wanted any conflict with Lagash. Thus, he and Enmatina concluded a peace treaty, which was a major blow to Umma, because with this alliance, Umma had officially lost its once staunch supporter and ally against its greatest enemy. All was well for Lagash. It was prospering, was powerful, and had few external enemies that could challenge its dominance. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred in Lagash. For reasons that aren't exactly clear, the priests, or at least a group of them, obtained political influence far beyond their religious role. One of the high priests even appointed his son, Enentarzi, as king. It's not surprising then that with the priestly class having a monopoly on power, after all, they controlled all of the religious institutions as well as the monarchy and government, that corruption became rampant. Enentarzi's successor, Lugal-Landa, who was also from the priestly class, was known to be extremely corrupt. During his reign, more than half of all land in Lagash was under his control, along with the temples and religious sanctuaries. Those who disagreed with Lugal-Landa were dismissed from their positions. Heavy taxes were put on the population, with people going heavily into debt. Things got so bad that, according to some documents, impoverished parents had to sell their children to help pay off their debts. This, along with the grossly uneven distribution of land, no doubt played a large part in the overall dissatisfaction of the citizens of Lagash. After 6 years of such corruption and tyranny, Lugal-Landa was overthrown by Uruk-Kagina, a king who, though not a priest, believed that he was divinely appointed to clean up the mess that the once wealthy kingdom of Lagash had become. Uruk-Kagina saw himself as a reformer, and along with being a capable ruler, is best known for coming up with possibly the first known code of written laws. Now, I know that this honor usually goes to Ur-Nammu or Hammurabi, but that may be because we've never actually found a copy of Uruk-Kagina's law code. However, we know about it and what some of the laws were from other documents that reference it. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Lagash's weakness had also not gone unnoticed by its neighbors, most notably archenemy Umma. To the throne of Umma rose a certain Lugal-Zaghazi. Taking advantage of the political and economic turmoil in Lagash, Lugal-Zaghazi launched an attack on the city-state and was extremely successful. He not only conquered the principal cities of Lagash, Mina Sarara, and the capital of Girsu, but then set them on fire, massacred the population, and then looted and completely destroyed the holy temple of Lagash's patron deity, Ningirsu. After centuries of armed conflict from what started out as a simple land dispute, Lugal-Zaghazi had definitively ended the conflict with Lagash in total victory for Umma. One Sumerian scribe, presumably from Lagash, wrote a lamentation of the destruction, along with a curse upon Lugal-Zaghazi. It goes, and I quote, "The men of Umma have set fire to the temple. They have carried away the silver and precious stones. They have shed blood in the temple Iengor of the goddess Nanshi. They have carried away the silver and the precious stones. The men of Umma, by despoiling of Lagash, have committed a sin against the god Ningirsu. As for Lugal-Zaghazi of Umma, may his goddess Nidaba make him bear his mortal sin upon his head." Perhaps the curse did work, but it took its own sweet time. After destroying and desecrating Lagash, Lugal-Zaghazi went on to conquer the rest of Sumer and parts of northern Mesopotamia. He moved his capital from Umma to the much grander city of Uruk and established a new dynasty there from which he claims to have ruled over the land from the Persian Gulf diagonally up to western Syria. If Lugal-Zaghazi actually ruled over that vast amount of territory, then that's quite an accomplishment. You would have thought that such a man would go down in history with fame and honor. In fact, you're probably even wondering why you may have never read about or even heard the name Lugal-Zaghazi in your history class or any other casual reading. That's because his short-lived empire was incorporated into that of another, one who would go down in history, at least in ancient Mesopotamia, as possibly the most admired and celebrated ruler of the ancient world. This would be Sargon of Akkad, also known as Sargon the Great. That's another story, but just know that by the end of his life, Lugal-Zaggisi had fallen from grace so much that after being defeated and captured by Sargon, he was taken from Uruk to the city of Nippur and tied like a dog to that city's gates for all to see and mock. With Lugal-Zaggisi's defeat to Sargon, the era we know as the early dynastic period of Sumer comes to an end, and the Akkadian era of Sargon and his descendants begins. And thus also ends the great rivalry between Lagash and Umma. Thanks so much for stopping by. I really hope you enjoyed this story from history, and if you did, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time. Hey everyone, welcome to this edition of History with Sai, where today we'll be talking about various king lists of ancient Mesopotamia. So to start off, no, not again. What the? Oh my gosh. Seriously? Was that necessary? I'm trying to do a show here. All right, let's go play Raid. Sometimes in between reading history books and making videos, I need a bit of mindless fun. And that's when I start playing Raid, one of the most popular fantasy RPGs out there. For those of you not familiar with it, this game is incredible, with some amazing graphics and gameplay. One of the things I love doing as I progress through new levels is collecting champions along the way. At last count, Raid has over 500 champions that you can collect. So let's go ahead and open up shards. The one thing in this game is that no matter if you get a good one or a bad one, they're still useful. If they're good, you can level them up and use them. If bad, you can sacrifice them in order to level up your good champions. And the Raid team is constantly bringing out new champions. And here's some concept art for some of the ones that they're currently working on. Check out the details on these guys. You just don't see such quality in a mobile game. And you know what? It's all free to play. Go to the video description, click on the special link, and if you're a new player, you'll get 100,000 silver, 1 energy refill, 50 gems, and 1 free champion, Executioner. Pick your champions and play Raid today. In my opinion, the two most iconic heroes in ancient epic poetry are Gilgamesh, the legendary king of Uruk and hero of an epic that bears his name, and Achilles, one of the greatest Greek warriors who is immortalized in Homer's Iliad. Though great tales, the Epic of Gilgamesh and similar stories are no closer to proving the actual existence of Gilgamesh than Homer's Iliad proves that Achilles existed and fought in the Trojan War. However, many scholars of ancient history would argue that it's more likely that there was a king of Uruk named Gilgamesh than a hero who fought at Troy named Achilles. This is due to really one piece of evidence. Gilgamesh appears on an ancient document known as the Sumerian king list. Along with him are 132 other kings and 1 queen who have been listed as the rulers of ancient Mesopotamia from what the Sumerians would have considered to have been the dawn of history up until the 3rd dynasty of Ur, around 2000 BC. The most complete Sumerian king list ever to have been discovered is from the site of the ancient city of Larsa and dates to around 1800 BC. It was first compiled by various Sumerian scribes over the course of several centuries in an effort to record the many rulers of the various kingdoms of the region. Over time, other peoples, including Babylonians, Assyrians, and even Elamites, created their own king lists. The scribes not only listed individual names, but also grouped them into ruling dynasties and stated the cities that they ruled from. The belief in those days was that the land was essentially united, but that different cities throughout its history, starting with Eridu and moving to other cities such as Uruk, Ur, Kish, Sippar, or Agade, just to name a few, eventually took over the mantle of kingship as decreed by heaven. In the poem, The Lament over Ur, Enlil, the greatest and most powerful of the gods, tells Nana, the god of the moon and patron deity of the city of Ur, the following. Ur was given kingship, but it was not given in eternal reign. From time immemorial, since the land was founded, until the people multiplied, who has ever seen a reign of kingship that would take precedence forever? The reign of kingship has been long indeed, but it had to exhaust itself. Historically, what had happened was that the Neo-Sumerian state based in Ur had collapsed, with the final nail in the coffin being the destruction, or at least occupation, of the city by neighboring Elamite forces. The poem, and others like it, gave a theological justification for not just such a calamity, but also why dynasties, no matter how great, can never rule forever. The rule of each dynasty and city was only temporary, and whenever the gods decided that it should move to another people or place, it did. Such had been going on since the beginning of history. At least, that's what the authors of the Sumerian king list wanted the reader to believe. The king list opens with the following verses. After kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulan became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. Alalgar ruled for 36,000 years. 2 kings, they ruled for a total of 64,800 years. Then Eridu fell, and the kingship was taken to Bad Tibira. In Bad Tibira, Enmeluana ruled for 43,200 years. Enmingelana ruled for 28,800 years. Dumuzi, the shepherd, ruled for 36,000 years. In sum, 3 kings reigned for 108,000 years. Of course, the lengths of these reigns are humanly impossible, tens of thousands of years. And one of the so-called kings, Dumuzi, may have even been one of the Sumerian gods who ruled for a while. It's safe to say they're purely mythical figures. However, the further down the list we go, that is, the closer to our era, the more believable and possibly verifiable the list becomes. For example, the earliest ruler in the Sumerian king list, whose existence has been verified by archaeology, is Enmenbagarezi, the king of the city of Kish. The king list states, Enmenbagarezi, who destroyed Elam's weapons, became king. He ruled for 900 years. Aga, son of Enmenbagarezi, ruled for 625 years. Archaeologists have uncovered inscriptions of a ruler of Kish named Enmenbagarezi, who also had a son named Aga. In fact, he dedicated a temple in the holy city of Nippur. Though he didn't rule for 900 years, he did reign during the beginning of what we'd call the early dynastic period of Sumer, or roughly from 2900 to 2700 BC. Assuming that he's the same person, one might wonder why the scribes gave him a reign of 900 years. Honestly, we don't know. But I often think about it like this. Just like modern archaeologists and historians have to piece together the history of ancient Mesopotamia from incomplete and damaged texts, or in many cases, lack of such texts, the Sumerian scribes who put together the first king list most likely had the same problem. They probably had to also fill in the missing details with whatever little evidence they had come across, and ultimately used this to come to their own conclusions. It's possible that in the absence of any written documents, they simply relied on oral tradition, which in the case of Enmenbagarezi, may have somehow in their collective memory been 900 years. We'll probably never know for sure how this and other numbers for extremely long reigns came about. As I mentioned earlier, Gilgamesh, the well-known hero of the epic poem that bears his name, the Epic of Gilgamesh, is listed as the 5th ruler of the first dynasty of Uruk. His passage in the text reads, Gilgamesh, whose father was an invisible being, the lord of Kulaba, ruled for 126 years. Ur-Nungal, the son of the divine Gilgamesh, ruled for 30 years. Like with other early kings, even those who may have been historical, we have a problem as to when Gilgamesh actually ruled. Scholars have placed his possible existence to anywhere between 2900 and 2500 BC. With Sumerian king lists, early political events are almost impossible to date, as there are many gaps and errors in the various versions, as well as a few contradictions. In addition, the dynasties are listed one after another, as if they followed some sort of chronological order, whereas in reality, it's almost certain that many of them overlapped, with one dynasty ruling in one city-state, while another ruled simultaneously in a neighboring city-state. However, Sumerian king lists are also very helpful, especially with putting together the later dynasties and political history of the region. For example, the lists do tell us the chronological order of the rulers of each dynasty. Not only this, but the shorter and more realistic reigns of these kings have been corroborated and cross-examined with other unrelated texts and archaeological findings. Let's take a look at some of the later entries on the list. If you're somewhat familiar with the history of ancient Mesopotamia, or have seen a good number of videos on this channel, you'll probably recognize several of them. Then Kish was defeated, and the kingship was taken to Uruk. In Uruk, Lugal-Zaggezi became king. He ruled for 25 years. One king ruled for 25 years. Then Uruk was defeated, and the kingship was taken to Agade. In Agade, Sargon, whose father was a gardener, the cupbearer of Ur-Zababa, became king, the king of Agade, who built Agade. He ruled for 56 years. Rimush, son of Sargon, ruled for 9 years. Manishtushu, the older brother of Rimush, son of Sargon, ruled for 15 years. Naram-Sin, son of Manishtushu, ruled for 56 years. Shar-Kali-Shari, son of Naram-Sin, ruled for 25 years. Then, who was king? Who was not king? Irgigi was king. Nanum was king. Imi was king. Ilulu was king. Those 4 kings ruled 3 years. These last few lines, starting with, then who was king, who was not king, indicate the breakdown of authority in much of Mesopotamia at the time. It's the period when other texts tell us that the Guti, or Gutians, were causing havoc throughout the land. In reality, the situation was a bit more complicated than that. There were probably several factors, including widespread drought and starvation. It's likely that the Gutians still hadn't become the dominant force, because the king list then mentions a dynasty from Uruk. This implies that after the fall of Agade, Uruk became the dominant power in Mesopotamia. How much power the kings of Uruk had isn't known, as there were only 5 kings within a span of 30 years, which is generally not a good indication of political stability. The king list reads, then Agade was defeated, and the kingship was taken to Uruk. In Uruk, Ur-Nigin became king. He ruled for 7 years. Ur-Gigir, son of Ur-Nigin, ruled for 6 years. Kuda ruled for 6 years. Puzur-Ili ruled for 5 years. Ur-Utu ruled for 6 years. 5 kings ruled for 30 years. After this, we have the dynasty of Gutium and Gutian rule of the region. Uruk was defeated, and the kingship was taken to the army of Gutium. The army of Gutium, a king whose name is unknown. Bibiya became king. He ruled for 3 years. Then Ingishu ruled for 6 years. Ikukumla Kaba ruled for 6 years. Shulmi ruled for 6 years. And the list for the dynasty of Gutium goes on until it tells us 21 kings who ruled for 91 years and 40 days. The average reign here is less than 2.5 years. Again, indicating that this was not the most stable time in the lands of Sumer and Akkad. Perhaps these were not kings at all, but possibly governors, since the text gives us several names, but no lineages. It's hard to believe that a single dynasty could have survived by changing so many kings in such a relatively short period of time. Finally, we come to the third dynasty of Ur, the Neo-Sumerian kings, during whose time the list was probably first compiled and later copied for mass production. Here's also where a lot of other archaeological findings correspond with the information given in the list. Then the army of Gutium was defeated, and the kingship was taken to Uruk. In Uruk, Utuhegal became king. He ruled for 7 years, 6 months, and 7 days. One king ruled for 7 years, 6 months, and 7 days. Then Uruk was defeated, and the kingship was taken to Ur. In Ur, Ur-Nammu became king. He ruled for 18 years. Shulgi, son of Ur-Nammu, ruled for 46 years. Amar-Sin, son of Shulgi, ruled for 9 years. Shu-Sin, son of Amar-Sin, ruled for 9 years. Ibi-Sin, son of Shush-Sin, ruled for 24 years. 5 kings ruled for 108 years. So like many of us today, the peoples of ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, and others, all took pains to record their early history as accurately as they possibly could, with the exception perhaps of the earliest dynasties, which in all honesty, they wouldn't have been able to have verified anyway. So I hope that you learned a bit about the Sumerian king list and perhaps why it's important, or at least valuable, when studying the history of ancient Mesopotamia. Thanks so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I hope that you enjoyed this and learned something. And if you did, please don't hesitate to hit that like button because it helps the channel out a lot. Also check out the History with Sai podcast and follow the channel on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Thanks again and stay safe. Hi everyone, and welcome to this installment of Mesopotamia in Minutes. In this episode, we'll take a look at Sargon the Great and the Akkadian Empire. It seems like a good number of you liked the quiz from the last episode, so we'll do another for this one, which can be accessed via a link in the video description. So without further ado, let's begin. In the last episode of this series, we left off with the Sumerians, who basically created the first real urban civilization in the Near East. They came up with novel inventions and innovations such as writing, advanced masonry, and probably most importantly, more sophisticated farming and irrigation techniques. These all not only allowed for greater surpluses of food and a higher standard of living, but also for a thriving art scene. It wasn't perfect by any means, and not all of this prosperity was shared by all, but for the most part, by the 25th century BC, the Sumerians were doing quite well for themselves. The thing is, when you have a great deal of success and prosperity, other people not only start to notice, but quite often want what you have. And that's basically what happened around the year 2334 BC, when a man whose birth name is unknown, but who would call himself Sharukin, meaning legitimate king, came onto the scene. We know him today as Sargon of Akkad, or Sargon the Great. Sargon was an Akkadian, meaning that he was originally from the land north of Sumer called Akkad. Though over time they adopted much from the Sumerians and generally lived peacefully with them, Akkadians were different in that they spoke an early version of a Semitic language that we today also call Akkadian. There are many stories, legends, and even epics about Sargon, but historically, what we know is that around the year 2334 BC, he had conquered all of Sumer by defeating a powerful king named Lugal-Zagezi. This, though, wasn't enough. Uniting Sumer with his homeland of Akkad, Sargon went on campaigns of conquest that eventually extended his domain to include parts of Elam and the Zagros Mountains in Iran, parts of south-central Anatolia, and also areas of the eastern Mediterranean that today form parts of Syria and Lebanon. Sargon, or at least various epics dedicated to Sargon, even claim that he exacted tribute from Cyprus, though in all honesty, this is very difficult to prove. Sargon, though, was more than simply a conqueror. In many ways, he was a revolutionary. For one, he broke with tradition, and instead of taking up residence in one of the more established, even holy cities, such as Ur, Uruk, Nippur, or Kish, Sargon built his own capital city, called Agade, whose precise location has yet to be determined. Establishing the world's first true empire, Sargon created an efficient bureaucratic system to help him run it. He redistributed valuable lands and properties, most often to his supporters, and also standardized the system of weights and measures to make commerce within his new realm much easier. Sargon's government also sent trade missions to all of the other kingdoms and lands of the known world, including those as far away as Oman and the Indus River Valley. He also made Akkadian the official language of the empire. This would have huge consequences, as eventually it would not only gradually replace Sumerian, but also would become the lingua franca for the Near East and beyond until the rise of Aramaic 1500 years later. All of these things helped to make Sargon's Akkadian empire extremely prosperous. Despite what various cuneiform documents and legends may claim, Sargon didn't rule over a utopia, as is evident not only from several rebellions during his time, but also the massive uprisings that occurred just after his death in 2279 BC. His successors were his two sons, Rimush and Manishtushu. Rimush's reign was a tumultuous one, and we're told that he spent much of it putting down revolts in multiple parts of the empire. His brother Manishtushu initially started off in a better position, but he too had to deal with massive unrest throughout the realm. However, his successor and Sargon's grandson, Naram-Sin, turned things around. Putting down what he described as the Great Revolt, Naram-Sin is said to have not only reconquered the territories lost by his immediate predecessors, but also to have expanded the Akkadian Empire into new territories. In the end, though, constant revolts, overall political instability, and possibly even an extended period of severe drought may have all contributed to the Akkadian Empire's rapid demise around 2200 BC. By the end of the reign of Naram-Sin's son, Shar-Kali-Shari, what was once the great Akkadian Empire may have only consisted of a few territories around the vicinity of the capital, Agade. Tradition claims that the final nail in the coffin was when a barbaric people from the Zagros Mountains, known as the Gutians, swept in and destroyed Agade, and, at least for the time being, Akkadian civilization. Despite this, Sargon and Naram-Sin would be remembered for centuries afterward as two of ancient Mesopotamia's most powerful rulers. The memory of both of these men would go on to inspire many of the kings who would come after them to establish empires of their own. We'll take a quick look at some of these empires in future episodes of Mesopotamia in Minutes. Stay tuned. So that wraps up this episode, but if you'd like to test your knowledge of what we covered, check out the link with some questions in the video description. You can also find links to related episodes that I've done in the past.
I had to cancel the insurance for the car and the motorcycle. Hi, Michelle. Welcome to the corner. Hello. How are y'all today? I was on the phone. Fucking sitting in the sun. It's hot out here.
With regard to some of the topics discussed on the channel. In the next episode. Take care.
Your human might be spiking. Fucking internet's doing crazy shit again. Stay calm, Daniel. I'm fucking hungry. Remain calm. He's got all logos.
Remarkable works of art. And so I thought it'd be fun to do a series of programs on these truly magnificent masterpieces from Mesopotamia. Let's take a look at one of my favorite artifacts from ancient Mesopotamia, definitely in my top 3. And that's what we today call the Standard of Ur. It's called the Standard of Ur because when it was first discovered at the site of Ur in the 1920s, archaeologists led by Sir Charles Leonard Woolley thought it was a battle standard that may have been attached to a pole and carried by a soldier. In reality, we don't really know what the function of this box-like structure was. The so-called standard is inlaid on both sides with colorful mosaics that depict various aspects of life during the era that scholars call the early dynastic period of Sumer, which was roughly between 2900 to 2334 BC. The artifact itself dates to around 2550 BC. It's during the early dynastic period that we see lots of evidence in terms of written texts and monuments of the rise and fall of various dynasties ruling over the various city-states and small kingdoms of ancient Mesopotamia, especially in the southern part that we call Sumer. Made up of 2 panels that slope together and 2 triangular end pieces that are flattened at the top, the Standard of Ur is covered on both sides by 3 registers of mosaics that have been inlaid with lapis lazuli, pieces of shell, and red limestone. One side is called War, because it depicts what appears to be a king and soldiers returning from battle. The other side is called Peace, because it depicts a banquet celebration. The standard was buried in an area that Woolley called the Royal Cemetery of Ur. Within this space were several tombs and chambers where many other valuable objects made of precious metals and stones were also discovered. In addition to these items were the graves and remains of over 2,000 people.
I don't know whose flower.
Some of them are believed to have belonged to the royal family, but most seem to have been servants and soldiers who were sacrificed, either willingly or by force, so that they could be with and serve their king in the afterlife. Most scholars believe that they drank some type of poison before they died. But let's take another look at the standard. On the war side, top and center, we have this oversized man holding what appears to be a staff. He's surrounded by men who are believed to be military officers and soldiers. There are also several men in tattered clothing and various states of undress who are assumed to be prisoners of war. On the second level, we see more soldiers and prisoners. On the bottom level, we have soldiers riding in battle wagons that are being drawn by donkeys, a few of whom are trampling over the corpses of fallen enemies. This appears to be an army returning home after a military victory over a rival. The other side, Peace, shows a large banquet with the king and a bunch of his drinking buddies. In this case, probably nobles and other men of high status. The 2 levels below this depict scenes of servants, farmers, and some fishermen who seem to be supplying the banquet. Some have suggested that it could also depict the class structure or social hierarchy of the time period. At the top is the monarchy, an upper or elite class. In the middle are the merchants and tradesmen, and at the very bottom, the peasants who work in the fields. Perhaps this scene is of a banquet that was organized specifically to celebrate the military victory depicted on the standard's other side. Again, we don't know what the standard's true purpose was. Perhaps it was just some showpiece used to decorate a palace or a home. Or maybe a trophy presented to the king to commemorate victory over his rival. Regardless, its depictions of some aspects of life in early dynastic Sumer are truly remarkable. The Standard of Ur is currently housed in the British Museum in London. Another one of my favorite pieces is a limestone plaque depicting the founder of the first dynasty of Lagash, King Ur-Namshi. Discovered in Girsu, one of the 3 principal cities of the kingdom of Lagash, the relief probably served as a votive offering and was pegged to a wall of the temple of Girsu through the hole that you see through its center. Ningirsu was Lagash's patron deity. The main inscription on the plaque reads, Unanchi, king of Lagash, son of Dinidu, built the temple of the god Ningirsu. Along with Unanchi are his sons, who are all bald and beardless, making them appear like priests. The inscriptions written on them state that the two in the top row are Mugalzen and Gula, while those on the bottom include Uplogal, who succeeded Unanchi as king, and another son, Barasak Nudi. The smallest figure is Anita, the royal cupbearer. Unanchi's reign was mostly peaceful and prosperous. Other similar reviews to this one tell of trade with places as far away as Brunei, which today is modern Bahrain, as well as lands far to the east, such as parts of Afghanistan. However, his time on the throne also saw conflicts with neighboring cities such as Ur and Umma. The periodic wars with Umma raged on through the next few centuries until one of its kings, Ugal-Zaghazi, sacked the cities of the kingdom of Lagash, including Girtu, around the year 2340 BC. We're told by a later scribe of Lagash that Ugal-Zaghazi looted and desecrated the temple of Ningirsu, the place where this relief of Kurbanchi is likely housed. Ugal-Zaghazi would go on to conquer and unify the rest of Sumer under his banner, until he himself is overthrown by the next great king of Mesopotamia, whose likeness is possibly represented in the third artifact that we're about to examine. As you can see, art is supposed to tell a story. Thousands of years ago, stories were conveyed mostly orally, simply play, film, and art. Later on, there will be papyrus and the pages of it. But today, many, if not most stories, are shared through digital media and platforms like YouTube. Being able to tell a good story is extremely important. And so that's why I partnered up with Skillshare, an online learning community with thousands of amazing classes and courses for creators. Skillshare is also the sponsor of this video. With Skillshare, you can learn skills, you can increase passion, and the class of creativity. You can learn virtually any skill to help you unlock your creative potential, from photography, filmmaking, graphic design, lightroom, Photoshop, and so much more. To help me out with producing these history videos, I checked out the course YouTube Success, Script, Shoot, and Edit with MKDHD, taught by my favorite tech YouTuber, Marcus Brownlee. I learned so many interesting tips about screenwriting and filming that will hopefully make these videos more enjoyable for you. If you've always wanted to start a YouTube channel, or just learn the basics of Photoshop, then Skillshare is for you. And the first 1,000 viewers to click my link in the video description will get a free trial of Skillshare Premium so that you can explore your creativity. After that, it's less than $10 a month. So go for it. Learn some new skills with Skillshare. Discovered in 1931 amongst the ruins of Nineveh in northern Iraq, this object, which is commonly referred to as the head or mask of Sargon, is a copper sculpture of the head of a king from the Akkadian Dynasty, which at its height ruled over nearly all of Mesopotamia and parts beyond between the years 2334 to 2279 BC. Traditionally, this life-size head is believed to have been a portrait of King Sargon of Akkad, the founder of the world's first empire and one of the greatest rulers in all of ancient history. However, based on its artistic style, many archaeologists and art historians today believe that it may actually be a portrait of his grandson, Naram Singh, who also ruled over an empire that at its height was probably even larger than Sargon. Unfortunately, there's no inscription to be found anywhere on the head, so we can't be 100% certain as to who is the tip. What's clear from the workmanship and attention to detail, especially with regard to the hair and the beard, is that this was a very important figure. Not a god, since there are no markings for the typical headdress that was generally not known as being divine, but a man with great stature and wisdom. The head of Sargon, though, was not found at any known Akkadian site, but amongst the ruins the Assyrian capital of Nineveh. The stories of just how it got there are quite numerous. The popular theory is that it was deemed to have been an object of great value, a sort of heirloom that was acquired by the kings of the Neo-Assyrian Empire and probably kept on display in halls, temples, or perhaps the king's private museum. Even in those days, the object was ancient, at least 1,500 years old by the time it made it to Nineveh. Upon examining the head, though, it's quite clear that it's been deliberately mutilated. The ears have been cut off, the nose flattened, and one eye socket has been brutally gouged out. The head may have been even decapitated from a larger broken side. Such actions were all common corporal punishment of criminals as well as defeated adversaries. The archaeologists who uncovered the head found it amongst a heap of rubble that dated to the 7th century BC, around the same time that a joint coalition of Medes and Babylonians sacked the city. Both of them despised the Assyrians, their overlords the Beccaris, in the Babylonians' case, centuries, until around 615 BC, when the tide turned and the Assyrian king was forced to go on with the country. In 612 BC, Assyria's great capital of Nineveh fell, and the Medes and Babylonians plundered and reduced the city to the ground. The head of Sargon, though damaged, survived the onslaught, at least some. Today, the rest of the Iraq Museum in the ground. These are just three of ancient Mesopotamia's most amazing masterpieces. We'll take a look at other artifacts in future episodes. Thanks so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I'd also like to really thank Brandon69, Dr. Rob, Dr. Bola, Dr. Lewis, Daniel Allen, Danny Vaneka, Linus TV, Robert Morgan, Frank, Larry Dugadasanji, Jeff Chan, Dr. Thelma, and to all of us on the patrons on Patreon for helping to support this and all future content. Check out the benefits of being a Patreon member. If you'd like to join, feel free to click the link in the video description. You can also follow History with Sai on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, as well as continue to listen to social audio programs on the History with Sai podcast. Thanks again. Stay safe. In this episode, we're going to examine the life of one of the most famous people of ancient Mesopotamia. Actually, his fame goes far beyond that, both in terms of the distance from his homeland, as well as the time period in which he lived. His name in the Akkadian language was Shurukin, which means legitimate king. Stories of his greatness were told for centuries, not only in the land of Mesopotamia, which he conquered, but well beyond in Anatolia, where Hittite kings and princes would study his battle tactics, and in Egypt, where scribes would study the unique system of administration that he developed. He was the closest thing to being a god in those days, and many people actually believed that he was one. He truly was an extraordinary persona. After all, we're still talking about him right now in our own day and age. The man I'm talking about, of course, is Sargon of Akkad, also known as Sargon the Great. In this program, we're going to discuss how one from purportedly such humble beginnings rose to become the greatest, most powerful person of his time. However, before we get into that, we need to first examine Sargon's early life in the land that today we call Iraq. In those days, at least locally, it was called Sumer. For the most part, this area had been dotted by multiple city-states along and in between the banks of the two great rivers of the Tigris and Euphrates. Since about 3000 BCE, these city-states were for the most part independent of each other, so they often sought for land, resources, and profitable trade routes. Every once in a while, certain cities would get the upper hand and influence or outright conquer their neighbors, but these would often be fleeting victories. Finally, around the year 2340 BCE, the king of Oma, Lugal-Zaghazi, conquered pretty much all of Sumer. This claims to have conquered many lands far beyond. His empire was short-lived because another, perhaps more capable ruler would arise to replace him. It's also around this time that our story of Sargon begins. His early life is still a bit of a mystery, and actually the sources we have may be more fiction than fact. Of the few documents that we do have, none of them are from his time, but were written down centuries later by Babylonian scribes, and they really just give what we'd call a mythical account of his birth. One of the more complete copies that have been found is in Akkadian and was supposedly written by Sargon himself. It was actually dug up in the library of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal, and it goes like this. I quote, Sargon, the strong king, the king of Akkad am I. My mother was a high priestess. My father I do not know. My paternal king inhabit the mountain region, and my home city is Azupiranu, meaning the saccharine city, which lies on the bank of the Euphrates River. My mother, a high priestess, conceived me and bore me in secret. She placed me in a reed basket and caulked my hatch with pitch. Then she abandoned me to the river, from which I could not escape. The river carried me along and brought me to Aki, the water god. There are other versions and translations of the story, but this one seems to give the most detail. As I mentioned before, it's a copy by Babylonian scribes of what supposedly was the original. Another account of his early life is found in a Sumerian language text. In this story, Sargon, who is the cupbearer for Ur-Zababa, king of the city-state of Kish, has a prophetic dream. In this dream, the goddess Ishtar drowns Ur-Zababa in a river of blood. Being the loyal and dutiful servant that he is, Sargon tells this to Ur-Zababa, who is obviously a bit disturbed. Despite Sargon's known loyalty and service, Ur-Zababa interprets the dream as a warning that it's Sargon who will cause his demise. And so, he decides to act first and have his faithful servant killed. It should be noted that the position of cupbearer was actually an honor in ancient Mesopotamia. One who served in such a position was deemed to be a most trusted and esteemed advisor to the king. It turns out that the river of blood over Ur-Zababa was actually the invading army of King Lugal-Zaghazi of Oma, who at the time was on a campaign of conquest throughout Mesopotamia. He'd already taken over the cities of Lagash, Irsu, Uruk, and Ur, pretty much all of the great cities of southern Mesopotamia. Now, he was marching north towards Kish. As you'd expect, Ur-Zababa was terrified of losing his kingdom, as well as his life. And so, he sent Sargon on a mission with a letter to make peace with Lugal-Zaghazi. At least that's what Sargon was told. In reality, Ur-Zababa's letter was an order for Lugal-Zaghazi to kill Sargon upon arrival. However, our hero though was under the divine protection of the goddess Ishtar, who warned him about Ur-Zababa's treachery. Perhaps seeing that Sargon could provide valuable information about Ur-Zababa and Kish, Lugal-Zaghazi instead invited him to join his forces in the fight against Ur-Zababa. Together, they conquered Kish with relative ease. Ur-Zababa, though, escapes, never to be heard from again. We're not told in the story exactly what happened next, but it seems that Sargon and Lugal-Zaghazi had a falling out, which caused the two former allies to become bitter enemies. Again, with Ishtar as his patron, Sargon is able to outsmart Lugal-Zaghazi, capture him in the city of Uruk, and then take him in chains to the holy city of Nippur, where he's tied to that city's gates like some sort of farm animal. With Lugal-Zaghazi defeated, Sargon proclaims himself to be the new king of Kish, and quickly takes over all of Sumer and the northern lands known as Akkad. Other documents are a bit more specific and with less fantastical details. For example, the Sumerian king list, a document also compiled centuries after Sargon's death, states that he was the son of a date farmer, and like the story we just heard, became the cupbearer of the king of Kish, Ur-Zababa. What's interesting to note is that many kings of the ancient world claim to be of noble or even divine descent. Sargon, on the other hand, at least in the two stories we've just looked at, seems to have had very humble beginnings, something which he himself never seems to have disputed. Everything that he did was due to the benevolence of his patron deity, the goddess Ishtar. Other than receiving divine favor, he was simply a man. An extraordinary man, but a man nevertheless. Sargon's life as king and emperor is much better documented with historical facts. Though Ishtar may have allowed Sargon to conquer Lugal-Zagese's new empire with relative ease, holding onto it proved to be a much greater challenge. Most of the city-states he claimed to have controlled rose up in rebellion against him. He was able to put down all of them, mostly by using a combination of fear, diplomacy, and probably in most cases, brute force. After consolidating his rule in Sumer, Sargon decided to expand outside of Mesopotamia proper and into all of the known areas of his world. According to his inscriptions, Sargon is said to have conquered or exacted tribute from kingdoms and cities as far as the eastern Mediterranean and the island of Cyprus to the distant lands of Elam. He ventured into the cedar forests of Lebanon, took the cities of Ebla, Mari, and parts of the land that would later be known as Assyria. However, did all of this really happen, or was it just, as some have suggested, merely propaganda to show Sargon's greatness to his subjects? Probably a mix. Few rulers were known to have been totally humble in their inscriptions. However, despite this, from historical documents and inscriptions of others that have been found in many parts of the Middle East, we can conclude with some certainty that Sargon in fact did fight and win many battles, both in and far from Sumer. For example, archaeologists have found the remains of several cities that were destroyed in northern Syria and southern Anatolia around the same time that Sargon claims to have campaigned there. However, it could also have been a coincidence, and like many events from the period, hard to conclusively prove. Regardless of whether he conquered all of these areas or not, Sargon left a lasting impression on his contemporaries and those who would come after him that he did. To break away from the old and help to usher in a new age, Sargon needed a new capital city. He built, or perhaps rebuilt, the city of Akkad, also known as Agade, on the banks of the Euphrates River. It was here that he built his primary royal palace, as well as temples for his patron goddess, Ishtar. With this new, loyal city as the base of his operations, Sargon began the great task of administrating his new empire. For the most part, Akkadian governors were appointed in all of the main city-states, with the Akkadian language being used as the official one for administrative purposes. This, though, doesn't mean that Sumerian wasn't used, as it was still the first language of the majority of residents in the core part of the empire. In addition, many Sumerian officials and scribes were allowed to keep their posts, since honestly, it would have been foolish to dismiss them when they already knew the inner workings of how to run various aspects of the government, at least on a local level. Agade also served as the main commercial center for the empire. It was here that all sorts of valuable and tradable goods were brought, some from merchant caravans, but a great deal also from the taxes that were owed to the expanding empire. While it must have truly been a spectacular place, archaeologists have yet to find the exact location of Agade. As of now, its ruins are still buried beneath the sands of Iraq. Regardless, though, of what Sargon thought of himself, towards the end of his reign, he wasn't all-powerful, let alone very popular either. We're told that by his death, which as far as we know was from natural causes, there were multiple revolts throughout his empire, especially in Sumer. Eventually, these had to be brutally put down by his son and successor, Rimush. While it's obvious that Sargon, or at least his government, was resented by many, he must have been doing something right, because when he passed away in 2279 BCE, he had been on the throne for 56 years, one of the longest reigns of any historical monarch in Mesopotamia's history. And of course, the very fact that we are still talking about him over 4,000 years later must also be an indication that this was no ordinary man. Before we conclude, I want to read to you one last quote from Benjamin Foster's book, The Age of Agade. I quote, "For ambitious conquerors of the future, Sargon posed a challenge to emulate, having changed forever the concept of what one warrior king could achieve. The name and memory of Sargon remained in Mesopotamian consciousness, just as Alexander's lived on in the Mediterranean. His story was told in new ways to meet the expectations of different generations. Indeed, for a Mesopotamian historian of Alexander's own time, Sargon stood at the beginning of empirical human history, whereas the kings who lived before him were mythical figures whose exploits were performed in a world in which gods and human beings were characters in the same narratives. Sargon, though favored by the goddess Inanna, Ishtar, lived very much in the real world." So what happened after Sargon's death? We'll discuss that in the next episode on Sargon's children and successors. Stay tuned. As always, thanks so much for stopping by the channel. I really appreciate it. And if you learned something from this video, please hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks again, and I'll catch you next time. Hey everyone, and welcome to another edition of History with Sai. Now, in the last episode about the Akkadian Empire, we were introduced to the larger-than-life figure of Sargon the Great. Though he seemed to have had little problem conquering vast territories across the ancient Near East, keeping them all under his control proved to be a much more difficult task. He faced constant revolts, especially towards the end of his reign. By the time his son and successor Ramush came to the throne in 2278 BCE, Sargon's empire was burning.
Boy, I can't see
It was up to Ramush to not only reclaim the territory that had recently seceded, but to also
Fucking
keep it
sun's
together
bright
and
again.
allow it to prosper.
I like music better
Sargon the
than
Great actually
fucking
had several sons.
YouTube blocks
In order of their birth,
when I
they were
do that.
Shushu, Ramush, Ibaram, and Abiash Takal. He also had a daughter,
That's why I like Twitch.
Enmatina.
Don't worry, I'll have me a
Priestess
computer soon.
and a great poet, the goddess Ishtar.
I just haven't had a chance to get
For reasons
to
unknown,
that stupid
Sargon
little
chose
shit.
his second son, Ramush, to succeed him.
I'll find a
Perhaps it
charger
was
for
because he
this
knew that
thing
Ramush had what
this
it took
weekend or
to keep
something.
his empire together after he was gone. In
I
this
gotta
task,
do it better
Ramush
than
seemed
do
to have been
Twitch.
successful, not without resorting to extreme force.
But I don't know where the hell the
As soon as he
charger
ascended
is
to the
for.
throne,
This is
Ramush
one I
faced
was
revolts
using
from several
before I
cities in Sumer,
had the
including Gore, Lagash, Adab, and Hum.
leopard thing.
By his own accounts, he tore down the walls of the rebellious cities and killed several thousand Sumerian troops while selling thousands more into slavery. In addition, he expelled thousands of non-combatants who were of fighting age from the defeated cities and subjected them to cruel punishments, mass deportations, and hard labor. Documents uncovered from the city of Umma seem to confirm this, as they tell of citizens working and dying in what can only be described as distant labor camps,
Hey kid,
possibly any longer.
how's the fridge looking?
Once the
Light
fighting
on?
had stopped and the rebellions
not,
had been crushed,
Check my
they
battery.
stripped
Give me a
many of
picture
these cities
where
of their
my
lands
level
and gave
is.
them to his supporters. In one of the largest land transactions ever to have been recorded in the history of ancient Mesopotamia, Ramush reorganized approximately 134,000 hectares of prime agricultural property belonging to the cities of Lagash and Umma, and redistributed them to the new Akkadian landholding class that his father Sargon had created. This was extremely significant because it meant that the people and temple priesthoods of these city-states, after perhaps thousands of years, officially had no claim to their ancestral lands. These extremely productive and lucrative properties would henceforth be run from the distant capital of Agade by men and families loyal to the Akkadian king. Due to its new Akkadian overlords, Sumer was becoming a very different place. However, it wasn't just Sumer that had problems with Ramush's rule. There were Akkadian-speaking cities who were also in open rebellion. One of these was the city of Kazalu on the Euphrates River.
Wow. So
You
it's hard
could
to
say that
use any
Ramush and his
battery at
family
all.
had some history with it,
Or
because
is
not
it
long
cold?
before,
The
the king
refrigerator
of
thing's
Kazalu,
still
a
cold?
man named
That'll keep you from
Tashtabila, fought against Sargon, but was soundly defeated by him.
How
Chronicles
y'all
tell
doing?
that this defeat was so devastating for the city that, and I quote, the birds could not find a place to perch away from the ground. So it's not surprising that the people of Kazalu had no love for Sargon. And with so many other cities in revolt, they were probably more than willing to try their luck again with Ramush. Unfortunately, they too shared the same fate as the people of Sumer. Ramush marched into Kazalu, and in the battle that followed, reportedly killed 12,000 rebel soldiers, took another 5,000 as slaves, and demolished the city's walls. Akkadian Empire 2, Kazalu 0. Elam and the lands to the east didn't fare much better. A coalition led by the ruler of North Hashim sought to counterbalance Akkadian influence, but Ramush's forces were able to rout them and even capture their commanders, thus bringing Elam back into the Akkadian sphere of influence. The campaign was also very profitable for Ramush and his men.
Really?
While he brought back a lot of treasure to Agade, he also boasted about giving 30 pounds of gold, 3,600 pounds of copper, and 300 slaves to the holy city of Peniqua. Other items of value, such as seashells and mace heads, were inscribed with his name and dedicated to temples in Ur, Kish, Shuruppak, and other places. Like his father Sargon, Ramush was also widely unpopular towards the end of his reign. However, unlike Sargon, Ramush's reign of only 9 years was relatively short.
What's up, coffee?
In
How you doing?
2270 BCE,
So
he was
apparently
assassinated. It's not known
She-
exactly.
Seamus said as he was testing the fridge, the
Many
thing
people
went off,
believe
so I
that
got
it
to go
was his
over there.
older brother,
Be right
Tushu,
back.
who abruptly ascended the throne after Ramush's death. Seen from Tushu's point of view, such actions may have been justified because, as the older brother, he probably thought that it was his right to rule and not Ramush. Also, constant war was not good for trade and commerce. Sure, Ramush may have awarded large plots of land to his loyalists, but what good is that land if its harvests can't be sold to people because they're being killed and slaughtered by the government? Such constant instability would have been eventually too much for even the most loyal of his Akkadian subjects. Many of the elite may have seen Tushu as a better, more stable option than the younger, impulsive, and excessively violent Ramush. Tushu became king of the empire in 2269 BCE. Though he had to finish the wars that Ramush had already been engaged in, especially in Elam, the rest of his reign, at least compared to his brother, was relatively peaceful. He claims that he conquered Anshan, and there's evidence that he campaigned in what later on became known as Assyria. But on the whole, he seems to have been content with working to consolidate his hold on the territories that he already possessed. Like his father Sargon, Tushu also promoted trade and believed it was one of the main pillars of a successful empire. He's believed to have heavily invested in opening up new trade routes in places as far away as Egypt and Oman. Like his brother Ramush, Tushu was also assassinated in some sort of palace conspiracy. He had ruled for 15 years, most of which were relatively good years for the empire. Who was behind his assassination was unknown, but after his death in 2255 BCE, his eldest son, Naram-Sin, also pronounced Naram-Suin, came to the throne. After Sargon, he would possibly be the greatest Akkadian ruler of all time. We'll continue with his story in the next episode. As always, thanks so much for stopping by the channel. I really appreciate it. If you learned something, please hit that like button and consider subscribing. Thanks again, and I'll catch you next time. Recorded ancient history is filled with the exploits of great men, mostly kings, warriors, military leaders, and the like. This makes sense, as many of the monuments and documents that we have were, if not written, at least commissioned by them. In these official inscriptions and texts, we rarely hear of the role of women and the influence that they held within their societies. One exception, though, is a woman known as Enheduanna, the daughter of the powerful Sargon of Akkad, founder and arguably the most powerful king of the Akkadian Empire. If you have knowledge of the historical Sargon, then you know that he was a larger-than-life figure. There is no known person who up until his time had conquered so much territory and ruled over so many people, and for this, historians generally credit him with ruling over the world's first real empire. It's one thing to conquer a territory, but something totally different to govern its population effectively, especially when that population speaks a different language and practices different traditions. So how can one govern effectively? One way is through the various religious institutions within a society, and that's essentially what Sargon did. The majority Sumerian population that he now ruled over worshipped many gods and goddesses. One of the more popular ones was Nana, god of the moon, and patron deity of the important city of Ur. During his reign, Sargon appointed his daughter Enheduanna to be the high priestess of Nana and sent her to the god's great temple in Ur. This was no small appointment. After Enlil's great temple, the Ikor in the holy city of Nippur, Nana's sanctuary at Ur was arguably the most holy place for Sumerians. So back to the politics of the region. Sargon and his main supporters were Akkadian speakers, which was an ancient Semitic language with similarities to modern Arabic and Hebrew. This was in contrast to Sumerian, which was the language that the large majority of his empire, especially in the south, spoke as their native language. What also didn't help was that Sargon made Akkadian the official language of the administration within the empire. For that and other reasons, many Sumerians, who overall were a very proud people, resented the Akkadian regime. It's in such an environment that Sargon's daughter, Enheduanna, ventured south to the city of Ur to become the high priestess to the god Nana. Once there, she oversaw the rituals dedicated to Nana, supervised the extensive temple complex and its large endowment, and probably also acted as her father's representative in the city. It was during her tenure as high priestess that she began writing religious poetry and hymns to various deities. At least she's believed to have. There are a good number of scholars who believe that perhaps she wasn't the actual author of many of, or even any of the works attributed to her. Assuming that she did indeed compose the writings that are attributed to her, Enheduanna is the first author in history who's named. Arguably after the royal family, priests were the most powerful people in Sumerian society. Temples controlled nearly everything, from the best and most fertile lands surrounding a city to the distribution of grain, collecting certain taxes, and many other functions within society. In theory, the king of a city could only rule with the consent of the priests, which in most cases was given on the condition that the ruler did not interfere in religious affairs. While there had been many priestesses in Sumerian and Greater Mesopotamian society, they didn't hold the same stature or couldn't rise up to the same level of power as the priests. However, Enheduanna was the emperor's daughter. No daughter of Sargon took orders from any priest. Thus, she controlled, on behalf of her father, Ur's temple network and the wealth that it possessed. So one can see how Enheduanna, and at least her appointment as high priestess, was not without controversy. In the words of scholar Benjamin Foster,
thanks, Glenn.
Quote, some read the princess priestess Enheduanna's
glare on the screen
a
is
heavy-handed
killer.
effort to integrate the Akkadian with the Sumerian pantheons, thereby seeking to force
You're
religious
working?
unity on
Yeah,
their own.
me too, bud.
Some see resentment of an alleged promulgation of a comprehensive royal theology,
Good to see
or
you.
anger at the Akkadian ruler's assumption of the right to appoint high priestesses and other key cultic personnel.
At least do something you like.
Due to their unpopularity, revolts were common, especially in cities such as Ur. Interestingly enough, these revolts were probably the inspiration for some of Enheduanna's
do
most
something you
famous poetry. In one of them, there's an incident where a usurper named Lugal Ani drives her out from the temple of Nana. While the details aren't given, it's assumed by many that this probably occurred during one of the many periods of unrest in Ur, specifically the Great Revolt during the reign of Naram-Sin. In the poem, which is called The Exaltation of Inanna, Enheduanna appeals to Nana, but her cries are unanswered.
I should have grabbed
However,
some tuna while I'm over there.
Inanna,
I'm hungry.
also known as Ishtar, does answer her plea and ultimately chases Lugal Ani out of the temple and Ur itself. Indeed, Historical records state that there was a Lugal Ani in Ur who, along with Amar Jirid of Uruk and Kippur Kish of the city of Kish, took a leading part in the Great Revolt against Naram Sin, Sargon's grandson and Enheduan's nephew. For details on that, check out the video on Naram Sin. Anyway, the rebellion was eventually crushed, and Enheduanna reinstalled as high priestess of Nana's sanctuary in Ur. However, she doesn't credit Nana with her reinstatement, but Ishtar. In fact, she seems quite bitter about the whole affair. Nana did not protect her and allowed her to go into exile.
Yep.
Nana was the patron god of the city that had just rebelled. And Nana's supporters in Ur were defeated by Akkadian forces who believed that they were protected by Ishtar, the goddess who her father Sargon
I've read this
had
actual
devoted his life
text.
to and had made his
Fucking
personal
long and
patron deity.
repetitive.
Thus, it makes sense that Enheduanna would reorient her devotion from Nana to Ishtar. This would also help to unlock her creative genius. In the Exaltation of Inanna, one of her more famous and probably longer poems, Enheduanna passionately explains these events and their impact on her. I'll read to you some of the passages of this poem that kind of describe the events we just talked about. And I quote, "Lady of perfect divine presence, gleaming light, righteous woman clothed in splendor, priestess of heaven, you have carried divine presence, you have hung it from your hand. You have gathered divine presence, you have brought it to your chest. Like a dragon,
All right,
you have
let's make this
delivered
glass of
poison
glass
to
piece.
foreign lands." Another section of praise from the poem reads as such. "Know that you are magnificent as the heavens. Know that you are as vast as the earth. Know that you destroy the rebel land. Know that you call out to the foreign land. Know that you dash heads. Know that you eat corpses like a dog. Know that your eyes are furious. Know that you raise your furious eyes. Know that your eyes are ablaze. Know that you are strong and immovable. Know that you stand defiant. My lady, he has made you great, and you are his most magnificent. My lady, beloved by An, I will speak of your ranging." Now the next lines reference her isolation and despair after being cast out from the position as high priestess. She vividly describes her fall from grace. "I am Enheduanna. I carried the basket and sang the work song. Funeral offerings were brought as if I never lived there. I approached the sun, but the sun burned me. I approached the shade, but the wind enveloped me. My mouth of honey became a mouth of phlegm. My ability to ameliorate situations turned to dust." Now here are some lines in reference to Lugal Ani. "He stood defiantly and ran me out of the temple. He made me fly like a swallow from a window and used up all of my vitality. He made me walk through the thorns growing in the mountains. He deprived me of the rightful crown of the priestess. He gave me a knife and dagger and said, 'These are appropriate accessories for you.'" Anyway, so these are just a few of the lines from one of her more famous works. There are actually many others like it. Many of these were later recited by future priests, priestesses, and even used by scribes when learning how to write. In fact, many of the copies that archaeologists have uncovered were used for that very reason. So my friends, that's a quick look at the life of Enheduanna. Though not as famous as her father Sargon, she had her own impact on ancient Mesopotamia. As always, thanks so much for stopping by the channel. I really appreciate it, and I really hope you learned something. If you did, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Thanks again, and I'll catch you next time. In the last few episodes of this series on the Akkadian Empire, we learned about the achievements of Sargon the Great, such as his conquest, great empire that he built, the administration of that empire, as well as its lasting impact on ancient Mesopotamia. Afterwards, we took a quick look at the lives and struggles of his sons, Gilgamesh and Tushan, both whose reigns were relatively short compared to that of their father. In this episode, we'll examine the life of Sargon's grandson, Naram-Sin, the last Naram-Sin, whose name can also be pronounced Naram-Sin, was already a great warrior at the time of his ascension to the throne of the Akkadian Empire in 2254 BC. Like Sargon, he was the archetype warrior king. He expanded the borders of the Akkadian Empire to their greatest extent. Though a great conqueror, he is just as well known for his building exploits, and in later Mesopotamian literature was the subject of cautionary tales of pride and arrogance. When the new Akkadian kings came to power, the disgruntled citizens of the empire would take their chances and revolt. These revolts, while seemingly simultaneously occurring across the empire, were not coordinated with each other, and thus the powerful and highly organized Akkadian military movement became essentially slipping down. Taking advantage of this military apparatus, Naram-Sin began a campaign of conquest to both consolidate his rule as well as to expand the borders of the Akkadian Empire. The prophet reports tribute from the rock places for the 37 million. I won't go over every campaign of conquest, but here's a summary. Naram-Sin's reign set his empire stood, and the Akkadian force was the Dynasty the farthest border of the English Empire. They would be the eastern provinces, Sargon, Islam, and the Legion side. In the north, the French have gone through the land that today makes up Turkey and Armenia, from which he was able to then trace the source of the entire empire. He also thinks they have been the first to set into the city of Sargon. Perhaps the most well commemorated of these campaigns is the people who used to own the original Bible. This campaign is commemorated by Depicting today was in China. There was one event that stopped the previous years began the main battle of Enmatina Comb. The two main rebel leaders the Gore Fish, Marguerite, and the Philip, were both killed in something those days, is not a the Gilgamesh location right now is in the kingdom as it comes to both the bottom and the bottom of the two rebellion, Kish was the much greater threat. For one, it was much closer to Naram-Sin's capital of Agade. In addition, unlike rebellions in the past, which were separate, non-coordinated events, Igor Kish had allied with other major cities, including Borsippa, Sippar, and Kazalud. Benjamin Foster, professor of Assyriology and Babylonian literature at Yale University, explains Naram-Sin's account of the situation in his book, Age of Agade. He states that Naram-Sin, and I quote, closed the gates of Agade and made a passionate speech to Shamash, god of justice and treaties. In it, one may surmise that he reminded the god of the great benefits the rule of his family had brought to Kish, lifting it from dishonorable servitude and making the title King of Kish resound. Now the ungrateful Kishites had turned against him. After appealing to Shamash, Naram-Sin rallied the men of Agade and marched out to battle, where he routed the Kishite army and its allies, taking many distinguished captives, whom his inscription lists by name. Igor Kish retreated to Kish, where Naram-Sin pursued him, and he fought a second battle. Naram-Sin was again victorious. Another 2,500 Kishites fell in desperate street fighting in the city. Resolved to obliterate Kish, Naram-Sin dismantled its walls and diverted the river of Florence. Things in the Sumerian heartland were just as bad. There, Amar Jirida Uruk created an alliance with many of the leading cities of the region: Nadab, Isin, Lagash, Nippur, Shuruppak, and Umar. The result, though, for these rebels was nearly the same as it had been for the alliance headed by Kish. Naram-Sin marched his army south and met Amarjaried and his allies in battle.
Hot.
Amarjaried captive
Motherfucking hot, baby.
robbed the city of its treasures, and then dismantled its walls along with those of the other rebellious cities. From the way that they're described in Akkadian sources, putting down these revolts had been nothing short of miraculous. Thus, in his view, he, Naram-Sin, could not have simply been a mortal man. He must have been divine. At least, that's how he portrayed himself to the public. And words that were found on the base of a mostly destroyed statue, Naram-Sin states, quote,
I think the Shima might be
king
spiking.
of Agade, with the four quarters of the earth attacked him together. Through the love Ishtar bore him, he was victorious in 9 battles in a single year and captured the kings whom they raised up against him. Because he defended his city in crisis, the people of his city asked of him that he be god of their city Agade, with Ishtar and Iana, with Enlil and Nippur, with Dadan and Tutal, with Ninhursar and Kesh, with Enki and Iridu, with Sin and Ur, with Shamash and Sipar, with Nergal and Kupa. They built his temple.
God, that breeze feels good.
These last few lines of the quote essentially
hot in
list
there.
various popular gods and their patron
Oh my God, is this one gonna pull up today or what?
The people in Agade
Yeah.
built a temple in Naram-Sin. Now he had become the patron deity of their city.
Oh, there it is.
This actually makes him the first king in history to have deified himself, something that his grandfather Sargon, as great as he was, never dared to do. For Sargon, it was the goddess Ishtar who granted him success. Naram-Sin, though, crossed this line between man and God. And for this, according to later literature,
It's like coffee. Shima might be spiking.
we'll get to that shortly.
You too, Glenn.
Though he considered himself to be a god, he made
Wow,
sure not to
nice.
neglect or insult
Lots
the
of-
already existing
Lots of
gods,
that going on.
especially in the Sumerian south.
If you don't have this
There,
one, you
he
should
restored
probably
and
get it.
renovated already existing temples for the patron deities of other cities, especially the
It's a
Hebrew
good show.
chief temple.
Better show behind you, though.
And those lavish gifts, though, were bestowed upon the goddess Ishtar, who it's safe to say was considered
Amazing.
the patron deity of the Akkadian dynasty. Archaeologists have found several temples dedicated to her that were
Yes, I
commissioned by
did.
Naram-Sin all over Mesopotamia, including as far north as the cities of Ashur and Nineveh.
I did.
Later
Yeah, usually don't happen. But cow farts.
It turns out, though, that Naram-Sin was immortal after all. He died in 2218 BCE.
Fucking cow
which they would
farts,
simply
yo.
describe as old age or natural causes. The last king of the Akkadian line of Sargon, Naram-Sin's son and successor, Shara-Kali-Shari, lacked the charisma and ability of his two most famous ancestors. Much like them, he faced several revolts, the first of all Akkadian kings.
Hey, Em, how are you doing?
However, unlike Sargon and Naram-Sin,
Love back at
he
you.
was overwhelmed by these revolts. and quite rapidly lost
Lots of fucking
large
farts.
chunks
I
of his
know, right?
Shara-Kali-Shari seemed to be at war with everyone all at once. The Sumerians
Throw a
to
little
the
bit of
south,
Patches farts
the
in there.
Elamites to the east, and the newly arrived Amorite tribes. He also faced a people from the Zagros Mountains.
Cool.
and
Yeah, we're fixing to go down and
ultimately
grab some more of the food
only
I saved up
the
here
final
out of
fall
storage
of the Akkadian Empire, around 2200
this week.
Though the end of Shara-Kali-Shari's reign was generally given as 2193 BCE, by that time he probably ruled
Good to hear.
more than the city of Agade. Eventually, the Lutyens conquered Agade and put the
Looking
final
into
nail
some kind of storage on the
once
top.
the glorious Akkadian Empire.
Probably get a shell.
Naram-Sin's
Some
memory,
kind
though,
of water
lived on
type
in
shit.
later Sumerian and Babylonian literature.
Keep some of that
And the
rice.
story becomes a cautionary tale for other rulers to keep their pride in check. In the Curse of Agade, which is probably the most famous piece of literature.
Yeah, I saw that. It was rocking pretty good.
It ultimately causes havoc in the city of Agade due to the king's arrogance.
Smart move, then.
We'll discuss the Curse of Agade as well as other related texts. and
I'm moving mine into my house.
So that's
We
all.
don't have a ground to put
I'd like
it
to
in
really
just
thank you
yet.
for stopping by the channel and watching the video. If you learned something, please hit that like button. And if you haven't already, consider subscribing. Thanks again, and I'll catch you next time.
I have a feeling there's a valley. You got a backup, nice. You got yourself some stuff to put underground. That's nice.
After the fall of the Akkadian Empire, Mesopotamia went through what's known as the Dark Age. Like the name suggests, we have very little information about what exactly was going on during that time. At least
I was
politically.
telling people put your shit in the ground.
Mesopotamian tradition
months
reports
ago.
the fall of the
I still
Akkadian Empire
maintain that.
to several factors.
Unless you're on
However,
in an
the
RV.
most blame goes to a people from the Zagros Mountains. known as the
That ain't working well.
Gutians. The story goes that due to the displeasure of the gods, hordes of savage Gutians were released onto Mesopotamia like locusts, causing destruction wherever they went. Accounts of the Gutians in various literature from ancient Mesopotamia contain both gross exaggerations as
That's
well as
not good.
outright fiction.
I like
One
that.
has to realize, though, that societies often create scapegoats for their problems, the case of the Gutians in the fall of the Akkadian Empire being no exception. In Mesopotamian literature, they're described as simple mountaineers who couldn't read or write in any language, worshipped unknown gods and spirits, and for
You
all
ain't supposed to
practical
tell them where
purposes,
you hide
were
the
the
dead
polar
bodies and the
opposite
gold
of the
either.
urban, sophisticated Sumerians.
Tell them, Lauren.
Somehow, though, in 2154 BCE, they captured the old Akkadian capital of Agade and defeated Shutu. The ruler there, who claimed to be of the same line of Akkadian kings that had begun with Sargon the Great.
All right, I think this.
Most scholars, though,
Glass
place the
of
real
glass
end of the
pieces
Akkadian
enough.
Empire to the year 2193 BCE with the death of Shar Kali Shari.
You
But for our
already caught,
purposes,
huh?
this is a moot point. By 2150 BCE, the glory days of the Akkadian Empire were long gone. By then, there was only uncertainty and instability. Scholars still don't know exactly what transpired in Mesopotamia after the fall of Agade. Though it's said that the Gutians ruled over Mesopotamia, this may have actually been only in name. Perhaps they simply just exacted tribute from various city-states of Sumer and Akkad. It's very possible that many city-states might have been totally independent. The truth is that due to the lack of sources, we just don't know. Around the year 2021 BCE, there was a man in the city of Uruk who went by the name Utuhegal. There are several stories about his early beginnings, but most scholars, based on what they've gathered from various textual sources, believe that Utuhegal was the governor of Uruk. Though technically working for the Gutian regime, he's portrayed in ancient texts as a proud Sumerian. Sick of Gutian rule and perhaps seeing an opportunity, Utuhegal revolted against the Gutian king, Tirigan, and amassed a sizable army of what we'll call Sumerian patriots. He faced Tirigan in battle and defeated his troops, forcing the Gutian ruler and his men to flee towards the Zagros Mountains. After his victory, which transformed him from a petty governor to that of a great Sumerian hero, Utuhegal established himself as the king of Uruk. His reign, though, was short, and in its 7th year, he reportedly died in an accident, supposedly while inspecting one of Uruk's canals. He was succeeded by his son-in-law, the former governor of Ur, a man who went by the name Ur-Nammu. Like Utuhegal, not much is known about Ur-Nammu's early years. It's believed that he may have been given the governorship of Ur after helping Utuhegal defeat the Gutians. There are also some scholars who believe that he was Utuhegal's brother, but this is a minority view. What is known is that Ur-Nammu was married to Utuhegal's daughter, thus making him a legitimate heir to the kingdom. In 2112 BCE, he established a new Sumerian dynasty, which scholars call the 3rd dynasty of Ur. It's also known as the Neo-Sumerian dynasty because it revitalized the old Sumerian language and traditions of Sumer from before the days of Sargon and the Akkadian kings. Now, you could say that Ur-Nammu's reign was one of Sumerian nationalism. I think, though, that a better phrase would be Sumerian Renaissance. That's the term that many historians also use. As the capital of his new kingdom, he chose the historically significant city of Ur, and after securing his position, went on to conquer, or perhaps absorb without much of a fight, the cities of Umma, Lagash, and Eridu. Thus, he united most of the Sumerian south under his bandage. Ruling from 2112 to 2095 BCE, Ur-Nammu presented himself not only as the rightful heir of Sumer, but also the inheritor of the Akkadian legacy of Sargon the Great. He instituted a kind of patrimonial state in which his subjects saw him as a sort of father figure or shepherd, tending to and protecting his flock from wolves and other wild animals. He created a code of laws, which some believe to have been the first written code in history. The code I'm referring to was comprised of 40 paragraphs and contained both civil and criminal offenses, along with their punishments. Here are some examples, and I quote, "If a man committed a kidnapping, he is to be imprisoned and pay 15 shekels of silver. If a man appears as a witness and was shown to be a perjurer, he must pay 15 shekels of silver. If a man knocked out the eye of another man, he shall weigh out half a mina of silver. If a man knocked out a tooth of another man, he shall pay 2 shekels of silver. If a man, in the course of a scuffle, smashed the limb of another man with a club, he shall pay 1 mina of silver." Capital punishment was reserved for more serious crimes, such as murder or adultery. When you examine the code further, and in the context of its time and location, the punishments were rather lenient. A few centuries later, there'd be another code, the famous one attributed to Hammurabi. In that code, you had a sort of tit-for-tat, eye-for-an-eye disbursement of justice. There's basically a lot of corporal and capital punishment in Hammurabi's and later law codes, especially those of the Assyrians. However, such punishments were not the hallmark of Ur-Nammu's law code. In the latter, it seems that one could pay their way out of the majority of crimes. Ur-Nammu also commissioned many building projects throughout Sumer as well. New public squares for religious gatherings and festivals were built in all of the leading cities. He also ordered the building of many canals, renovated existing ones, had gardens and orchards planted, and overall improved the economy of Sumer after so many years of stagnation. However, his most celebrated construction was the great ziggurat of Ur, which was a massive step pyramid dedicated to the moon god, Nana. Its ruins are still visible to this day. Ur-Nammu essentially created the required stability needed for the revitalization of Sumerian art and culture, especially that of the Sumerian language. Sumerian replaced the use of Akkadian in everyday life and once again became the most widely spoken and official language of the land. New written works of poetry and prose were composed and compiled during this period, all in Sumerian. These improvements in people's lives made Ur-Nammu quite popular, at least according to the various inscriptions that have been uncovered. In the year 2095 BCE, the Gutians returned with a new assault on Sumer. We're told that Ur-Nammu personally led his army into battle, during which he was killed. This incident was immortalized in the Sumerian poem, The Death of Ur-Nammu and His Descent into the Underworld. It's a very unique work, basically a royal hymn that both ensured his popularity and immortality for generations to come. The Gutians, though, had little respite from Ur-Nammu's death, as his son, Shulgi, took over the throne and drove them completely out of Sumer and back to the Zagros Mountains. He then conquered the rest of Mesopotamia and expanded the third dynasty of Ur's territories, tributaries, and overall influence, from the eastern Mediterranean on one end to the distant kingdom of Marhashi on the other. We'll take a look at the life of Shulgi in the next episode. Once again, thank you so much for stopping by the channel. I really appreciate it, and I really hope you learned something. If you did, please hit that like button and consider subscribing. Thanks again, and I'll catch you next time. In the last episode on the Neo-Sumerian Empire, we saw that after the years of chaos that followed the demise of the Akkadian Empire, a king named Ur-Nammu came to power and stabilized, as well as revitalized, much of southern Mesopotamia. After centuries of foreign domination, first by the Akkadians under Sargon the Great and his descendants, and later by a mountain people known as the Gutians, Ur-Nammu formed a kingdom that would rapidly grow to become the Neo-Sumerian Empire. Scholars call the dynasty that he founded the Third Dynasty of Ur, abbreviated as Ur-3. Of course, Ur-Nammu's kingdom wasn't without enemies. The Gutians were still a threat. In fact, it's in battle with the Gutians that Ur-Nammu met his end in the year 2095 BCE. However, his son and successor Shulgi kept up the fight and eventually defeated the Gutians, sending them back to their stronghold in the Zagros Mountains for good. After this, he became the second king of the Third Dynasty of Ur, and it's under him that what we call today the Neo-Sumerian Empire really took shape. Shulgi is often viewed as one of the most enlightened kings of the ancient world. During his extremely long reign of 47 years, Shulgi continued the political expansion and cultural renaissance that were the hallmarks of his father's reign. Shulgi must have been quite young when Ur-Nammu was killed in 2095 BCE. From one of the royal Sumerian epics that have been uncovered, we learn that just before his coronation, Shulgi had gone to war against the Gutians to avenge his father's death. His victory in battle helped to both solidify his succession, as well as to give him the reputation of being a powerful warrior. During the years of Shulgi's reign, the empire of the Third Dynasty of Ur reached its peak in terms of territorial expansion, cultural influence, and economic prosperity.
Going all loud on Shulgi.
Archaeologists have uncovered tens of thousands of cuneiform documents dating to his reign, many of which still have not been translated. Most of these deal with the administration of the Neo-Sumerian Empire, as well as reveal the many reforms and complex, yet seemingly effective system of government.
So, coffee.
For the first decade or so of his reign, most of the documents uncovered indicate
world
that
still on
Shulgi spent
fire?
a lot of resources consolidating his rule over the northern parts of Sumer, Akkad, and even parts of Elam. A lot of this information comes to us.
I saw that it was yesterday. I hadn't looked at it.
While the exact course of this expansion is hard to trace,
I assume
records from the temple of Ishtaran in Dare indicate that
Head
by
for
the
the
11th
hills.
year of his reign,
I
he was in
would
control of this
suggest that.
city and the valuable trade routes that passed through it, specifically those that connected northeastern Mesopotamia with the resource-rich Zagros
So-
Mountains and various kingdoms of Elam. In fact, Shulgi seems to have been fixated on the lands of the east
Apparently,
because they contained
down here, coffee,
copper, lapis
they're
lazuli,
hanging
wood, and other
foul
valuable
seed.
resources that were scarce.
and Trump, like I said,
The areas to the east
talking
of
about
Mesopotamia
what they did.
difficult to control.
I told you, you know, that would
One was
happen.
that this territory
Just
was
curious.
under the influence of the Confederation.
Any word of that up here from your government yet?
Different than that of Shulgi's traditional Sumerian and
You hearing anything? What are you hearing?
In addition,
I'm curious what other people are hearing, because I know what I'm starting to hear.
In reality, both of them had a lot in common.
Exactly what I said
Around the
would happen.
20th or 21st year of
They
his
telling
reign,
you
records indicate
people made money
a large conscription effort
to do this.
seize territory in Elam and further to the east. Though the details of such campaigns were scarce, it's apparent that Shulgi was able to
At least that's what they're going to
large
use,
parts of Elam,
of course.
the significance of this can't be understated, because whoever controlled Anshan
You know why they did it. They ain't got dick to do with money.
Despite this, Shulgi
Some people might have.
Elamites generally stuck together as a group to dislodge Shulgi's culture. To maintain, as well as to expand his influence in the east, Shulgi entered into economic and marriage alliances with various Elamite states. The two most notable being the infantry state of ShamusB and the distant kingdom of Akkad. As he predicted, both Susa and Sashimi
I saw we blew up some fucking pipeline from Russia to Germany. I guess 3 spots or some shit. That sounds fun.
In fact, after one of the greater rebellions of Anshan, Shulgi rewarded and appointed the country's Shamashi in Timur, the lordship of
I'm everything I told y'all is coming is coming. A lot sooner than it was last time I told you.
The same was also true in areas west
We're gonna have China, North Korea, and Russia simultaneously hit us. And those migrants at the border, most of them are staying at the border. It's troops are moving in on the buses. It's troops that are holding down a lot of these rental properties right at the moment. All of a sudden.
I am the king. From the womb I have been a king. I am Shogun. From the time I was born, I have been a mighty man. I am the lion, or the ferocious wolf, born by the dragon.
So be careful, be diligent. Listen to Emily. Get your shit in the ground. Unless you're on 6 wheels, then roll on. Fill up my propane tank. I thought the propane was empty. I think it was full. We've been running that propane for a couple weeks now.
The reality, though, is that less
God, man, I was so happy I kicked that fucking heater on and started blowing. I was like, oh God, it's hot. And the refrigerator's working real good on the propane today.
To start off, Trilby divided his realm into several provinces by an NC, which in the past was used for
I'm ready to hit a valley and have a zombie apocalypse. Been watching zombie movies the last couple days. So it's got that cricket phone. Man, fucking cricket. Cheaper than the Walmart phone for 2 services anyway. And way better service. Fuck me. Fuck me, man. We're going to be able to do lives. I just fucked up my stupid little grippy thing. I gotta get a new one. This one here, I think I'm going to use in here instead of the RV. I gotta get holder sticks. Because we're definitely going to be able to do lives off of that. I tried Twitch the other day. I don't know if some of y'all might have noticed. It didn't go well. I think this phone's just too slow for it. It doesn't. It just didn't do well. This system has the tune-up never happened yet, though. I did change a couple of the plug wires because I had them off, and I was perplexed because homie gave me the wrong goddamn plugs. So I gotta go back to O'Reilly and take the plugs back. I'm gonna do tune-up in O'Reilly just in case he gave me another different part. I gave him the VIN number. I don't even know. I know there's 2 different sizes of fucking spark plugs as far as cars and trucks go. I think he gave me a car plug. Alright, so it's about triple seal time. I'll need you to complete and utter silence. These centers of learning produce Sumerian literary compositions and texts on an unprecedented scale. Unprecedented scale. Don't listen to Sai, he's crazy. He forgets stuff. What can I say? How you doing? Well, I just got to know that the rest of the world's probably going to be pretty miffed when they hear about this shit. And what's go- I mean, I'm pretty upset. But I knew they were going to come out and confess what they did, too. I said they would. A lot of times, because I know what that leads to. And I've told you that, too. Yeah. Listen to your heart, Dave. You will be in the right place at the right time. They played these games with us for a long time. Yeah, Africa would be mad at us. I'd be mad at us if we was living in Africa anyway, all the bullshit we call it. Yeah. That's on behalf of the Crown Vatican. Crown Vatican DC Corporation, established 1871. They fixing to roll it over. And the rest of the world's not going to be real happy with us. I said I'd take my chances out here with y'all. I got faith the right thing is going to happen. There's going to be some ugly. The creator's definitely in charge of this game. The Amorite who digs up trouble, who does not bend his knees to cultivate the land, who eats raw meat, who has built houses. They gave you the tool to be the difference in your fucking chest. As the description indicates, Amorites were assembled in defense only. Because it's the central authority in whom the power, they were able to accomplish large Our best hope is to just lay down the weapons and stop patriotising, murdering for oil, and just borders in general. We're on a globe that's on its side. We need to start realizing we're the difference. That would be the best solution. And that, as far as I'm concerned, would be all the way down to the police and whatever, for the government, the CIA, the FBI, the family in it. They're selling it out. And it's not okay. It's not okay to do for a paycheck. Some of them know it. The years of Neo-Sumerian rule overall been good. I've spoken to them too. They'll be like, yeah, we know what's going to happen. We're not worried about it. My husband's fucking DHS. I'm like, you know what? You know what's fixing to happen to everybody else, and you ain't worried about it because it's bringing in a paycheck and fucking feeding you. So you know your husband's on the front line, right? There's going to be some ugly going on. I'm sure you can sit and imagine the repercussions of what's coming. Was relatively stable until the final decades of the Third Dynasty. The end of the Neo-Sumerian Empire would usher in a new era in the history of Mesopotamia, one that we call. Well, it's coming into winter. We should be getting a lot of fucking energy coming through because of the tilt, but God knows, man, because I mean, look at Orion right before sunrise. He's laying on his fucking back. And he's been there fucking all summer. No, I hadn't looked at it in a couple of days. Let me take it up. Hey, hey. Nice. I was wondering if she was going to come back in the winter. Christ's sake, what the fuck? There she is, same place she's been. God damn it, Daniel, what did I tell you about the fucking Hudson Bay hurricanes? Stop that shit, dude. A little hurricane in Florida already passed by. Looks like it's just off the coast of Jacksonville. Over Iceland looks much more vicious. And of course, Hudson Bay there in Alaska. Alaska's fucking engulfed. That's part of the same circuit there. That one in Florida and the one over Iceland. Man, I wish we was on Twitch. Shit's a lot better. I could share these screens and shit. Looks just like the fucking Iswap. It's a little bit tornadic. Yeah, the kind of spin. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's winter time. We should have more. But, yeah. It's getting hot. Yeah, it's a good sign. So, you know, we're going to have a terrible winter. Oh my God. Well, at least you feel a little more normal. Well, the compression is fucking crazy too. Have you noticed? The magnetosphere seems awful entangled. Like I said, I'll get a thing we can share screens on here. I got an HP up here that works. I just don't have the damn charger. I might run into it this weekend. If not, I got new cricket service. That shit. I ain't got no banana phone no more. They gave me a free phone. It looks much like the banana phone, but it's not. I missed the phone call. Why does this thing keep showing up? I missed the phone call. How rude of you. Smoke some blunts and enjoy the ride. Some days. I usually enjoy the ride. Yeah. Blunts are real much. Shit. I've been working on this bowl since this morning. Yeah. I'm a lightweight. So I don't want to get all high when I'm trying to. I got to do some machine work here in a second. Oh yeah, antibiotics is a good thing to have. I agree. Painkillers, tampons are important. God, I gotta get a storage for the RU. Get something to go on top. I got so much shit. It's not even funny. I got so much shit. Polly got so much shit. Polly got more shit than God. Oh, God. Not a bad idea. Kick back on the lawn chair and watch the fucking world burn. What's interesting, is now we know what's really going on. You can understand the words in Revelation, all this fucking shit, and the hoopla. It's definitely not scary, especially if you've been around for a while and watched this fucking shit. It's been a slow train wreck. It's the best way to describe it. It's been very progressive and steady, including these big ass motherfuckers behind us and in front of us, but you can see the ones behind us at night. They've been there. They didn't just like boop show up. They've been sneaking up for a while. and once you realize what you're dealing with, fuck, man, it really does stop being a thing you fear. It's like, what we're waiting on. Physics, the right positioning. They're smarter than I am, so I just wait patiently. Try to play with my magnet, give other people their magnets. It's very easy. There's been a lot of blight this year, yeah. Yeah. There's been a lot of blight this year too. Quite a while, yeah, Lauren. Well, I was a little early on the ball. In 2010, I started screaming about the moon. I had no idea the time scale. I was just freaking out. I was like, goddamn, we just turned on our side. Nobody noticed. I didn't even notice. I was like, fuck. I only noticed because I saw the moon was upside down. And I was like, that's fucking huge to me. Creator made one hell of an awesome planet. What's up, Brewer? How the hell are you, my friend? Good to see you. Then after Davis, I started screaming about Russia, China, Ukraine, Civil War, and stop fighting over these fucking people. Still screaming that today. All of it. Good, John. Welcome home. Happy 444. Our refrigerator's working awesome on gas. The heater I got working yesterday. We're buttoned up. Shamus turned 18 tomorrow. We'll take him to the Golden Corral. He wants to do some buffet. So we could do that. Yeah, no, I hadn't made video. Although I kind of like the screen shit. Dude, this thing here has screen recorder. You know, like the video, I don't know how to pause it, though. I don't think I can. But, yay. Until I get a damn computer working. I got the HP, the one I was using before my little fancy computer here, but I broke it. The HP still works, but I don't know where its charger is right at the moment. So eventually, I'll be screen recording again on that. I know how to pause that shit. I'm not. I guess I could push some buttons on my damn computer on my phone and figure out if I can pause it or not. I don't know if I can. I'd like to. It didn't look like I could. Yeah, it showed in all school. I was like, hey, it was. That was pretty tight. I couldn't do that with the fucking Walmart phone, dude. That service sucks. The Cricket service hadn't slowed down at all. And I know I passed up 10 gigs a long time ago. I've been watching zombie movies. They gave me HBO Max. I'm like, fuck, man, zombie movies. I watched 28 days and 28 weeks. Holly was like, God damn, that's graphic. It's like, everybody dies. It's fucking zombie movie. Busting out a triple right now. I'm fixing to do a triple seal on the triple. I wanted to get rehydrated. Fucking A. I'm excited that propane refrigerator is working right. I need to go to O'Reilly probably Saturday. They gave me the wrong spark plugs. So I'm going to go there and take a spark plug out and say, give me this one. Yeah, that's on HBO Max too. I've seen that a couple times. I haven't seen a whole lot of movies, but the ones I have, yeah, I've seen 28 Days and 28 Weeks before. I liked them, so I watched them again. I like zombie flick. Unlike Polly, though, I'm not going to spoil alert you. You know, I just tell you everybody knows. It's a zombie movie. She'll sit there and detail a movie right as it's happening. It's like, come on, man. You know how some girls are. They like doing that. But yeah, last night, Hawkeye, the character that does Hawkeye, he's real young in 28 weeks. He's pushing the back of the fucking car and they're locking down with the flamethrowers. And she was all like, she had just said, the doctor's the next one to go, man. Wonder how he's going to get rid of her. And I'm all like, yep, probably. Homie got cooked. She was like, damn, huh? I was like, see, I like seeing you surprised. That was funny. She thought she had the script figured out. Oh, God, that was a good flick. It was very graphic. Both of them. Homegirl got the machete out. Fucking hacking some shit. They got the helicopter kill going on. Woo! Fucking zombie movie. I like World War Z. That was a good one. I've got that on DVD. And was it Ray Romano's? I think maybe or some shit like that. I can't remember. Fucking zombie movie, just like double tap. You get fucking Zombie Land. That's some funny shit. I like damn near anything fucking my boys do. Yeah, fucking Woody in that zombie movie is like they ain't nothing better. It's some funny shit. All right, so enough talking about it. Let me fucking do this. I gotta fucking triple seal on this. Cross his fingers.
In return, the Amorite chieftain not only received some sort of payment for the services of his men, but also raised his status by now being closely affiliated with one of the local and often noble houses of Mesopotamia. This also allowed him to request special favors from the local emperor. In a letter that was uncovered in the archives of Eshuna, Ushashum requests special gifts from Bilalama for the simple purpose of increasing his status amongst the other Amorites who would soon be gathering to attend the funeral of his father, Abda-El. The letter reads, I am your brother, your flesh and blood am I. A stranger might be hostile, but I remain at your beck and call. You must therefore listen to me, and thus honor me in the eyes of the Amorites. Send me without delay the expected gifts for Abda-El, everything that was held back. You know how much. 1 gold cup, 3 silver cups, 1 best quality garment, various bronze cups, 1 copper kettle. Envoys from the whole country are coming here for the funeral of Abda-El, and all the Amorites are gathering. Whatever you intend to send for the funeral of Abda-El, your father, send separately from the gifts you send me. And because you are my brother, send me without delay a young servant from Mashkan Shaul. Even if he is worth 10 minas of silver, send him. Make me famous. Eventually, Amorites such as Ushashim must have realized that real prestige came not from protecting other kingdoms, but having one of his own. It wasn't long before the Amorites took over the cities that they'd been initially hired to protect, with many of them giving up their pastoralist ways and adopting the settled lifestyle of city dwellers and farmers. By 1800 BC, there were several Amorite kingdoms throughout all parts of Mesopotamia. Among the most well-known were those of Yamad, Mari, the kingdom of Upper Mesopotamia, Eshnuna, Larsa, and perhaps the most famous of them all, Babylon. I've actually talked a bit about all of these kingdoms in other programs, but I'll also revisit them in the near future. For now, I hope that you have a better idea of who the Amorites were and where they may have come from. Let me know what you think in the comments. As always, thanks so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I'd also like to thank Grantech69, Yap de Graaf, Pasta Frola, Michael Lewis, Tobias Linder, Lennox TV, Sarah Cam, Sargon Kama, Daniel Heka, Danielle Allen, and all of the channel's patrons on Patreon for helping to support this and all future content. Check out the benefits to being a Patreon member, and if you'd like to join, feel free to click the link in the video description. You can also follow History with Sai on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, as well as continue to listen to special audio programs on the History with Sai podcast. Thanks again. Stay safe. Hey everyone, hope you're doing well. So in the next few months, I'll be putting out a lot of videos on ancient Babylonia. However, before we get into that, I just want to clarify what the term Babylonia means and where it came from. The area that we call Babylonia corresponds roughly to the southern part of what is today the modern country of Iraq. Babylonia basically extended from the area just north of modern-day Baghdad all the way south to the shores of the Persian Gulf. It also encompasses the southernmost parts of the mighty Tigris and Euphrates rivers. While we may call it Babylonia, to the inhabitants of this region, at least for most of its recorded history, it was known as Sumer and Akkad. If you've seen any of the more recent episodes on ancient Sumer or the Akkadian Empire, then you've no doubt heard these terms. Sumer was the southern portion of Babylonia, while Akkad was the northern. The dividing line, or boundary between the two, ran near the holy city of Nippur. Keep in mind, though, that borders change over time. For example, some scholars consider Kish to have been geographically part of Sumer, while others classify it as having once been part of Akkad, though under heavy Sumerian cultural and political influence. However, after about the year 2000 BCE, or roughly after the fall of the Neo-Sumerian Empire, what was generally north of Nippur was Akkad, and south of it, Sumer, with some gray area in between. The title, King of Sumer and Akkad, was claimed by rulers from the time of the Neo-Sumerian Empire, around 2100 BCE, all the way up to the rulers of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, nearly 1500 years later. This doesn't mean that everyone who took this title actually controlled the entire region of Sumer and Akkad. Quite often, though, a ruler just used the title to convey that he was the most powerful or perhaps uncontested ruler of the land, which may or may not have been true. In ancient times, the word Babylonian referred exclusively to an inhabitant of the city of Babylon. The people living in the area of Babylonia, what we just defined as Sumer and Akkad, would have been known as Akkadians. This may be a bit confusing because it doesn't mean that they were the same Akkadians as the dynasty founded by Sargon the Great, but as speakers of a version of the Akkadian language derived from his time. You might remember that in past programs, we talked about how Sargon and his descendants promoted the use of the Akkadian language throughout all parts of their empire. Over time, this language replaced many of the native languages that were once widely spoken in the region, including Sumerian. Thus, the term Akkadian eventually came to mean all of the people living in Babylonia. However, Babylonia went under a different name during the rule of the Kassite dynasty, from roughly 1570 to 1155 BCE. They used the term Karduniash to describe their kingdom, which essentially was the equivalent to Babylonia. Ultimately, the term Babylonia, as we use it, comes from the Greeks. They named the land after the most prominent city of Mesopotamia that they knew of, Babylon. It's this fascinating land that will be the focus of several upcoming programs. So if you haven't already, please hit that subscribe and notification button so that you won't miss any future episodes. Once again, thanks so much for stopping by, and I'll catch you next time. Hey everyone, in this program, we're going to take a look at ancient Mesopotamia after the fall of the third dynasty of Ur, also known as the Neo-Sumerian Empire. It's this event and the circumstances that led up to it that started off what we call the Old Babylonian period. Now it's during this time that the city of Babylon went from being a provincial, let's say small city, to becoming the capital of the lands of Sumer and Akkad. Historians officially date the end of the Neo-Sumerian Empire at 2004 BCE. That's the year when the last king of the empire, Ibbi-Sin, was defeated, and he himself, along with his capital city of Ur, were captured by the Elamites. After they fell, you had a bunch of successor states, many of which were really small fiefdoms. In some cases, after the central authority of Ur was broken, the Ensi, or governor, took over and became king, founding a new dynasty. In other cases, Amorite tribes would take over and, like the Sumerian governors, form their own independent kingdoms and dynasties. Other areas were temporarily occupied by Elamite warlords, who eventually were kicked out. The first family really to rule over the ashes of the Neo-Sumerian Empire was the first dynasty of Isin. The story of this dynasty actually starts in the city of Mari, where its Akkadian founder, Ishbi-Era, was originally from. It's said that he was a commander or general for the last Sumerian king, Ibbi-Sin. In fact, he's mentioned in a letter where Ibbi-Sin orders him to buy a large quantity of grain from the cities of Nippur and Isin, and to bring this to the capital city of Ur. Ishbi-Era, though, replies that he's unable to because Amorites have been ravaging the country and blocked all of the roads to Ur. He also says that they're about to attack both Nippur and Isin, and asks to be formally made commander of both cities. Ibbi-Sin, whose Neo-Sumerian empire is crumbling and whose people are starving, doesn't have a lot of options. Nor does he have many commanders who are still loyal to him. Thus, he complies with Ishbi-Era's request. He then tells Ishbi-Era to team up with the other city governors in the region and to buy the grain at double the price if necessary, which he does. Ultimately, the grain reaches Ur. However, it's a small victory. As Ibbi-Sin's authority wanes, the power and ambition of Ensis such as Ishbi-Era grows. There was really nothing, though, that Ibbi-Sin could do. All of his remaining resources and troops had been used sparingly to preserve whatever little territory he had left around Ur. Finally, in 2017 BCE, Ishbi-Era officially proclaims himself to be the new king of Isin and completely independent of Ur. And thus, the first dynasty of Isin was born. Other Ensis followed Ishbi-Era's example, and within a short period of time, there were new little kingdoms and fiefdoms all over Mesopotamia. In 2004 BCE, the capital of the dying Neo-Sumerian Empire, the great city of Ur, was conquered and looted by the Elamite king, Kindatu. Ibbi-Sin was captured and taken back to Elam as a prisoner, and most likely executed. And this is how the Neo-Sumerian Empire and the third dynasty of Ur came to an end. Despite forming a new, independent dynasty, Ishbi-Era and the later kings of Isin saw themselves as a continuation of the political, administrative, and cultural heritage of the third dynasty of Ur. For example, Sumerian still remained the language of all royal edicts and inscriptions, administration, and literature. they made it a point to keep as much continuity with the old order as possible. Another example of this is that the updated king lists of the time showed that there was no break between the two ruling houses of Ur and Isin. One king of Isin, Lepit Ishtar, the fifth king of the dynasty, had his law code written in Sumerian, just like Ur-Nammu had done a century before. This code contained 43 articles whose laws mostly dealt with succession, property, and rules for slaves. Other kings of Isin had hymns composed in their honor and in a style similar to, and sometimes even plagiarizing, those dedicated to Shulgi, the greatest Neo-Sumerian king. In some cases, only the name Shulgi was switched with that of a king of Isin. What's interesting to note is that all of this was occurring despite the fact that Sumerian no longer was the common language of everyday people. By this time, most people in Mesopotamia spoke Akkadian. In fact, the kings of Isin were all native Akkadian speakers, plus they had Akkadian names. And yet, they continued many Sumerian traditions and imitated the great kings of the past. Another thing that the kings of Isin did, starting with Ishbi-Era, was to reclaim as much territory from the Elamites as possible. Ishbi-Era kicked out the Elamites from Ur 8 years after its fall, and by the end of his reign, probably also ruled over the cities of Uruk, Larsa, and Eridu in the south, as well as Murad, Borsippa, and Kazalu in the north. These conquests, though, were often short-lived. Already by the reign of the dynasty's third king, Idin Dagan, clashes with Amorite tribes were resulting in losses. At one point, he lost control of the cities of Nippur and Uruk to various Amorite warlords, though he was able to get them back after launching a counteroffensive. However, during the reign of Enlil-Bani from 1860 to 1837 BCE, Nippur was lost for good to the Amorite kings of Larsa. So let's talk for a bit about Larsa. Like Isin, it was a really old city that some believe dates back to the 4th or 5th millennium BCE. Shortly after the fall of the Neo-Sumerian Empire, Larsa was controlled by an Amorite ruling house that traced its ancestry back to a tribal elder named Naplano, of whom we know little about. We do know that during the years 1941 to 1933 BCE, Larsa was ruled by a man named Sabeya, who claimed the title Rabian Amurim, meaning chief of the Amorites. His successor was a certain Gungunum, who ruled from 1932 to 1906 BCE and captured the great city of Ur during the 7th year of his reign. From that point on, Larsa rose and Isin declined. Due to the success of the Amorite kingdom of Larsa, other groups of Amorites were inspired to settle in the fertile lands of Mesopotamia, which ultimately created more Amorite strongholds and fiefdoms throughout the land. Between the years 1900 to 1800 BCE, the great Akkadian and Sumerian cities of Kish, Uruk, and Sippar had their own Amorite rulers. Interestingly enough, one would think that an influx of nomadic peoples, such as the Amorites, would have caused havoc for the urban population of Mesopotamia's great cities, but this doesn't seem to have been the case. Though maintaining their identity for a while, over time, Amorites were able to integrate themselves quite well into their new environment. One reason for this was that the Amorite language was fairly close to Akkadian, as both were Semitic languages. They also adopted the Akkadian script, since as far as we know, they didn't have one of their own. Their religion was also very similar to that of the peoples of Mesopotamia. They also worshipped many of the same gods and goddesses as the people of Sumer and Akkad. Thus, within a few generations, a new Babylonian civilization developed that was a mixture of Sumerian, Akkadian, and now a bit of Amorite culture, religion, and language. In the year 1894 BCE, an Amorite chieftain named Sumuabum conquered a small sliver of territory near Kish along the left bank of the Euphrates River and made one of its small cities his capital. In Akkadian, it was called Babilani or Babilu, meaning the gate of the gods, or also sometimes translated as gateway to the gods. Most of us, though, know it by the Greek version of its name, Babylon. As Essene, Larsa, and the other Amorite strongholds began to fight amongst themselves,
Zombie flip.
Sumu-Abum was forced to take sides and enter the fray. He was quite cautious, though, and never created hostilities with others when diplomacy would do. Following his example, the first 5 kings of Babylon, through diplomatic,
I'm
military,
just
and
taking
marriage alliances,
notes
over the span of about 60 years,
for the future.
consistently enlarged their realm.
Double
By the
tap.
1830s BCE, they had pretty much taken
Always
over
fasten your
Akkad
belt.
and were making their way further south to the holy city of Nippur, which brought them into conflict with Larsa. The results of this particular conflict would change the face of the ancient Near East and set the stage for the advent of one of the world's most fascinating individuals.
I'm hot and hungry.
We'll get into that and more in the
Got
next
me.
episode
Cut
of the
off
Old
your food.
Babylonian period. Thanks so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. And if you learned something, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Thanks again, and I'll catch you next time. In the last program, we discussed the beginnings of Babylonian civilization and the 2 powerful dynasties of Essene and Larsa. However, these were not the only 2 players in the land that we call Babylonia. There were several other little petty kingdoms, most of which we don't know very much about. However, one of these small kingdoms is very famous, that of the Kingdom of Babylon. How did it rise to become the dominant power in southern Mesopotamia and essentially have the region, Babylonia, named after it? The answer to that will be our focus here. In the year 1894 BCE, a relatively unknown Amorite chieftain named Sumu-Abum
Somebody did some heat work on this thing. I just realized this side's plain. Just saying.
a small kingdom along what was then the eastern banks of the Euphrates River. There was nothing really special about this area other than the fact that it possessed good farmland and maybe had one small city called Babylon, which today we call Babylon. In fact, his small kingdom, if you could call it that, was eclipsed by that of another just a short distance to the east, Kish. Kish was one of the most important cities in the history of ancient Mesopotamia.
I actually do. I fall asleep to
Sumerian
this shit
list
like
as the home
Psy.
of many great
He
rulers.
bores me.
Rulers who were so powerful and respected that they had the authority to arbitrate conflicts amongst other
Sometimes he
cities,
gets me. I'll
such
be
as the
like,
great land
motherfucker.
dispute between Lagash and Umma. Kish was also the place where Sargon the Great first got
He
his start
forgets to
as
mention
the
an
cupbearer
awful lot.
to the king Ur-Zubaba. And before the title King of Sumer and Akkad was adopted during the days of the Neo-Sumerian Empire, the title King of Kish was the most prestigious of its day. On the other hand, Babylon's only real significance was as an administrative center during the Neo-Sumerian and Akkadian periods. There's also reference to it as a place where the Akkadian king, Shar-Kali-Shari, built a temple. Other than that, though, there's not much early information on the city, and as of today, archaeologists have not been able to excavate its earliest levels of habitation. How Sumu-Abum acquired Babylon is unknown. For all we know, After the breakdown of the Neo-Sumerian Empire and the arrival of Amorite tribes in the region, the city may have been mostly abandoned. All that we know is that it was here that Sumu-Abum founded his kingdom and started a new dynasty, which we conveniently
I should
call
actually
the
come
First
over for a
Dynasty
piece of pie.
of Babylon. Sumu-Abum seemed to have really liked Babylon because he's reported to have spent a great deal
I
of
said,
effort
I need some
building
water
up cities'
to
fortifications,
pie and milk
as well as
sounds good.
constructing and dedicating.
Now I'm going to put this shit together.
Like other
I'll be
Amorite
able to
tribes,
pie after I'm done.
Sumu-Abum was constantly involved in turf wars with other states in the region. This was just the way of life in those times. A town or city could change rulers several times within a generation. At the time, though, Sumu-Abum was a relatively minor player. He was in no position to successfully go to war with anyone. Thus, he made alliances with other, probably equally sized kingdoms for the purpose of keeping his greatest threat, the ruler of Kish, at bay. His diplomacy seems to have worked because his successors, starting with his son, Sumu-Lael, and continuing with his descendants, Sabium and Apilsin, were able to greatly increase their landholding, while at the same time have the resources to build small fortresses and fortified towns around the capital of Babylon. It seems that this gave the dynasty's fourth king, Apilsin, enough confidence to venture as far north as the town of Karshamash, though it's not known for certain how long he was able to lay claim to the area. The early Babylonian kings' attention, though, was not just on military matters, but also on making their lands as productive as possible. They dug canals and built levees, and of course, supplied the funds needed to build temples across their realm. Such was life for the first 4 kings of Babylon. Southeast of Babylon was the mighty kingdom of Larsa. For several decades, the kings of Larsa had been gaining ground and absorbing other, smaller kingdoms into their realm. By the time of their king, Warad-Sin, in 1834 BCE, they had become the most powerful as well as the wealthiest kingdom in southern Mesopotamia. This was partially due to the fact that they controlled the lucrative trade routes from the Gulf region as well as those of the Elamite lands to the east. In 1822 BCE, Warad-Sin was succeeded by his brother, Rim-Sin, who started a major campaign to expand Larsa's borders even further, especially towards the north and the west. In 1812 BCE, Babylon's fifth king, Sin-Muballit, came to power. We actually know a decent bit about him because we have a lot more written sources, such as inscriptions and correspondence with other kings, than we do for his 4 predecessors. Some of these are correspondence with Anum, the king of Uruk. Information gathered from such letters indicates that Sin-Muballit and Anum were related by marriage because the daughter of Samu-Lael, Babylon's second king, was married to a past king of Uruk. In 810 BCE, Anum was in trouble. Rim-Sin of Larsa had his eyes on Uruk. In a letter that Anum wrote to Sin-Muballit, he asked the king of Babylon to remember that the two share a special bond, that they're from the same royal house, and more importantly, that they have been and still are military allies. Anum, in a sense, is looking for confirmation that Sin-Muballit will back him should he be forced to go to war with Larsa. In 1810 BCE, the second year of Sin-Muballit's reign, he joined both Anum of Uruk and Damik Ilishu, the king of Isin, who was Larsa's arch-enemy. They formed a coalition to take out Rim-Sin. Though we don't have details on any battles, it's obvious that Rim-Sin was the victor. Like, blatantly obvious. In fact, he named the year of his victory, his 14th on the throne, as, and I quote, "The year the armies of Uruk, Isin, Babylon, Sutium, Rapikum, and the king of Uruk were smitten with weapons." As far as we know, Uruk was conquered and completely absorbed by Larsa, while Isin lost significant territory to its arch-rival. However, the records available don't indicate any territorial losses for Babylon. Now that the city was on Rimsin's hit list, Sin Muballit spent the next 10 to 15 years building fortresses along his border in preparation for any future attack. Eventually, a battle did come, though we have no indication of how many troops were amassed on either side. We just have a statement dated to 1801 BCE, where Sin Muballit records a victory over Larsa. Again, the details of this victory aren't known, and there don't seem to be any documents from Larsa's side to either confirm or deny this. In 1793 BCE, Larsa defeated and annexed its long-term rival, Isin. It now held southern Mesopotamia and all of the great cities of Sumer. With the Persian Gulf to the south, Elam to the east, and really worthless desert to the west, the only way for Larsa to expand was north, smack into the middle of Babylonian territory. There was no way around it. The two would eventually come to blows, and Babylon had to be prepared. Larsa, though, wasn't Sin Muballit's only concern. To his north, in the land of Subartu, which later would become part of Assyria, another Amorite king was eating up large swaths of territory. His name was Shamsi-Adad, and his kingdom of Upper Mesopotamia was on the rise. To the east was another expansionist kingdom, that of Ishnuna. Further east, there were also the Elamites, who never lost an opportunity to raid in Mesopotamia. And these are just the potential foes that we know about. Others may have also existed. Sin Muballit, though, never faced any of these adversaries. That's because he died in 1793 BCE, the same year that Larsa annexed Isin. He was succeeded by his son, Hammurabi. Yes, that Hammurabi. We'll talk about him in the next video about Old Babylonia. Once again, thanks so much for joining me. I really appreciate it, and I really hope you learned something. If you did, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Thanks again, and I'll catch you next time.
The Lexus NX has an available 14-inch touchscreen interface that's both elegant and intuitive because the NX is engineered to understand you. Click the banner to discover more. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
In the last episode, we left off with the passing of Sin Muballit in the dangerous neighborhood that the relatively young kingdom of Babylon is now a part of. It was surrounded by enemies, or at least potential enemies, on all sides. Rimsin of Larsa had gobbled up Babylon's two main allies, Uruk and Isin, and no doubt now had eyes on Babylonian territory. To its north, the kingdoms of Upper Mesopotamia and Eshnuna were looking to expand. It was into this dangerous world that Hammurabi became king in 1792 BCE. With so many rivals, the question was not whether Babylon under Hammurabi would thrive, but would it even survive? Let's find out. Hammurabi is a name that most of us have likely heard of. He's most well known as a lawgiver and for the code of laws that have been attributed to him. However, this was written towards the end of the 42-year reign. More than just a lawgiver, he was a shrewd king, administrator, diplomat, tactician, and builder. Ruling between the years 1792 to 1750 BCE, the contributions that Hammurabi made in reshaping the ancient Near East cannot be overstated. I really believe that he's one of the most fascinating people in the history of the world. In this program, I want to expose you a bit to the political life of Hammurabi and how he became the most powerful man of his day. Let's start at the very beginning of his life. Already, we're at a bit of a loss because we don't know exactly when Hammurabi was born. His mother's name is unknown, but his father was Sin-Muballit, the king of the moderately sized kingdom of Babylon. We call the dynasty that he was part of the first dynasty of Babylon, which was founded by an Amorite chieftain named Sumuabum. Though we don't know his birth date, we do know through the painstaking work of archaeologists and historians who have translated and cross-referenced thousands of ancient cuneiform documents that he became king of Babylon in the year 1792 BCE. Because his reign was so long, he must have been relatively young at the time of his ascension to the throne, but whether he was in his teens, 20s, or even his early 30s is unknown. Regardless, Hammurabi's first year as king was an interesting, if not dangerous, time for Babylon. As mentioned earlier, it was surrounded by several kingdoms, 3 of whom posed the greatest threat. In the south was Babylon's oldest rival, the kingdom of Larsa, who Hammurabi's father, Sin-Muballit, had fought on at least 2 occasions. While Larsa was definitely the older and, you could say, more seasoned enemy, at the time, Eshnunna actually posed the greater threat. Located in the Diyala River Valley, Eshnunna was expanding rapidly to the west and the south. This was most apparent during the reigns of 2 of its more ambitious kings, Etik-Adad II and Naram-Sin. The Naram-Sin we're talking about here was the king of Eshnunna and a different person than the famous Akkadian king of the same name. The other great king of the north was Shamsi-Adad. In the years prior to Hammurabi's coronation, his kingdom had grown leaps and bounds to include not just the cities of Ekalatum and Ashur, but the wealthy and strategically located city of Mari as well. Though his kingdom was much more powerful than Babylon, Shamsi-Adad had an intense hatred of Naram-Sin of Eshnunna. This is because shortly after he ascended the throne of his relatively small kingdom in 1833 BCE, he was forced to abandon it and flee as Naram-Sin's forces invaded. During this time, he sought refuge in Babylon for a few years, after which he left, gathered a sizable force of his own, and seized a city called Ekalatum, somewhere on the Tigris River. The precise location of Ekalatum has never been found, but we know that it was not far from another city, Ashur, which was the holy city of the people we later call the Assyrians. At the time, though, Ashur was just a small kingdom, perhaps more like a city-state. After residing in Ekalatum for 3 years, Shamsi-Adad captured Ashur in 1808 BCE and temporarily made it the capital of his expanding kingdom. Though an Amorite, the Assyrians claimed him as one of their own, and he is often remembered as the first great king of Assyria. In the end, Shamsi-Adad left Ashur and went around conquering other parts of the region, including areas to the west, such as the great and wealthy city of Mari in 1792 BCE, which was actually the same year that Hammurabi became the king of Babylon. As mentioned earlier, Hammurabi ascended the throne of Babylon in 1792 BCE. The first 5 years of his reign were rather uneventful. From various archives that have been uncovered, it seems that much of his time was spent on financial matters and in rebuilding temples and canals. In 1787 BCE, he launched his first known military campaign against Larsa and captured Isin and Uruk, 2 cities that had at one time been his father's allies against Rim-Sin. However, archived documents discovered in both cities indicate that it was not a permanent victory, because just a few years later, Rim-Sin is cited again as being the ruler of both. The same was true for another city, Malgium, which was a small independent kingdom on Babylon's border with Larsa on the Tigris River. Hammurabi claimed victory in a battle here as well, but like Uruk and Isin, eventually the city reverted back to Rim-Sin. So, if Hammurabi had ambitions of holding a great empire, things were not going so well for him. In the summer of 1775 BCE, Shamsi-Adad passed away, and soon after this, so did his empire. Many of the kingdoms that he conquered declared their independence, including Mari. Its new king, Zimri-Lim, claimed to be one of the sons of Mari's last king, Yadun-Lim. Zimri-Lim had regained the throne of Mari with the help of the king of Yamhad, a man named Yarim-Lim. Now, of all of the kings from that time period, Yarim-Lim was undoubtedly the most powerful. One letter found in the archives of Mari and addressed to Zimri-Lim states, and I quote, "No king is really powerful on his own. 10 to 15 kings follow Hammurabi, the man of Babylon, Rim-Sin, the man of Larsa, Ibal-Piel, the man of Eshnuna, and Amut-Piel, the man of Katna. However, 20 kings follow Yarim-Lim, the man of Yamhad." The letter was written by a government official in Mari, perhaps warning Zimri-Lim to maintain his friendly relations with Yarim-Lim, who from other letters seems to have been his benefactor. Yarim-Lim also happened to be Zimri-Lim's father-in-law, since the latter was married to his daughter. Yarim-Lim would prove to be an invaluable ally for Zimri-Lim, especially against kingdoms to the east of Mari, such as Eshnuna. With Shamsi-Adad gone and his empire breaking up, Eshnuna's king, Ibal-Piel II, decided that now was the time to take whatever he could from his once great rival. He conquered many of the cities that were once held by Shamsi-Adad, including Ekalatam. Ibal-Piel ventured further south and in 1772 BCE captured the city of Rafika. This no doubt must have frightened Hammurabi. Thus, Hammurabi made an alliance with Mari and its king, Zimri-Lim. To help bolster the defenses of his new ally, he sent troops to Mari during the winter of 1772 to 1771 BCE. Shortly afterward, Ibal-Piel attacked. Though the details are murky, Eshnuna ultimately seems to have been the victor. In exchange for peace, Zimri-Lim was forced to make some land concessions as well as to recognize Ibal-Piel as his overlord. However, Ibal-Piel and Hammurabi came to a separate agreement. In exchange for a cessation of hostilities and breaking his alliance with Zimri-Lim, Ibal-Piel withdrew his forces from Rafikam and gave it to Hammurabi. For now, there was a tense peace in the region, but it wouldn't last long. In fact, Ibal-Piel may have made peace with these two Amorite kingdoms due to another conflict that was brewing in the east with a traditionally much more powerful enemy, the Tukulma of Elam. To the east of Mesopotamia was the land of Elam. In Hammurabi's day, the name Elam, geographically speaking, was the name given to the wide expanse of territory stretching from the eastern marshes of the Tigris River to the southeastern highlands of what is today the Iranian plateau. The western part of this land was generally governed in ancient times from the city of Susa, while the eastern portion was administered by the city of Anshan. At the time, the country was ruled by what's become known as the Tukulma system, which essentially worked like this. There was one supreme ruler of the entire country of Elam, who held the title of Tukulma, a term meaning Grand Regent that was actually first used centuries before when large parts of Elam were ruled by the Neo-Sumerian kings of the third dynasty of Gore. The Tukulma resided in the city of Anshan. Under the Tukulma was the Sukal, who was in charge of Susa in the western part of Elam. Though technically under the Tukulma in Anshan, the Sukal was given a great deal of autonomy, especially when it came to international relations with the cities of Mesopotamia. During Hammurabi's time, the Tukulma of Elam was a man named Siwe Palar Hupak, while the Sukal of Susa was a high-ranking Elamite official named Kudu Zulush. Though Elam didn't hold any territory in Mesopotamia, the kings of Babylonia seem to have acknowledged the Tukulma's position as a very important ruler whose power superseded their own. Quite often, the Tukulma would be called in to arbitrate disputes between kingdoms, much in the same way that a father might resolve disputes between his sons. Things though changed after Shamsi-Adad's death in 1776 BCE. His sons were unable to assert their authority over his now crumbling empire, and other rulers, such as Ibal-Piel of Eshnuna, took advantage of this. He rapidly absorbed many of Shamsi-Adad's former territories to make his kingdom of Eshnuna arguably the most powerful state in Mesopotamia. This, though, threatened Elam's access to the west, and so in 1767 BCE, the Sukalma sent a delegation to King Zimri-Lim of Mari. It just so happened that Eshnuna had recently seized territory belonging to Mari, and so Zimri-Lim was more than happy to form an alliance with the powerful Sukalma. The two also invited Hammurabi to join their alliance, which he accepted. Sometime either in 1766 or 1765 BCE, a coalition made up of Elam, Mari, and Babylon set out to destroy Eshnuna. While the details of the campaign are scarce, the conclusion of the war is not. Ibal-Piel was decisively defeated, with his capital of Eshnuna being captured and occupied by Elamite forces. However, instead of withdrawing, much like in the past, the Sukalma ordered the Sukal of Susa, Kudu Zulush, to administrate these newly acquired territories on his behalf. This made it clear to all that the Elamites were interested in maintaining a more permanent presence in Mesopotamia. It's also apparent from recently translated letters that the Sukalma didn't see Zimri-Lim or Hammurabi as equals, but more like his servants. For example, he commanded Zimri-Lim to break ties with Hammurabi. In a letter to the ambassador of Mari, the Sukalma wrote, and I quote, "Tell your master that his messengers should no longer go to Babylon, and that Babylonians should no longer go to your master." Around the same time, he wrote another letter to Hammurabi ordering him to withdraw Babylonian forces from any former territories of Eshnuna that they currently occupied. "The cities of Eshnuna that you hold, do they not belong to me? Release them and submit them to my yoke, otherwise I will pillage your country. My army would set out to the city Mankisum, and it would cross the river at that spot. At the head of my army, I myself would cross the river and invade your country." Later on in the same letter, the Sukalma demands that Hammurabi send him troops to aid him on a new campaign against Larsa. The Sukalma's letter states, "I have decided to start a campaign against Larsa. Mobilize your elite troops, your siege engineers, and the subjects that I saw in Eshnuna, so that they will be ready at my arrival. If one man whom I saw before is not ready, I will hold you responsible." Whether you call it arrogance or extreme confidence, one thing was clear: the ambition of the Sukalma had no boundaries. In response, Hammurabi wrote back, "As you have written to me, my army is ready and available for your attack. The moment you attack, my army will leave to assist you." Hammurabi probably had no intention of following up on the Sukalma's request. After all, the man did have at least some dignity. It could also have been due to inside information that Hammurabi surprisingly obtained from Larsa. Yes, Larsa, Babylon's traditional enemy. It turns out that the Sukalma may have been two-timing Hammurabi. He had sent similar messages to Rim-Sin of Larsa requesting his support against Babylon. In a letter that's been recovered from the Mari archives, Zimri-Lim's ambassador to Babylon, Yerim Adu, wrote the following, and I quote, "The tablet that the Sukal of Elam had sent to Rim-Sin sent to Hammurabi, and Hammurabi likewise sent the tablet that the Sukal of Elam had sent to him to Rim-Sin. From that moment on, Hammurabi gave orders to his minister of foreign affairs, Sin Bel Apilim, and to one of his administrative secretaries, and he has sent them to the kingdom of Larsa. News from Rim-Sin regularly reaches Hammurabi, and news from Hammurabi regularly reaches Rim-Sin." Zimri-Lim was also worried about the Sukalma's intentions, since the latter was encroaching on his own kingdom. The Sukal, on behalf of the Sukalma, had dispatched several groups of troops made up of soldiers from Elam, Eshnuna, local northern kings who had switched over to his side, and mercenaries from the Zagros Mountains. Though Hammurabi and Zimri-Lim weren't enemies, they didn't trust each other either. However, the threat to both of them from Elam was just too great. Thus, they put aside their distrust of each other and declared a formal alliance against their mutual Elamite enemy. Along with troops from Mari, Zimri-Lim also called up tribesmen from the countryside to support his ranks. In addition, he contacted his wealthy father-in-law, Yarim-Lim, the powerful king of Yamhan, for additional support. Ishmi-Dagan, the son of the deceased Shamsi-Adad, was back in control of Ekalatam, and he also supplied additional troops for Hammurabi. It was an impressive coalition, and it needed to be. The Sukalma not only could amass the full might and resources of Elam, but also northern kings from Ishnuna. In addition, he seemed to have an endless supply of mercenaries from the Zagros Mountains. Other kingdoms, such as Larsa, stayed on the sidelines and took a more wait-and-see approach to the conflict.
They're usually pretty out here.
It was the Sukalma who made the first move. His forces laid siege to the city of
It was a
Ubi,
nice sunrise.
located in Babylonian territory, just across the border from Ishnuna. It was a bit of a surprise attack, and not having enough troops in and around Ubi, Hammurabi called on all able-bodied men to fight, including freed slaves and traditional non-combatants, such as farmers and merchants. Desperate for even more men, he requested help from Ring Sin of Larsa, but got no answer. Eventually, the Babylonian garrison of the city was forced to flee. One of Zimri-Lim's generals, who was present at the siege, wrote the following. The army of Hammurabi that held Upi boarded ships and fled. Enemy troops have entered Upi from the surrounding ports. The army of Elam returned to Ishnuna.
I can't wait to get out of Denver
It was a
area.
victory for the
Back and
Sukalma.
forth at night. It's a
However,
bitch.
he restrained from launching another
We gotta go
campaign
out of
until
way
the
out of
following year,
fucking town to
764
camp
BCE,
out.
when he advanced on the city of Mankisa, an important crossing point of the Tigris
It's
River.
just fucking crazy.
The
out
Elamites
here.
also laid siege to the
They,
town of Hirutum, near the city
They don't
of
like
Supa.
you
The
parking
Elamites
anywhere.
clearly had the upper hand.
The outside Denver County,
Division
man,
broke out
is fucking
amongst the
big.
Sukalma's coalition. Many of the generals and their troops from Ishnuna that had allied
You
with
park
Sukalma
anywhere.
no longer wanted to fight for him. One Ishnunan general wrote the following to Hammurabi. To our lord, the king of Babylon, say, thus speak your servants. The man of Elam took hold of us using massive force.
I'm just happy we
Now
don't
he
have to run
wants
that
devour
damn
your
generator
You
to
have stood
cool
up
off
to
the
him,
food.
and there's nothing.
It's real nice having that propane thing working.
The Elamites, for their part, didn't help the situation. They didn't trust that the Ishnunans would remain loyal to them, and were probably getting weary of a
Hi
war
there,
that
Kid.
seemed to have no end.
How you doing?
Thus, many of them turned eastward, and along with their commanders, made their way back to Elamite territory. However, along the way, they plundered many cities, including Ishnuna.
Got the refrigerator
Thus,
working
many
today.
allies that the
I got the
Sukalma
heater
left
working
amongst the
yesterday,
Ishnunans
so we're
now
buttoned
also
up and ready to go now.
many of them banding
Shamus'
together
birthday
to expel
tomorrow.
any Elamites that still remain. And that's pretty much how the Elamite venture and attempt to create an empire in Mesopotamia came to an end.
Cool. Yeah, the adventure hadn't got too excited yet. Well,
The defeat of Elam
I'm working
and
it
his
on,
role
so
in
I'm
it
excited.
must have inflated
I like
Hammurabi's ego.
working.
The Mari and the troops that Zimri-Lim mustered together.
I like being able to come hang out with Anna, and I've never really been able to do that too much. Like day after day, kind of like hanging out with her and shit. Not that I'm hanging out with her too much. I've been working. Fuck, man. I'm working on a triple right now. I got cans 1 and 2 done, and I'm probably gonna cool it off and let it. John's lurking, and let it in the first can heal out. I don't know, man. I might put them together right now. I don't know. Decide. It's got to be cockeyed. And I kind of like doing it all at once. But I'm running out of time tonight. I'm going to get it all done. I intend to head out about 6. Go cook some dinner. We have sausages and jalapeno bread. I'm thinking maybe a baked potato. I don't know what we got. Let's see. I fixed the fire today, made a few pipes. I like these guys best so far though. This is one with the mushroom did the other day. These guys sit up nice. I like that. We make a parade of these guys. But yeah, I like working at this bigger town. I haven't even tried to triple in a while, but I'm pretty sure I've got room in this one to do it. I might need the bigger count. I'll decide that tomorrow. Thank you. Shamus' birthday tomorrow. He's going to be 18. I'm only going to work about half a day and we're going to go eat. I promised him dinner. I want to hit fucking Walmart tonight too, or somewhere, Home Depot. Get a thermostat for the furnace now it's working. So get a nice new one. Yeah, probably got some of that last night. We had BLTs last night, just on some kind of almond topped bread or something, with nuts on it or something. I baked that in the oven and it made, instead of toasting it, I toasted it in the oven and made some BLTs. But yeah, tonight we're going to have sausage and shit, that other bread. I like yellow stickers. They had it for $1. I think like $4 piece of bread for the fucking buck. Wait till it's like the day before it goes bad or goes out of date. Oh, that shit ain't nothing bad about it. It's still nice and soft. It only costs $1, but I'm teaching her how to do it right. I'm a cheap ass. You can ask her. I'm cheaper than she is. I'm fucking straight up cheap ass. But I like the good stuff. I just wait until it's almost up. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I wouldn't mind having you caravanning along. We're fixing to do a little bit of traveling here soon. I think I want to work again Saturday. Tomorrow's Friday, pretty sure. Work Saturday, and then Sunday we'll head towards La Junta. We'll go through our stuff in storage again and tighten that shit up. I have a shit ton of food in storage. Tighter than the skin on a grape. It depends on when you pick that grape, I guess. Anyway, I intend to go west for a little while and then down through Arizona and shit after we hit the western part of Colorado. Well, yeah, I intend to empty mine out. Not a reason. I was just wondering. Yeah, I intend to clean out the storage this trip down. You may have to get like a little small profile top shelf for upstairs on the roof to be carrying some of this shit. We're pretty weighed down with food right now and stuff. It is what it is. It's an RV, so it travels heavy, travels slow. Last night we was going into uh, the mountains. We was only doing about 35. You know, I want to get a little cheap fucking camera holder so you can go live with us when we're on the road too. That's a lot of fun. Driving around in that fucking thing. Like driving the city bus. But yeah, I need a better holder. This one here is meant for stability in one direction. And I'm not for that. I need one that rotates. That one here, I think I might be able to use like maybe out in the middle of nowhere and hook it up to the. I'm thinking hook it up to the RV so y'all got a good view of what we're doing out there in the middle of nowhere, blowing glass. So I got a table. I intend to set Shamus's torch up and have 2 stations running. So it might be exciting for some of you. I know you like blowing glass. And here eventually I'll have the Twitch going again. I mean, I just can't on this damn Chromebook. It won't let me. So I got to find the charger for that. Because I don't need a new computer. I just need to find my charger. At least I don't think I need. That was kind of old. It works. We'll see what happens. No, I haven't visited with anyone but the Navajo, actually, but I've been invited by quite a few of them, like Zuni and then the Zuni, the Ute, and there's a Zuni that wanted to see me. I've been talking to the Hopi. I'm not real interested in seeing them too much. I did tell the Navajo chief that I'd come back. He kept telling me to come back. And I was like, I'll come back. When I'm ready to stay for a minute, Mama made me drop off a gift and leave. So, I guess this is the return trip. This is what it looks like. But yeah, he kept telling me he knows who I am, but he didn't know my name. I told him, I said, my name ain't important. And I gave him a message. His few tribes out in the Portland region had been having a mass premonitions, I guess. them drowning if they were staying in that same region. They were looking to move the whole tribe. And I put them in contact with him. And then came home. He kept telling me I need to come back. I told him over a couple years probably. Eventually I intend to be back at Winter Rock at some point. I don't know if those videos are on this channel or if they went down with but I intend to keep uploading the BitChute anyway, regardless of what happens to YouTube here. So you can find my BitChute. I leave links all over the community pages and some of the videos and stuff. There's links to BitChute all over the place. Should be easy to find. I want to do Twitch live though, because we can play music. We ain't got to listen to Psy here all day. Woo! Oh, man. I want to listen to some tunes, blow some glass, fucking share screens this while fucking all school and shit, man. You know, it's YouTube shit. It's not a good platform. It really isn't. I really like Twitch. I know most of you guys do too. I tried to Twitch on the Cricket, but it was really laggy. So there's that. Yeah, me too, TK. We will have them soon. I promise. I'll get one of my computers working. I didn't mean to break my computer. I didn't. It just, I knew to be careful when I shut the lid because I had a loose screw in it all that time. I mean, you know, I've had trouble with the damn thing forever. And I just kind of slapped it shut that one day and just fucking ripped something in there. Stopped it from turning on. Yeah, we do Twitch. I do Twitch too. Twitch is a lot more set up for live shows. You can share the screen with the audience, and they can look at this wall in real time and everything with me. And we talk about current subjects and stuff. It's nice. Wow, I'm sorry. This was fucked. Your human might be spiky. There's an awful lot of entanglement and push and shove and shit. Continue. Just a little more than yesterday. A little more than last week. A lot more than last week. Contentious. But it's been like that since fuck, man, 2010. This little thing is building and building and building and building. Every now and again we reach a new normal. But, yeah, it seems to be continually just getting stronger, the push on us and everything. I miss talking about it too. I miss Twitch bad. I really do. I was about to go hit a pawn shop and see if they got any little laptop or some shit. But, I need to save my money for gas so I can get the people, because there's a lot more people in them tribes than there is on YouTube. And if we can get this word out faster, I'm willing to let's do that. Because we need to wake up, stop fighting each other, start healing each other. keep looking around. That's the best solution I keep finding. Humanity needs to know what we found about us. I wish I was there. You know, you feel the power in your hands. You have the power to manipulate fields, be the tool for the Creator to heal. Anyone can give that to their friends, family, tribe. No, I haven't, TK. It's been kind of spotty. I don't know. He's actually, if I do on YouTube, he'll come in late at night. But yeah, I haven't seen Patrick, and I don't think since I started coming on YouTube. He might be over there waiting for us on Twitch. No, I haven't. I haven't heard anything from Patrick. I'd like to, though. If I do, I'll let you know. I haven't heard from Jelly either. I don't think. I see Rebo tooling around. He never responded. Well, keep checking. Yeah, it is very, very unusual. We love you too, Nicholas. Very, very much, man. Love all of y'all. I gotta turn off my gases. Set this audio. I'll be right back. Right on. All right, well, that's it for this session at Rigs for Us. I'm gonna, like I said, look for a more versatile mount for this phone. See what we can come up with tonight. Might have the live on the way into work. We'll see. Um, Shit, who knows? We might even have cooking with Polly tonight. I hope. All right, y'all. You have a good night. Um, I will definitely be here tomorrow. Soon as rigs opens again. Happen to be in the area, stop by. Blowing glass all day. Tomorrow's Shamus' birthday. I am going to cut off probably about 4:30, right after 4:20, and go take him out for his birthday. Yeah, it'll be on this channel. So, until I get a computer going. Y'all be safe out there too. Have a good night. Good seeing everybody.
The year in which King Great